Chapter 167. Overbearing, that's good. Lulu heaved a sigh of relief. Aunt May smiled and said, "Looks like this kid has connections with the White Tiger Empire. I'm afraid this small Cheentang empire won't be able to keep him in the future." "Aunt May, what do you mean?" Lulu reacted quickly and immediately understood the meaning behind Aunt May's words. If Ning Chi really stole something from the ninth princess, they can just send someone. Why would they come personally? The ninth princess's age is opposite to Ning Chi's. I'm afraid the relationship between the two isn't that simple. Aunt May said. Sure enough, not long after, a Do Huang came to the 100 Herb Hall. Lulu immediately recognized him as one of the ninth princess's guards. "Miss Lulu, our princess needs 40,000 sets of spirit-raising pills. When can you gather them?" Deng Sen smiled and said, 40,000? Give me 3 days. Lulu thought for a while and said, during the time when Ning Chi was not around, she had consciously stored up more than 20,000 sets of spirit herbs. Since the ninth princess had asked for them, she had to gather them even if she could not. She could only ask her father to transfer them to the 100 Herb sect. All right, thank you, Miss Lulu. When the herbs are gathered, send them to the Dragon Slayer Hall. This is the deposit. Deng Sen took out a grayish-brown bag. It looked very ordinary, but it was made of unknown leather, and passed it to Lulu. Spatial weapon? Lulu took a look and was immediately shocked. Although the space inside the bag was not big, it was like a small room. Inside were neatly placed pieces of gold. There were about a few 100,000 taels of gold. When the herbs are gathered, you can keep this lower-grade, yellow, chinquan bag. Think of it as the balance. Deng Sen smiled. How can I do that? This spatial weapon is worth far more than a few million taels of gold. Although Lulu really wanted such a spatial weapon, her professional ethics drove her to reject Deng San's suggestion. Spatial weapons were priceless. Only a big country like the White Tiger Empire would be able to recruit blacksmiths who knew how to refine spatial weapons. Deng Sen smiled and said, Miss Lulu, please accept it. This is a token of the princess appreciation. Lulu, how can you reject the princess appreciation? Aunt May smiled. Then, Senior, please thank Her Royal Highness for me. Lulu hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, I'll tell the princess. I'll take my leave first. Deng Sen nodded, cupped his hands, and left. TSK, the White Tiger Empire is really rich and overbearing, giving away a spatial battle tool just like that. Auntie May went forward to take the bag and carefully examined it. There was a kind of energy on it that made her heart palpitate. She was afraid that this energy was where the mysteries of space lay. Aunt May, with this dimensional weapon, it will be much safer for 100 Herb Hall to transport valuable spiritual herbs in the future. Lulu said happily, You should keep it for your own use. If those old fellows of the 100 Herb sect find out, they will definitely ask you to take it out and offer it to the sect. Aunt May shook her head. That's true. Hearing this, Lulu nodded in agreement. I'm going to see Father and have him go to the 100 Herb sect to deliver the spirit herbs. Aunt May, help me keep an eye on Ningqi. If there's any movement, inform me immediately. Green Willow said, Okay, don't worry. Aunt May nodded. Outside the imperial city, a young eunuch sneakily ran out and headed straight for Chief Steward Ning, who was waiting anxiously. As he passed by him, a piece of paper flew out from his sleeve. Steward Ning stretched out his hand, and the piece of paper flew into his hand. When he opened it, his expression changed drastically. The ninth princess has moved to the Dragon Slayer Marquis's residence temporarily? What's going on? Steward Ning's expression was incomparably gloomy as he hurried towards the champion Marquis's residence. When he returned to the Marquis's residence and reported the news to Nangongyu, The servants outside all heard the sound of Nan Gongyu smashing her teacup. That bastard, how can he be fine? Damn it. Nan Gongyu sulked for a while, then tidied up her appearance and brought little Yuan to the Nangong residence to see Nangong Qixing, who had just returned. Big brother, the 9th princess has moved to that bastard Ning Qi's residence temporarily. Nan Gongyu said coldly. Nangong Qixing nodded. I already know. The 100-head demon King Qiu, Wanli, that old fellow, took my money but let Ning Qi come back alive. It's really hateful. I thought he was powerful, but now that Ning Qi has been back in the capital for so long, there's still no news of him. Why don't we make another trip to the blood slaughter sect? Nan Gongyu immediately vented her anger on Qiu Wanli and cursed him viciously. We're not sure of Ning Qi's value in the 9th princess' eyes, so let's not act rashly for now. Nangong Qixing said. Are we just going to watch that bastard strut around in front of us? Nan Gongyu said unwillingly. Let's wait. We're in the dark anyway, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Nangong Qixing advised. After a brief conversation, Nan Gongyu returned to the dragon-slaying marquee. She noticed that the servants and branch family disciples she met along the way all had strange gazes. Steward Ning, what's going on? Nan Gongyu looked for Steward Ning and asked coldly. Steward Ning said with an ugly expression. The entire marquis's residence knows that Ning Qi not only did not offend the princess's residence, but he has also become a revered alchemist of the princess's residence, and even revered alchemist? Even what? Nan Gongyu clenched her fists so tightly that her sharp nails nearly pierced into her flesh. There's even a rumor that Ning Qi is already an alchemist grandmaster. Steward Ning said softly. Bullshit. Who dares to spread such a rumor? Capture me and bring me here. I want to ask him personally what is his purpose in doing all this. Is he trying to humiliate me? Nan Gongyu exploded like a stray cat whose tail had been stepped on. Steward Ning's expression changed when he heard that. He said softly, Madam, be careful, the walls have ears. What do you mean by walls have ears? Don't stop halfway. Who's the one who spread the rumor? Nan Gongyu snorted coldly. It's from the armor removal park, Steward Ning said softly. Old master. Nan Gongyu face turned pale. If that was the case, then the rumor might be true. That bastard has become an alchemist grandmaster. Doesn't that mean that he's looking down on us? Nan Gongyu panicked. Seeing that, Steward Ning quickly comforted her. Madam, don't worry. This matter has not been confirmed yet. Go and find out more information for me. I want more accurate information. Nan Gongyu said sternly. Yes. Let me out. Brother. Tong Tian. Tong Mansion. Tong Inkong shouted from the room. Chapter 168. A beautiful face Tong Tian smiled bitterly as he squatted at the door. Little sister, just listen to Dad. Ning Qi can't even protect himself right now, so it's best if you don't get yourself into trouble. Our Tong family is just like an ant in the capital. What if the White Tiger Empire's Princess Ju takes her anger out on our Tong family because you're friends with Ning Qi? Just one breath from her, and our family will be destroyed. You have to think about Father and the others. Ning Qi was so loyal to you and gave you face during the competition. Now that he's in trouble, why don't you help him? Tong Inkong said angrily. Tong Tian immediately covered his ears. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. In another courtyard of the Tong family, the second madam sighed to her daughter Tong Yingwei and son Tong Di with lingering fear. It's a good thing you guys don't have such a deep relationship with the dragon-slaying marquis. If it was spread by someone, our Tong family would be finished. Tong Yingwei furrowed her brows and said, Is it really that serious? Is there a misunderstanding between the 9th princess and Brother Ning? Brother Ning? Ning Qi. Call him Ning Qi. Understand? The second madam was furious. Yes, mother. Tong Ingwei said softly. Tong Di's expression was calm. He didn't care about the matter. General, latest news. The 9th princess has moved to the Dragon Slayer Marquis residence. A great dosher in military uniform suddenly barged into the backyard of the Tong residence. Tong Guan was furious at first. How could someone barge into the backyard? But when he heard the meaning behind the words, he was shocked and walked out of the room. What did you say? The 9th princess has moved to the Dragon Slayer Marquis residence. Everyone in the camp knows about it. I didn't expect that. Tong Guan turned and hurried to the door of Tong Inkong's room. Father, Tong Tian stood up. Your sister is still inside? Tong Guan asked in a deep voice. Yes. Tong Tian nodded. Father, let me out. Tong Inkong shouted when she heard Tong Guan's voice. Tong Guan immediately went forward and broke the lock. Tong Inkong was leaning against the door and stumbled out. Tong Guan said with a smile, Inkong, are you going to Ning Chi's place? Go. Tong Inkong vigilantly looked at Tong Guan, not knowing what her father was up to. Well, the 9th princess doesn't seem to have a deep grudge against Ning Chi. She won't implicate the Tong family. Tong Guan laughed awkwardly. So that's how it is, Tong Inkong said angrily. Father, how can you be so snobbish? When you went to 100 Herb Hall to buy things, young Master Ning was the one who gave you a discount. When you saw that I was in trouble, you immediately cut ties with me. Now that you're fine, you've changed your attitude. Tong Guan didn't get angry. He said earnestly, Father, there's nothing we can do. The Tong family has such a large family business. We have to look ahead and not randomly pick a side. Humph. Go quickly. Where are we going? Now that he's fine, if I run over there again, won't I be laughed at by others? Tong Inkong angrily turned around and went back to her room. Tong Tian stared at the scene with his mouth agape. Is Ning Chi really all right? He asked in a daze. It should be. Go and take a look. Tong Guan waved his hand and said, All right. Tong Tian nodded. After a day or two, everyone in the capital knew that not only was the Dragon Slayer Marquis' residence fine, but they had also climbed up the tree. Moreover, the rumor that Ning Chi was an alchemy grandmaster gradually spread through the streets. Everyone was skeptical. The Dragon Slayer Marquis' residence. Xueling had been in seclusion for the past 2 days. On this day, an extremely violent aura suddenly came from her room. Ning Chi, who was 1,000 feet away, could feel the aura deeply. It was terrifying. Who's that? Deng San and the other 3 Emperor Realm fighters rushed to Xueling's door. Ning Chi quickly ran over. Third Master Deng, don't misunderstand. It's my friend. Lin Chong was shocked. Oh no, I forgot to report this. He exchanged glances with Mai Xinglong, who was equally pale. Then he jogged to Third Master Deng and whispered a few words into his ear. Something like this actually happened. Deng San's expression changed drastically. He gestured for the other 3 Emperor Realm fighters to step back. Who is it? Ning Chi. What else are you hiding in your residence? The unruly princess walked over with Wu Ma Ji. Suddenly, Gray, who was on her shoulder, was startled. The next moment, it jumped to the ground and ran away. What scared my Gray? The unruly princess was a little angry. Wu Ma Ji's expression changed slightly. The door suddenly opened and Xueling, who had returned to her original appearance, walked out. She had snow-white long hair, sparkling and translucent skin, and a pair of emerald green eyes that were like gemstones. Her beautiful face instantly caused all the men present to stare at her in a daze. Xueling frowned and glanced at Ning Chi. Ning Chi quickly stood in front of Xueling and said loudly, This is Miss Xue, my friend. She doesn't like to be surrounded by so many people. Please leave. Deng San came back to his senses. He and the other 3 Emperor Realm fighters retreated to the 9th princess sighed vigilantly. Wu Ma Ji felt her body tremble when she looked into Xue Ling's eyes. She couldn't help but take 3 steps back. She immediately lowered her head. There was a trace of fear in her eyes. What kind of friend are you? You even scared my gray away. The unruly princess stared at Ningqi and Xue Ling with dissatisfaction. Regardless of how beautiful Xue Ling was or how powerful her aura was. Xue Ling snorted coldly. The unruly princess was about to say something, but she suddenly realized that she couldn't make a sound. Next, she realized that she couldn't even move her body. Seeing this, Deng Sen immediately remembered what Lin Chong had said to him. He quickly cupped his hands at Xue Ling and said, "Miss, please have mercy." The unruly princess's eyes were filled with anger. She was furious. It must be this woman's doing. I'm so angry. At this moment, Gray sneaked back and gently tapped on the unruly princess's body. The frost on her body melted instantly. Afterward, Gray hugged the unruly princess's slender leg and revealed half of its head, looking at Xue Ling in fear. Xue Ling was a rank 7 giant dragon and a member of the legendary Snow Dragon tribe. Her unique superior aura caused the rank 7 sky tyrant ape to feel incomparable fear. This was the first time Ningqi had seen this little monkey display its talent. He didn't expect that the magical ability that could freeze a peak do huang obediently on the spot would be broken by a simple tap. Xue Ling glanced at Gray and smiled. So it's the cub of the sky tyrant ape. Come here. Gray screamed in fright. Chapter 169. State of Yang Deficiency. Deng San and the others revealed awkward expressions when they heard this, and they stood on the spot, not daring to move in the slightest. When Xue Ling used her ability, she revealed a little bit of her aura. It was this aura that made Deng San certain that she was a grandmaster. She was already a grandmaster. Even 100 Emperor Do would not be enough. How dare you not listen to me? The unruly princess was exasperated. Your Highness, stop messing around. Ningqi frowned and said in a deep voice, You. Before she could finish her sentence, she was frozen again. Seeing this, Gray Hui extended its hand and tapped her again, but this time its talent did not work. The unruly princess was covered in a layer of frost armor. Miss, this is a misunderstanding. Please let the princess go. Deng Sen quickly cupped his hands. She will naturally be able to move after 2 hours. Xue Ling said coldly. Then she glared at Little Gray. Little Gray immediately walked towards Xue Ling, looking back 3 times with every step. So it's a tyrant sky ape king. No wonder it could break my ability. Snow Spirit picked up Little Gray and looked at it for a while. Her lips curled into a smile. After understanding the reason, she lost interest in Little Gray and Deng San. She asked Ningqi, When will you take me to Fierce Wind? Ningqi smiled. Miss Xue, don't worry. I will take you there after I settle the matters at home. Hurry up. I don't want to wait too long. I can't take off that bracelet. Xue Ling snorted and walked back into the room. Oh, so she was trying to take off the locator that the Demon Dragon King gave her. No wonder there was such a terrifying aura. After Xue Ling returned to the room, Ningqi comforted the unruly princess with a bitter smile. Miss Xue said that she will be able to move in 2 hours. Princess, please bear with it and don't get angry. It's not worth it if you hurt your body. The unruly princess's eyes were burning with anger. She wanted to give Ningqi a good beating, but she could not move at all. Deng San smiled bitterly. What is this Miss Xue's background? This is a secret. Miss Xue has to be willing to tell me. I don't dare to say anything. Ningqi whispered. That's right. Master Ning, I heard that you offended the 13th prince in the imperial capital? Deng San continued to ask. The unruly princess, who was frozen, was originally very angry. After hearing this sentence, her attention was attracted. You can say that I've offended you. Why is it very troublesome? Ning Qi nodded and admitted. It's more than troublesome. Ado Huang coldly snorted. Dang San sighed. How should I put it? The 13th prince is a little vengeful. Since you didn't hurt him, I hope he can give the princess some face and not take this matter to heart. However, for the next 3 to 4 years, you still can't go to the imperial capital. Even if you don't lose your life, you will still be humiliated. Then I won't go. Ning Qi nodded. Young master, bad news. De Guzi ran over with a flustered expression. Why are you being so impatient? You should know that you are now a 1-star dosher. Ning Qi frowned. Something seems to have happened to little you, and the others. I can't wake them up no matter what. De Guzi said anxiously. Really? Ning Qi frowned and looked at Dang San. Grandmaster Ning, you go first. We will stay here and guard the princess. All right, then I will trouble you. Your Highness, I will leave first. Ning Qi waved his hand at the unruly princess and followed De Guzi to the training room where little you, and the others were. Madame Zhu was already standing at the door with an anxious face. She worriedly looked at Zhuo Ling. The 2 girls were currently lying on the ground, unconscious. As the 2 of them were trying to break through to the Douling class, Madame Zhu didn't dare to act rashly. Young master, it's like this. They seem to be asleep. No matter how I call them, they won't wake up. Will they be all right? De Guzi pointed at the 2 of them and said with a sad face, You guys wait outside. I will go in and take a look. Ning Qi walked in. He was at the peak of the Douling class. In an instant, he saw something that De Guzi and the others couldn't see. On the surface of the 2 girls' bodies, there was a faintly discernible pink light swimming in their qi channels. This was most likely the 2's do qi. It was still swimming, which meant that the 2 of them were still in a training state. Ning Qi instinctively looked at the 2 girls' attributes. Dragon Slayer Mansion. Little you, level. Peak of the Dido, sure cultivation method. God tier 9 ninja maiden technique, incomplete martial skill. None health points. 500 to 900. She has already entered the yang deficiency state. Her health points are decreasing at a rate of 5 points per second. Zhuoling. Attributes were similar to little you, There was also a note below saying that she had entered the yang deficiency state. Ning Qi also realized that the 2 girls' health points were completely different from their cultivation. Peak of the Dido Shi and a God tier cultivation method. Although it was incomplete, their health points should at least be above 2,500. The 2 girls currently only had around 900 health points. If their health points continued to decrease at this rate, their lives would be in danger. What should we do? Ning Qi was a little anxious. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. After thinking for a while, he hurriedly asked the system, System, quickly tell me what yang deficiency is and how to get rid of this state. Yang deficiency. Some special cultivation methods require the balance of yin and yang. When there is an excess of yin qi, it will enter the yang deficiency state. Some incomplete cultivation methods are more likely to cause this phenomenon. If the host needs to make up for this state, he can purchase yang replenishing pills from the Dragon Slayer Mall. To completely get rid of it, he can either complete the cultivation method or perform male and female dual cultivation to harmonize yin and yang. However, the male's do-qi rank must be higher than the female's in order to suppress it. Male and female dual cultivation. Ning Qi glanced at the 2 little fellows and immediately rejected this idea. He could only temporarily make up for it and chose to purchase yang replenishing pills from the Dragon Slayer Mall. Lower yellow yang replenishing pill, 10 Dragon Slayer coins. Middle yellow yang replenishing pill, 100 Dragon Slayer coins. So expensive? Lower yellow yang replenishing pill is only 1 Dragon Slayer coin. System, are you trying to raise the price? Ning Qi looked at the price and cursed in his heart. Due to the urgency of the situation, although he cursed, he still bought 2 middle yellow yang replenishing pills. Then he fed little Yu, and the others 1 each. Not long after the pills entered their stomachs, Ning Qi noticed that their complexions looked much better. Looking at their attributes, the yang deficiency state at the bottom had already disappeared. Young master, what happened to us? Little Yu slowly opened her eyes and stretched. Then she saw Ning Qi squatting beside her and asked in surprise. Chapter 170. Come to the door to interrogate Deguzi and Madame, so finally let out a sigh of relief. Their admiration for Ning Qi deepened. Sure enough, once the young master took action, he could solve the problem. Ning Qi touched the 2 girls' heads and smiled. You are now at the peak of the great Dou Shi, but your cultivation has not been consolidated. Don't be too anxious to break through to the Dou Ling realm. You are too anxious now, so there is a small problem in your practice. If I don't let you practice for a while, you can stop practicing. Well, we will listen to you, young master. The 2 girls nodded. After solving this problem, Ning Qi's eyes flashed. He suddenly thought of Long Jiu Tian, who sold him the martial art. Long Jiu Tian had this martial art, so it was impossible that he didn't let the girls of the Long family practice it. He must know the hidden danger of the incomplete Jiu's female mantra, but he kept it a secret. If he could not return to the Qin Tang Empire in time, little Yu, and Zuoling would be killed by him. Thinking of this, Ning Qi could not help but emit a vague, murderous intent. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu. Yes. Come with me to the Long family. I want to settle the score with Long Jiu Tian. Yes, Master Ning. Ning Qi walked to the door with Zhang Long and Zhao Hu and met Lin Chong and Mai Xinglong. They were punished by the 9th princess to guard the gate because they let Ning Qi take Xian Che and the other girls back to the Qin Tang Empire. They just came out to change shifts with the previous guards and happened to meet Ning Qi, who was about to go out. Master Ning. The 2 smiled bitterly and greeted Ning Qi. Ning Qi looked them up and down. It would be a waste not to use them at the peak of the king of Dou realm. Since he was the alchemist of the 9th princess mansion, he should have the right to order the guards, right? Thinking of this, Ning Qi immediately said, You too, come with me. But the 9th princess asked us to guard the gate. Lin Chong looked embarrassed and shook his head like a rattle drum. They had been tricked by Ning Qi once, so they did not want to be tricked a second time. As the alchemist of the 9th princess mansion, does my words have no effect? Ning Qi smiled. If Grandmaster Ning really wants us to go, that's not impossible. It's just that the princess, after all, the 2 of us are currently being punished. As a dignified peak Douwang, Lin Chong did not want to stand at the door all day and be pointed at by passers-by as if they were looking at a monkey. It did not matter in the White Tiger Empire, as there were many people like him. However, the Douwangs in the Qin Tang Empire were all in high positions, and there was not a single gatekeeper. Got it. I'll talk to the princess. She'll still give me face. Let's go. Ning Qi laughed. The 2 of them showed a hint of joy on their faces. They followed behind Ning Qi and walked in the direction of the Long family. It's the Dragon Slayer Marquis. Get out of the way. When the people on the road saw Ning Qi, they all made way for him. Ning Qi couldn't help but rub his nose. Was he that scary? Not long after, Ning Qi arrived at the entrance of the Long family. The main door of the Long clan coincidentally opened at this moment. A figure walked out from within. Beside that figure was the person Ning Qi was looking for, Long Jiu Tian. There were also a few other Douwangs. They should be the elders of the Long clan. Ning Qi also recognized this figure. He was an old acquaintance. Chief Supervisor Huang Fufei, long time no see. You are still as elegant as ever. Ning Qi stepped forward and smiled. Huang Fufei revealed a trace of surprise on his face. His eyes swept across Lin Chang and Mai Xinglong. As for Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, they were mere dolings. He did not care about them. Huang Fufei's heart calmed down when he thought that they were in the capital and Ning Qi would not dare to do anything to him. He smiled and said, "Dragon Slayer Marquis, what a coincidence. However, I still have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first." He cupped his hands together and turned to leave. Huang Fufei looked like he was strolling leisurely, but in reality he was fleeing in a panic. Ning Qi looked at his back and smiled. "Walk slowly. Let's find some time to have a good chat." Huang Fufei did not turn back when he heard this. He only quickened his pace. Long Jiutian saw this scene and laughed loudly. He came out with a few elders to welcome them. "Isn't this the Dragon Slayer Marquis? I heard magpies chirping when I woke up this morning. So, an important guest has arrived." As he spoke, he smiled at Lin Chang and Mai Xinglong and nodded. Long Jiutian was a 9-star Dowang. He could naturally tell that the two's cultivation was higher than his. Needless to say, they must be the guards of the White Tiger Empire's 9th princess. It seemed like the rumors were right. Not only did the 9th princess not have any enmity with Ning Qi, but they also had a close relationship. Haha, Chief Long must be joking. How can I be considered an important guest? I'm here to inquire about something. Ning Qi smiled. "Please come in. You can't possibly stand at the entrance to talk." Long Jiutian smiled and made a gesture to invite Ning Qi in. However, there was a trace of doubt in his heart. His Long clan did not have any enmity with Ning Qi, nor did they have much of a relationship. Why was Ning Qi here today? Everyone arrived at the Long clan's guest hall. The elders left after exchanging a few words with Ning Qi. Only Long Jiutian, his 2 guards, and Ning Qi's group were left in the hall. "May I know why the Dragon Slayer Marquis is here today? I will definitely help if I can." Long Jiutian took a sip of tea and said with a smile. Ning Qi stared at Long Jiutian for a while and said with a smile, "Chief Long, do you still remember the cultivation method you sold me? The 9-in female mantra?" "Oh, I remember." Long Jiutian's expression changed, and he smiled calmly. Ning Qi immediately knew what was going on. He sneered, "Why didn't you tell me that this cultivation method has a fatal flaw before you sold it to me?" "What? A flaw in the cultivation method? How is that possible?" Long Jiutian looked at Ning Qi in surprise, and then he smiled. "Dragon Slayer Marquis, are you kidding me?" Ning Qi looked at him seriously. "Do I look like I'm kidding to you?" Long Jiutian waved his hand again and said in a deep voice, "Dragon Slayer Marquis, you've misunderstood me. There is absolutely no problem with this cultivation method." As long as he refused to admit it, he did not believe that Ning Qi could do anything to him. After all, this was the Qin Tang Empire, and the Long clan was closely related to the Shenwu public house. They were the largest merchants in the Qin Tang Empire. With such a high status, it would be impossible for Ning Qi to touch him. "Oh, in that case, there is nothing more to say between us. Take care, Chief Long." Ning Qi laughed, stood up, and was ready to leave. Long Jiutian snorted, "Siu." He then sat in his seat and watched Ning Qi and the others leave. After Ning Qi disappeared from his sight, a figure walked out from the back hall. This person was the great elder of the Long clan, Long Shirao. He had not left, but went to the back hall to listen to the conversation between Ning Qi and Long Jiutian. Chapter 171. Seal off the Long family, how would I know? Logically speaking, only those who have reached the peak of the Dado Shi realm would that matter appear. There's no reason for it to be discovered in just a year and a half. Long Jiutian frowned. Long Shirao sighed. This set of 9-in relic made in secret art is extremely fast. After our Long family's women cultivate it, their cultivation speed is twice as fast as before. It is equivalent to a miraculous technique. Back then, in order to obtain this set of Qi method, our Long clan had paid such a great price in order to bring it out from the ancient, desolate land. However, it is unexpected that as long as a lady practices the 9-in maiden art, she will die for no reason the moment she reaches the peak of the Dedosher class. She will die without a sound and without even struggling. It is as if she is asleep. Even Chin Jinj and the others couldn't see anything wrong with it. What a pity! Who knew if the pity he was referring to was the life of the Long family's girl or the hidden danger of the 9-in? Which formula? A strange light flashed in Long Ju Tian's eyes. If this lad found out that there was a problem with his cultivation method, then someone must have died. But if someone had died with his ruffian nature, how could he leave so easily? Wouldn't he turn our Long family upside down? There's something strange about this. The two of you go and check if there were any deaths in the dragon-slaying Marquis residence. As he spoke, he ordered his personal guard who had been standing by the side. The two of them nodded and left the hall. Long Shirtian's eyes lit up. Patriarch, are you saying that the Dragon Slayer Marquis might have solved the hidden dangers of this cultivation technique? Yes. Long Jiutian nodded. If that's really the case, then with the cultivation speed of the 9-in relic maiden, our Long family will have the opportunity to increase our battle power by several times. At that time, even the Shinwu public house won't have to be so careful. Long Shirao's eyes became brighter and brighter. Let's wait for news before making a final decision. Long Jiutian said. It's just that the Dragon Slayer Marquis left behind those words. He's probably preparing to deal with our Long family. Long Shirao was somewhat worried. Remember, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind. He may be flushed with success now, but he is still a child after all. A few years ago, he was still living a life worse than a servant in the Marquis Champion's mansion. This is like giving a child a large knife. He still can't kill a strong man. You don't have to worry about this kid. Long Jiutian sneered. I hope so. Long Shirao nodded. Leaving the Long family, Ningqi directly walked towards the 100 Herb Hall. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and the others were curious about the conversation between Ningqi and Long Jiutian. From their conversation, they could guess that Long Jiutian had probably schemed against Ningqi. Lin Chang and Mai Xinglong didn't really understand Ningqi, but Zhang Long and Zhao Hu were different. In their hearts, Ningqi was definitely the kind of person who would definitely take revenge. The two of them were looking forward to what method Ningqi would use to take revenge. Arriving at 100 Herb Hall, Haidafu immediately appeared in front of Ningqi. Master Ning, I was worried about you for a long time. I never imagined that even the princess of the White Tiger Empire would personally come to look for you. You're really amazing. Haidafu said with a smile. For some reason, the lecherous light in his eyes couldn't be hidden. His appearance was somewhat similar to Wu Dada, who Ningqi often saw in the movies in his previous life. At this moment, Ningqi had the urge to kill him. Lin Chang and Mai Xinglong looked at Haidafu fiercely. Seeing this, Haidafu was shocked by the aura of the two. These two They are the 9th princess, personal guards. Ningqi said with a smile. Haidafu quickly restrained the lecherous light in his eyes. His heart was filled with lingering fear, and he quickly said, So they are the 9th princess, personal guards. I am Haidafu. It's an honor to meet you. Humph! The two of them coldly snorted and ignored Haidafu. Haidafu looked at Ningqi with an embarrassed smile. Ningqi thought to himself, Let's see if you still dare to gossip. Then he said with a smile, I want to see Lulu. Please arrange it. All right, Master Ning, come with me. Haidafu nodded and said. When he saw Lulu, she was busy checking the accounts. In front of her was an account book more than a meter thick, which recorded all the transactions of 100 Herb Hall in the Qin Tang Empire. When Ningqi came in, she was still very focused and did not notice him. It was Aunt May who coughed softly. Only then did Lu raise her head. Once she saw Ning Qi, she revealed a happy smile and stood up to welcome him. Halfway through, her eyes flashed a trace of shock. You are already a Douling? This aura, peak fighting spirit? Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Yes, how is it? Quickly. It's not just fast, it's terrifying. It's good to be an alchemist. A trace of envy appeared on Lu's face. After being reminded, Aunt May carefully looked at Ning Qi, and a trace of shock also flashed in her eyes. Then she saw the four fellows following behind Ning Qi. She knew Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. As for Lin Chong and Mai Xinglong, she hadn't seen them before. However, the aura of a peak fighting king was revealed without any concealment. Seeing this, Aunt May walked to Lu's side and stood still. I've come today because I have a favor to ask of you. Ning Qi went straight to the point. Lu said, Say it, I'll definitely help if I can. Ning Qi said, Help me ban the Long family. Ban the Long family? Lu jumped in fright. The Long family was the largest merchant in the Qin Tang Empire. At least 20% of her 100 herb halls business was directly or indirectly through the Long family. If she wanted to ban them, she would have to stop even doing indirect business. To the 100 herb hall, this was a huge loss. Young Master Ning, this request is a little too much. Aunt May said softly. Ning Qi smiled slightly. I know it's too much, but I'll take responsibility for the 100 herb hall's losses. Spirit-raising pill, unique fighting pill, cocoon-breaking pill, or whatever pill you want, I'll give it to you if I can refine it. These will be my compensation. You can name the price. Lin Chong and Mai Xinglong inhaled a breath of cold air. The two were experienced and knowledgeable, but they had never seen someone like Ning Qi spending such a huge price to ban a family. Was it worth it? Wouldn't it be easier to just kill him? Lin Chong muttered. Ning Qi smiled slightly. If I kill him, someone else will take over the position of patriarch. Then the Long family will continue to exist. I can't just kill them all, right? Then wouldn't I become a demon? So I want the Long family to have no place in the Qin Tang Empire. Oh, I see. Lin Chong and Mai Xinglong suddenly understood. Lu looked at Ning Qi seriously. You really plan to ban the Long family like this? Ning Qi nodded. How about it? Will you help me with this? Yes. Lu gritted her teeth and agreed. Chapter 172. Top grade yellow tier spirit nurturing pill. Seeing this, Aunt May sighed in her heart. Not only would 100 herb hall suffer a loss by banning the Long family, but it would also implicate a lot of people. There were 7 or 8 families in the capital that were on good terms with the Long family, not to mention the Shinwu public house above them. Even the princes and princes in the imperial palace were often paid tribute by the Long family. Lu's decision would definitely draw opposition from the entire 100 herb hall. There were probably not many who would support her. So Lu had paid a huge price that Ning Qi could not see. Lu smiled faintly and said, Since you want to shut out the Long family, you can't just come from the 100 herb hall. Aside from the spiritual herbs, pills, and battle weapons business with the 100 herb hall, the Long family also has countless mines, banks, demonic beasts, and other businesses. There are even branches of the Long family business in the Red Sun Empire. After a pause, she continued, Among these, half of them are families that purchase the Long family's ores, do business with the Long family's bank, and buy the Long family's demonic beasts. I can introduce them to you. Whether or not you can get them to ban the Long family is up to you. The other half are more or less related to the Long family by marriage. They are like grasshoppers tied to a rope. Before the ban, they will definitely not lean toward your side. But after the Long family's ban affects them, I'm guessing that there will be another half of them who will go with the flow. When that time comes, the Long family will have no place in the capital. Ning Qi smiled slightly. As a Grandmaster alchemist, they shouldn't have any reason to refuse me. A trace of shock flashed in Lu's eyes. The rumors in the marketplace are true? You're a Grandmaster alchemist now, Aunt May's mouth was slightly agape, and her gaze towards Ning Chi was filled with shock and curiosity. Rumors. Ning Chi recalled that Third Master Ning had mentioned that the old master had come to the residence once. He must have heard about this from Third Master Ning. It seemed that the old master had purposely spread this news to boost his own reputation. Ning Chi smiled slightly at this thought. This matter is absolutely true. It can't be faked. Then banning the Long family will be even easier. You just need to challenge my father and the others to an alchemy competition to confirm your status as a Grandmaster Alchemist. Then, once you reveal this, I think many families will be eager to curry favor with you. Lu smiled. That's a good idea. Let's do as you say. Ning Chi's eyes lit up. But my father went to the 100 Herbs sect to help the 9th princess gather the spiritual herbs. I think he'll be back tomorrow. I'll help you arrange it then. What pill do you plan to refine this time? Green Willow said. In order to reflect my identity as an alchemist grandmaster, I'll use a yellow-level top-grade spirit-raising pill. Stage 4 spirit nurturing Dan's pill formula only required 5,000 dragon slaughtering coins, and Ning Chi could afford it now. Furthermore, he had 3 demonic pets to raise. A top-grade yellow-class spirit-raising pill. A look of wild joy appeared in Lulu's eyes. A dozen or so spirit-raising pills of this grade would probably be enough to feed a 3rd-level demonic beast cub to adulthood. This was equivalent to a Dado Shur to some clans and forces that reared demonic beasts as their main fighting force. It was practically a divine pill. If her 100 herb hall could obtain a spirit-raising pill of this grade, they would be able to open up many markets that they didn't have the qualifications to open up before and earn huge profits. Earlier, you said that you would use pills to make up for my 100 herb hall's losses. Does that include the yellow-level spirit-raising pill? Lu said with a smile. Ning Chi smiled. Of course. Haha. Lu laughed happily. I'll arrange this alchemy battle for you as soon as possible. However, the nature will be different from before. The purpose is to show off. It will take about half a month to prepare. By then, the entire Qin Tang Empire will probably know of your new identity. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble you. Ning Chi nodded. After the discussion, he spent another 15 million taels of silver to buy 100 Earth top-grade rejuvenation pills from Lu as a backup. The rejuvenation pills from before had all been used up. With these 100 Earth top-grade rejuvenation pills in his pocket, Ning Chi's heart finally calmed down a little. With his current health, as long as he didn't encounter a Peak Do Huang or Do Zong, he wouldn't be instantly killed. The next day, Green Impermanence returned to the Qin Tang Empire. After seeing Lu, he threw a cloth bag over. All the spirit herbs are in there. 30,000 portions. I asked for a bit more, but the price is that 10% of our 100 herb hall's profits will be deducted and given to Elder Dugo, who manages the treasury. It's just 10%. It's nothing. Lu smiled faintly, then proceeded to recount Ning Chi's story. The more Lu Wucheng listened, the brighter his eyes became. In the end, he could not help but laugh heartily. Befriending Ning Chi was definitely the best decision you've made in your life. From the looks of it, this child's future is far beyond our imagination. Ha! Top-grade, yellow-class spirit-raising pill? If our 100 herb hall has it, all the markets within a radius of 100,000 miles will have our 100 herb hall signboard. Exactly. Lu nodded with a smile. After that, Lu personally delivered the spirit herbs to the dragon-slaying Marquis residence. As soon as the 9th princess received the spirit herbs, she immediately asked Ning Chi to start refining. Ning Chi brought the spirit herbs directly into the alchemy room. Zhanglong and Zhao, who stood guard outside. While Ning Chi was refining the elixirs, Lu had already begun preparing for the pill competition. This time, she had specially chosen a few rare spirit herbs, as prizes to attract alchemists from all over the country in order to create hype. The Long family, what, 100 Herb Hall, won't do business with the Long family anymore? Are they crazy? Long Jiutian was slightly shocked when he received the news from his underling. Father, what should we do? Long Outyen happened to be there as well. The other party revealed some information. It seems that before this order was given, the dragon-slaying marquis had been to 100 Herb Hall. A middle-aged man half knelt in front of Long Jiutian and reported. He was the shopkeeper in charge of the Long family's business in the capital and was a 2-star Douling, dragon-slaying marquis. Him again. This Ning Chi is too despicable. Father, think of a way to teach him a lesson. Long Outyen said angrily, Fighting with me? Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeves. If 100 Herb Hall doesn't want to do business with us, then so be it. Quickly contact the markets outside and the Red Sun Empire to replenish some spirit herbs. Long Jiutian ordered. Yes. After the middle-aged man left, another underling hurriedly ran in. Master, 100 Herb Hall is holding an alchemy battle. I heard that the 3 grandmasters and Ning Chi will be participating in the alchemy room of the dragon-slaying marquis residence. Phew. Chapter 173. The Elixir King Manual. After I refine all 40,000 sets, plus my previous proficiency, I should be able to reach 500,000. Based on the speed of 5 pills every 2 hours, I can only make 60 pills a day. Even if I don't rest or sleep for a month, I can only make 1,800 pills. That would take me 2 whole years. Ning Chi couldn't bear the thought of sitting in the alchemy room for 2 years. He directly asked the system, System, is there anything that can increase the speed of alchemy? According to the host's request, the following items that can increase the speed of alchemy are listed for the host's consideration. Jade Blood Pill Heart can double the speed of refining pills, price 300 dragon slaying coins. Scarlet Flame Treasure Cauldron can increase pill refining speed by 4 times. Price 3,000 dragon slaying coins. Dan King's Wonderful Book, after learning it can increase the speed of refining pills by 6 times. Price 12,000 dragon slaughtering coins. Vast Divine Pill, after learning it can increase the speed of refining pills by 8 times. Price 36,000 dragon slaying coins. Supreme God Cauldron can increase the speed of refining pills by 10 times. Price 120,000 dragon slaughtering coins. The higher the speed, the more exaggerated the price increase. Ning Chi thought for a moment and said, I'll buy the Elixir King's manual. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining the Pill King's miracle book. The balance of the Dragon Slayer coins went from 77,300 to 65300. Does host want to learn the Dan King's Miracle Bible now? Yes, learn. Ning Chi's mind was refreshed. He suddenly had a lot of alchemy knowledge and skills. Then he immediately tried it. Sure enough, the speed of making pills increased by 6 times. However, this was still not enough. Although the alchemy speed had increased by 6 times, it would still take 4 to 5 months. Purchase a 4-day low-level training ground. The balance of Dragon Slayer coins became 64,900 again. Ning Chi's figure flashed and disappeared from the alchemy room. When he reappeared, his aura was different. During this period of time, he had refined nearly 40,000 yellow-level supreme grade spirit cultivation pills, and his alchemy proficiency had reached more than 500,000. He was only halfway from the King of Elixir's realm. His body naturally exuded the aura of a grandmaster. Creak! Ning Chi pushed open the door of the alchemy room. Zhang Long and Zhao, who were incomparably surprised. How come Grandmaster Ning had spent so little time this time? Where is the 9th princess? Ning Chi asked. It seems like Lady Xue has set it up in the backyard, Zhao Hu said. She provoked Lady Shui again. This unruly girl. Can't she be a little less worried? Ning Qi snorted and walked towards the backyard. The unruly princess was frozen in place with her hands on her waist. Deng San and the other 3 Do Huangs were pleading for mercy in front of Snow Spirit. Madame Zhua held little Yu, and Zhuoling, his hands and stood next to Lady Shui, watching the scene with a bitter smile. This wasn't the first or second time that the unruly princess had been frozen. Every time she could move, she would go and provoke the Snow Spirit, which resulted in her being frozen again. Young master. Madame Zhua bowed slightly when she saw Ning Qi walk in. Ning Qi nodded at her and rubbed the heads of the 2 little girls. He then said to Shui Ling, "Miss Shui, I have something to discuss with the 9th princess. Please let her out for my sake." In the end, Deng San and the others realized that Snow Spirit, who refused to listen to them no matter how hard they tried to persuade her, retracted her mystique after Ning Qi finished speaking. "You." Ning Qi appeared in front of the unruly princess in a flash and covered her mouth. The unruly princess was shocked. How dare he touch me with such a filthy hand? Miss Shui, I'll come find you later." With that, Ning Qi dragged the 9th princess and left the place. Deng San and the others were about to stop Ning Qi's disgraceful behavior. But when they thought of the 9th princess' safety, they lowered their heads and acquiesced to Ning Qi's actions. "Aye, are you a dog? How dare you bite me?" Ning Qi was furious. "How dare you? Why did you cover my mouth?" The 9th princess was so angry that her cheeks were red. "Can't you just not provoke Miss Shui?" Ning Qi rolled his eyes at her. "Why? Does your heart ache to see me scold her? Master Ning, could Miss Shui be your mistress?" The unruly princess laughed mockingly. "I'm not married and she's not married. What mistress could there be?" Ning Qi shrugged. That's true. All right, let's not talk about this. Do you still want the spiritual cultivation pills?" Ning Qi went straight to the point. "It's only been a few days and you're done." The unruly princess looked at Ning Qi suspiciously. "Of course." Ning Qi took out 90 porcelain bottles. "Here, they're all inside. Have a look. I don't owe you anything after this. Only 900 pills. Are you trying to dismiss a beggar?" The unruly princess was furious, but Little Gray on her shoulder rushed to a porcelain bottle like a madman, opened the cork and poured the pills into its mouth. In an instant, 10 yellow-grade spiritual cultivation pills fell into its stomach. Little Gray burped contentedly. The unruly princess then realized that something was wrong. She stepped forward and opened the porcelain bottle. She was shocked. Yellow-grade spiritual cultivation pills? Yes, the value of these 900 yellow-grade spiritual cultivation pills, no matter how you look at it, is higher than 9,000 yellow-grade spiritual cultivation pills. Ning Qi smiled. "You're good. You can even refine yellow-grade spiritual cultivation pills, and 900 of them in one go. Even the alchemy grandmasters under my father aren't as generous as you, occasionally taking out one and treating it like a treasure." The unruly princess was ecstatic as she received these porcelain bottles into her spatial fighting tool. Then she praised Ning Qi. "Hee, you're too kind. 9th princess, you go ahead. I still have something to do. Go on, go on." The unruly princess waved her hand and turned around to feed Little Gray bottle after bottle of yellow-grade spiritual cultivation pills. Ning Qi came to Shui Ling's room and lightly knocked on the door. "Miss Shui, come in." Ning Qi pushed the door open and entered. He took out 10 porcelain bottles with a smile and placed them on Shui Ling's table. "These yellow-grade spiritual cultivation pills are a small token of my appreciation. Please don't stand on ceremony, Miss Shui. Yellow-grade spiritual cultivation pills." Shui Ling raised her eyebrows and opened it. She smiled and said to Ningqi, "Thank you. Then Miss Xue should rest. I'll take my leave." Ningqi cupped his hands and turned to leave. Finally, he came to his own courtyard and called for Xan Che and the other 3 girls to prepare 3 wooden buckets. Soon, 3 wooden buckets were placed in front of Ningqi. Ningqi took out the spiritual cultivation pills from his spatial bag and poured them into the buckets. Wow, so many spiritual cultivation pills. This aura, the grade is so high. Xian Lian and Xian Yi's eyes lit up. Xian Che and Xian Jing were shocked by Ningqi's actions. "These are for you, 1 bottle each. Whatever you want, you can exchange it at the 100 Herb Hall." Ningqi gave them 4 bottles. "Thank you, young master." The 4 girls were overjoyed and bowed. Chapter 174. Once again Little Purple wanted to play with the little white horse as soon as it saw it, but it was immediately attracted by the smell coming from the wooden barrel in front of it. It stretched its head to take a look. Spirit cultivation pills. It grabbed the barrel with its mouth and raised its neck. At least 1,000 yellow-level, top-grade spirit cultivation pills entered its stomach. The little white horse neighed and began to eat its own share. Xiaojin first climbed to Ningqi's neck and warmly greeted Ningqi. Then it jumped into the wooden barrel as if it was a free fall into the water. It also gulped down the elixirs that were about the size of its fist. Little Purple was the first to finish eating. It immediately looked at the little white horse's barrel. The little white horse looked at it warily and moved its, but to block Little Purple's gaze. Little Purple looked at Little Gold. Little Gold immediately squeaked at Little Purple and pointed at Ningqi, as if to say, "Boss is here, don't you dare mess around!" "Don't be so greedy. You ate more than 1,000 yellow-level, top-grade spirit cultivation pills at once. I'm afraid the effects are about to take effect." Ningqi laughed. As expected, after a few breaths, Little Purple suddenly closed its wings and wrapped itself in it. A layer of purple light slowly wrapped around its body. "It's finally going to advance." Ningqi looked at this scene happily. The purple lightning bird was a mid-tier, 5th-tier demon beast. If it wanted to advance, it needed to rely on opportunities and rare treasures. In short, it was a very difficult thing. Now that it ate the yellow-level top-grade spirit cultivation pills, there was finally some effect. Then the little white horse, who had eaten 1/3 of the spirit cultivation pills, was also enveloped by a white light. Only Little Gold was fine. After eating its own barrel of spirit cultivation pills, it nimbly jumped into the little white horse's barrel and finished the rest of the spirit cultivation pills. He wondered if the little white horse would vomit blood in anger after it finished advancing. Ding! Congratulations to the host's 3rd-tier boss wind chasing horse for successfully advancing to the 4th-tier lower-tier demon beast, Flame Horse. The system notification sounded. After the white light disappeared from the little white horse's body, a fiery red flame appeared on its back, stretching from the top of its head to its tail. In addition, its body became more agile and sturdy. Harumph! When the little white horse saw that the bucket was empty, it immediately neighed angrily. Little Gold patted his belly and sat on Ningqi's shoulder, looking at the little white horse in disdain. "Come, I have a lot of spirit-raising pills. Continue eating." Ningqi patted the little white horse's back and comforted it. He then filled its bucket with spirit-raising pills. The little white horse licked Ningqi's neck and glared at Xiaojin before burying its head in food. Not long after, it was covered by the white light again. At this time, Goldie jumped into its barrel again and ate all the spirit-enhancing pills left by the little white horse. Ding! Congratulations to the host's mid-tier tier 5 demonic pet, the violet electric bird, for successfully advancing to a high-tier tier 5 demonic beast. Ding! Congratulations to the host's tier 4 low-grade blazing horse demonic beast for successfully advancing to a mid-tier 4 demonic beast. In addition to Little Gold, Little Purple, and Little White had all advanced, and Little White had even advanced 2 grades. Continue. Ning Qi filled the bucket for them again. A total of nearly 40,000 yellow-level, top-grade spirit-raising pills were consumed by the 3 demonic beasts, Little Purple, Little White, and Little Gold, within a day. Among them, Little Purple swallowed about 20,000 pills. After becoming a Tier 5 boss demonic beast, it fell into the purple light again. The system notified that it was beginning to transform. Progress was at 1%. Ning Qi kept it back into the demonic pet space. After the transformation, Little Purple should be a Tier 6 demonic beast. The Little White Horse swallowed about 5,000 pills. After becoming a Tier 4 boss demonic beast, it also entered a state of transformation. Goldie swallowed more than 14,000 pills. However, apart from its slightly bigger size, it only entered the state of being wrapped in golden light once. Its strength did not increase by much. Is a Tier 6 boss demonic beast so difficult to raise? After eating so many yellow tier spirit-enhancing pills, it still hasn't reached adulthood. Ning Qi looked at Goldie speechlessly. This little guy, it feels like eating sh*t is better than eating pills. Could it be that this is its nature? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Goldie opened its mouth to ask for more spirit-enhancing pills. No more. Ning Qi spread out his hands. Goldie stretched out in disappointment and hid in Ning Qi's collar to sleep. 7 days later, alchemists from all over the Qin Tang Empire received the news from the 100 Herb Hall and rushed into the capital. Alchemists, who were originally very rare, could now be seen on the street. The previous grand occasion was because of the alchemy duel between Ning Qi and Duan Linshu. This time it was because of Ning Qi again, and the opponents of his alchemy duel had become the 3 great alchemy grandmasters of the Qin Tang Empire. Have you heard that the 100 Herb Hall spread the news that Master Ning is going to refine yellow tier spirit enhancing pills this time? I heard about it. And do you know, I only found out when I came to the capital that Master Ning is already an alchemy grandmaster in the streets and alleys. Hiss! The sound of gasping was heard. In that case, only an alchemy grandmaster can refine yellow tier spirit enhancing pills. These 2 news are likely to be true. How is it possible? How old is Master Ning? He has become an alchemy grandmaster that has never appeared in the Qin Tang Empire? If he is a true disciple of the 100 Herb sect, then it is possible. The 100 Herb sect is nothing. Didn't Duan Linshu lose dejectedly last time? It seems that Master Ning's mysterious master is very likely to be an alchemy king. Alchemy king! Several famous alchemy grandmasters who had gathered together to communicate were shocked by these 2 words. The 3 alchemy grandmasters, Lu Wucheng, Qin Jinj, and Mo Wentian, gathered at the dragon-slaying Marquis's residence today. Marquis, have you really advanced to become an alchemy grandmaster? Mo Wentian asked with a wry smile. Ning Qi nodded. This is absolutely true. Sigh. Qin Jinj and Lu Wucheng looked at each other and saw the regret of a hero past his prime in each other's eyes. The 3 of them had been at the pinnacle of alchemy in the Qin Tang Empire for countless years. They did not expect to be surpassed by someone who was not even 20 years old. Father, the preparations for the alchemy duel are almost done. We should go. Lu walked in with Aunt May and said, Alchemy duel? Why didn't I know about it? I'll go too. The unruly princess suddenly appeared at the entrance. Greetings, Your Highness. Lu Wucheng and the other 2 quickly stood up and bowed. Although the 3 of them were alchemy grandmasters, they still had to be courteous to the 9th princess of the White Tiger Empire. Then let's go together. Ning Qi nodded. At the Imperial City's arena. Chapter 175. First place, there were more than 300 alchemists participating in this competition. Long Jiutian sat on the grandstand with a gloomy expression. The Long clan had not stored any elixirs for 7 to 8 days. The Long clan disciples consumed a lot of elixirs during their training, so the storage was almost empty. This was all Ning Chi's doing. Now, there was some grand pill competition. This made him feel a little flustered. Look, Master Ning and the rest are here. Is the young lady walking in front the legendary 9th princess of the White Tiger Empire? She should be. Don't you see that she has 4 followers who are all Do Huangs? Amazing. The 9th princess smiled. Even though there were tens of thousands of people looking at her, she was not timid at all. She walked directly to the grandstand of the royal family. There, a large group of royal disciples sat orderly because the empress of the Qin Tang Empire, Qin Qinyu, was sitting in front of them. Sister, come up quickly. Qin Qinyu welcomed the 9th princess to the grandstand with a smile. Then she looked at Ning Chi, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Sure enough, just like the rumors say, he's full of spirit. Qin Qinyu thought to herself. In the direction of the champion marquis's residence, Ning Hongtian and the rest were expressionless. No one knew what they were thinking, but Nan Gongyu glared at Ning Chi with extreme hatred. Everyone, the Grand Pill Assembly this time will be judged based on grade, success rate, effectiveness, and speed. The person who seizes first place will obtain a spirit dragon grass. Lu Lu stood on the grandstand, and his voice spread throughout the entire arena with the help of his Do Chi. Spiritual dragon herb. It is said that no matter what elixir is being refined, as long as it is added, there is a 30% chance of raising the grade of the elixir. All the alchemists who already knew the effects of the spiritual dragon herb were shocked by Lu Lu's words. The 100 Herb Hall actually took out such a rare spiritual herb. Brother Lu, you prepared this spiritual dragon herb for the Dragon Slayer Marquis, right? Qin Jin smiled at Lu Wuchang. Lu Wuchang smiled without saying a word. Mo Wintian said, I asked you for it previously, but you were not willing to give it to me. It is really sad. Lu Wuchang smiled. Don't say that. If I get another spiritual dragon herb in the future, I will give it to you. Mo Wintian laughed and said, I hope so. The top 10 will all receive different rewards. Everyone, you don't need to worry that you've come for nothing. When you're refining pills, our 100 Herb Hall's consecrated pill refiners will be the judges. We'll make the final judgment with absolute fairness and impartiality. Lu Lu smiled. Another 10 or so master alchemists appeared on the field. These were all 100 Herb Hall's alchemists. With their eyesight, they were more than qualified to be judges. Lu Lu glanced at Ning Chi, smiled slightly, and announced loudly, Now, the Grand Pill Competition officially begins. Heavenly Flame City's Master Hong is refining the 12 Zodiac Pill. I heard that this kind of pill is random. Consuming it will allow one to obtain the attribute bonus of the Zodiac it belongs to. I didn't expect Master Hong to have such a unique skill. I'm afraid he will have a place in the top 10 today. Look, that alchemist actually possesses the Purple Flame Extreme Fire. This is the Heavenly Flame, ranked 119 on the Heavenly Flame ranking. Oh, Mo Wintian's gaze immediately swept over. At the same time, he said to Lu Wuchang and Qin Jinj, I will take this lad in. Don't fight with me for him. Then let Brother Mo have him. A tinge of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the two. Since Mo Wintian had spoken first, it would not be good for them to fall out and fight with him for the disciple. This grand pill competition was full of talents which was beyond their expectations. Qin Qinyu's eyes lit up on the spectator stand. Before Ning Chi appeared, the alchemy world of the Qin Tang Empire was lifeless. I didn't expect that after Ning Chi appeared, so many young talents would appear in the alchemy world of the Qin Tang Empire. Good, this is really good. She looked at Ning Chi with a much gentler gaze. If she had not guessed the relationship between Ning Chi and the 9th princess, she would have found an excuse to betroth the princess to Ning Chi as his wife. Lu Wuchang and the other two knew that they were just there to serve as foils, so they randomly chose the pill that they were best at refining. They wanted to quickly refine it and observe Ning Qi's alchemy skills. In the end, they did not expect the scene to suddenly become noisy. A pill had already appeared on the silver plate in front of Ning Qi. An alchemist master walked forward, and after checking it, he shouted excitedly, "Yellow level spiritual cultivation pill!" It took 15 minutes. When many alchemists heard this, their hands trembled and the pill that they were refining was instantly destroyed. They could not help but be shocked. The yellow level spiritual cultivation pill only took 15 minutes to refine. And it was done in one go. The competition had just begun. Such strength was enough to prove Ning Qi's identity as an alchemist master. Ning Hongtian looked at Ning Qi deeply, and Ning Qi happened to look at him too. Their eyes met in the air, and Ning Qi's mouth curved into a smile. Ning Hongtian's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness, and then he looked away. "Husband, let's go," Nan Gongyu said in a low voice. "Okay." Ning Hongtian responded indifferently and got up to leave. The people of the champion Marquis's mansion instantly left. When the other aristocratic families saw this, they all showed gloating smiles on their faces. Perhaps only the champion Marquis would do such a foolish thing to expel such a talented disciple like Ning Qi from the family. During this time, many people talked about the grievances between Ning Qi and the champion Marquis, as if they had seen it with their own eyes. It was as if they had seen it with their own eyes. Some people even said that Ning Qi's birth mother was poisoned by Nan Gongyu, and that Ning Qi was already preparing for revenge. When such rumors reached Nan Gongyu's ears, she could not eat or sleep in peace. She kept thinking about how to kill Ning Qi. Unfortunately, other than going to the blood slaughter sect, there was no other way. However, with Ning Qi's current status, if he wanted the blood slaughter sect to help him, the price would be very high, and Nan Gongyu wouldn't be able to give them the price they wanted. Unknowingly, Ning Qi had grown to the point where she could not move an inch even if he stood there. She regretted not killing Ning Qi in the first place, so that there would not be such a mess. As the alchemists refined and failed, the grand pill competition gradually came to an end. Lu walked up to the high platform and announced loudly, "In this grand pill competition, the Dragon Slayer Marquis Ning Qi is the champion. If anyone has any objections, feel free to voice them." What kind of objection would there be? Who dared to have any objections? We have no objections. Grandmaster Ning deserves to be the champion. An alchemist grandmaster shouted excitedly. He looked at Ning Qi with a fiery gaze, like a movie fan in the future. "Good. Grandmaster Ning, this is the spirit dragon grass." Chapter 176. The abandoned Long family. Following that, Lu gave out the top 10 prizes. Then Ning Qi cleared his throat and said in a clear voice, "There are 2 purposes for this grand pill competition. First, I want everyone to know that I, Ning Qi, am an alchemy grandmaster. Second, I want to ban the Long family. Those who support me will be my friends in the future." What? Even though he was mentally prepared, Long Jiutian still didn't expect Ning Qi to ban the Long family in this situation. This was completely shedding all pretense of cordiality. "Dragon Slayer Marquis, what right do you have to ban the Long family?" Long Outyen stood up and shouted at Ning Qi. "Dragon Slayer Marquis, the Long family is the #1 trading company in the Qin Tang Empire. You can't ban them just because you want to." Huangfu Zhengxiao frowned and stood up. That's right. The families who are on good terms with the Long family all stood up to protest. Long Jiutian's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at Ning Qi and mocked. "Dragon Slayer Marquis, are you joking with me?" "Ha ha ha," I laughed. "Why don't we just let it go?" Ning Qi laughed. "Looks like the Long family has many allies. Do your allies know that 100 Herb Hall has banned the Long family?" As soon as he said that, the families that supported the Long family were instantly dumbfounded. "What? 100 Herb Hall has banned the Long family? Yes, 100 Herb Hall and Dragon Slayer Marquis have banned the Long family, Lu said coldly. Many family heads sat down to weigh the pros and cons. The number of people who were still supporting the Long family had decreased by more than half. Right, I will only sell the pills I make to my friends. Ningqi smiled. The crowd was not stupid. They already knew what Ningqi meant. As long as they banned the Long family, they would be Ningqi's friends and could buy pills from him, gain the friendship of an alchemy grandmaster, or continue doing business with the Long family to earn a few copper coins. This was an easy choice. Another half of the family head sat down. At this time, only 7 or 8 families in the capital were still supporting the Long family. This was because they were in the same boat as the Long family, and there were marriages between them. Empress, please uphold justice for this lowly one. The dragon-slaying Marquis is using his power to bully me. What has my Long family done wrong? Why are we being banned? Every time there is a war, my Long family has always provided manpower and money, and has always been on the front lines. Long Jutian bowed in the direction of the royal spectator stand. His tone was filled with grievance. Qinyu frowned. She didn't expect such a situation to happen today. Long Jutian was right. The Long family did pay a lot of taxes to the Qintang Empire. If there was a war at the border, the Long family would be the first to contribute money and effort. However, wouldn't it be the same for any other family sitting in this position? The reason why the Long clan was able to achieve what it had today was all because of Huangfu Jingxiao and the Shenwu public house. The Shenwu public house had probably earned more money from the Long family than the imperial family. At this point, Qinyu had already made up her mind. She opened her red lips and said, "This is a private matter between the two of you. Although I am the Empress, I have no right to interfere." After saying that, she stood up and smiled at Ningqi. "Congratulations to the dragon-slaying Marquis for becoming an alchemy great grandmaster. Eunuch Lin will send the reward from His Majesty to our mansion later." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Ningqi bowed. "Sister, come with me to the palace. Many concubines have said that they miss you." Qinyu smiled and turned to the 9th princess. Seeing that someone missed her, the unruly princess immediately said happily, "Okay, sister, let's go." Then the imperial family also left with the two. Long Jiotian's expression froze and turned a little pale. Obviously, the Empress's attitude was very clear. The Long family had been abandoned. Long Jiotian had to look at Huangfu Zhengxiao for help. Huangfu Zhengxiao nodded at him and said to Ningqi, "If it's possible to forgive, one should forgive. If there's any misunderstanding between Patriarch Long and the Marquis, why don't you lay it out and let me be the middleman so that we can clear up the misunderstanding?" Ningqi sneered. "It didn't have to be like this. Everything is caused by the Long family. Shenwu public house, you'd better not interfere in this matter. You can't afford to." Huangfu Jingxiao's face changed. Even the emperor would not talk to him in this tone. If it was in the past, he would have slapped Ningqi to death. But thinking of Ningqi's current identity, he had scruples in his heart. He had to say with a cold face, "In that case, there is nothing more to say. Let's go." Long Jiotian gave Ningqi a hateful look and led the Long family to follow behind Huangfu Jingxiao. After today, the Long family's status will be at stake. Lu smiled and said, "The Long family brought this upon themselves." Ningqi smiled. A few days later, "Your Highness, the Qintang Empire is not far ahead," a Peak Emperor Do said. Bai Hao's face showed a trace of a grim smile. "Speed up." Yes. Qinzheng received the news as soon as the huge team approached the boundary of the Qintang Empire. At this time, he was in the court with a group of ministers. Sky howling white tiger. 6. The White Tiger Empire sent people again? The ministers looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. "Let's go and have a look with me." Qinzheng stood up and said. With that, He led a group of people out of the imperial palace and headed in the direction by how it come from. Huangfu, Zheng Xiao, Kong Tianqi, Chao Dinglong, Ning Hongtian, and others were in this group. Who are you? Stop! Fang Qin and Fang Shu suddenly walked out of the carriage and snorted at the sky. The aura of the Grandmaster Do instantly erupted. Grandmaster Do! Qin Zheng was shocked. He hurriedly landed on the ground and said, I am Qin Zheng, the emperor of the Qin Tang Empire. Grandmaster Do! Huangfu, Zheng Xiao, and others were also shocked. Moreover, there were two of them. Looking at their clothes, it seemed that they were just maids. Thinking of this, they were even more shocked. You are Qin Zheng, the emperor of the Qin Tang Empire. Let me ask you, is my ninth sister here? Bai Hao walked out of the carriage and looked down at the crowd. His eyes swept over Qin Zheng and others, showing a trace of disdain. Even the emperor was only a 6-star Do Huang. Such a small country could be easily destroyed by his team at this moment. Therefore, in his eyes, Qin Zheng was no different from the people in the capital of the White Tiger Empire. The 9th princess is indeed here. Qin Zheng nodded and said. As for Bai Hao's attitude, although there was a trace of anger in his heart, the other party's maids were all grandmasters. He did not dare to show his anger. That's good. By the way, do you know Ning Qi? I heard that he is the Marquis of Dragon Slayer of the Qin Tang Empire? Humph, you talk big. Dragon Slayer? What a joke. Bai Hao said coldly. Huangfu Zhengxiao's eyes slightly changed, and he said in his heart, from his tone, it seems that he has a grudge against Ning Qi. Chapter 177. 3 punches. Qin Zheng glanced at him coldly. Ning Hongtian knew that Qin Zheng was looking at him. But for the future of the champion Marquis residence, he had to do this, even if it meant offending the emperor. Ning Qi, this unfilial son, won't be able to escape this time. Bai Hao looked at Ning Hongtian, and a mocking smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Oh, your son? Do you know that I originally planned to exterminate his entire clan? Seeing that you're so honest, I won't implicate his entire clan. Take me to him. When Ning Hongtian heard this, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back, and he couldn't help but feel lucky. The Dragon Slayer Marquis is in trouble. Let him continue to be arrogant, ha ha ha. Last time it was the 9th princess. This time it's the prince. He will bring trouble to the Qin Tang Empire. Some were gloating, while others were dissatisfied with Ning Qi's ability to cause trouble. Everyone surrounded the 13th prince's carriage and headed to the Dragon Slayer Marquis residence. Just as Ning Qi and the 4 maids came out of the room, they heard a roar from outside. Unfilial son, get out here. Ning Hongtian. Ning Qi's face turned cold. I didn't come looking for you, but you came looking for me. Fine, I'll make a decision today. Looking at the tightly shut gates of the Dragon Slayer Marquis Manor, Bai Hao sneered, break your way in. His subordinate, Do Huang, struck out with his palm, and the door immediately split into pieces. Zhao Er, who was hiding behind the door, suffered an unexpected disaster and was sent flying. Fortunately, he only suffered an injury to his thigh and did not suffer any fatal injuries. Assassin! Assassin! Zhang Long, Zhao Hu! Report to the young master. Zhao Er roared in a shrill voice. With a flash, 3rd Master Ning appeared beside Zhao Er. He pressed on Zhao Er's thigh a few times to stop the bleeding. After that, 3rd Master Ning raised his eyes and looked at the door. His heart was in turmoil, and he was incomparably shocked. Ning Hongtian sneered. 3rd Master Ning, step aside. 3rd Master Ning moved his lips, but didn't dare to retort. The most eye-catching person next to Ning Hongtian was the Emperor, Qin Zheng. Is the Emperor going to attack Ning Qi? What should I do? 3rd Master Ning thought anxiously. The 9th princess had gone to the palace. Otherwise, Ning Qi would be fine. Ning Hongtian, you. Ning Qi walked out with Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and the others. Just as he was about to scold them, He suddenly saw Qin Zheng looking at him with a bitter smile. So many people. Oh, you came too? Ning Qi looked at Bai Hao and immediately understood what was going on. Glaring venomously at Ning Qi, Bai Hao said, "Do you really think you can just walk away after insulting me? What about that woman? What about Xincha and the other two girls? Call them out." Ning Qi mocked. "Wasn't the lesson last time enough? Do you have to come looking for trouble? There must be some misunderstanding between the two of you," Qin Zheng said with a smile. "Emperor of the Qin Tang Empire, this has nothing to do with you. You can leave with them. Oh, you can stay." Bai Hao cast a cold glance at Qin Zheng, then signaled for Ning Hongtian to stay. The 13th prince told you to leave, so leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Fang Shu and Fang Qin said coldly. The aura of a dozong instantly spread out, suppressing everyone. Some of the ministers with lower cultivations found it hard to breathe. Their attributes are question marks. Both of them are dozongs? They look to be in their 30s. Ning Qi was slightly shocked. He immediately knew that Bai Hao came prepared this time. There would be a fierce battle today. "Let's go." Qin Zheng was furious. He was the emperor of a country, but he had to be bullied by this young man. Before leaving, he took a deep look at Ning Qi. "The 9th princess is with the empress now. I must send the news to her as soon as possible." Qin Zheng thought to himself, "Unfilial son, you are arrogant and make trouble everywhere. Now that you have offended the 13th prince, why don't you kneel down and commit suicide?" Ning Hongtian said in a deep voice. "Ning Hongtian, you are so shameless. You want me to commit suicide? What right do you have to do that? Today, I will make you kneel in front of my mother and repent for 100 days. Ning Qi sneered. Bai Hao sneered. Ning Hongtian, "Go and take down your unfilial son." "Yes, the 13th prince." Ning Hongtian saluted respectfully and then walked toward Ning Qi step by step. The 13th prince, on the other hand, sat on a dragon chair covered in demon beast fur under the service of his servants. He smiled as he prepared to watch the father and son fight each other. Ning Qi laughed, and the aura of a peak Douling burst out. Ning Hongtian was slightly shocked. This unfilial son is a peak Douling? How can his cultivation speed be so fast? No, I must kill him today. Otherwise, the mansion of the champion marquis will be in chaos. Thinking of this, Ning Hongtian shouted, "Emperor suppressing fist." It turned out to be the superior grade earth level martial skill. Emperor suppressing fist. Seeing this, Bai Hao's eyebrows moved slightly. I can't believe a marquis in the small Qin Tang Empire knows the superior grade earth level martial skill. Boom! Master Ning, Zhang Long, and Zhao, who were shocked. Ning Qi didn't dodge and was hit by Ning Hongtian. He took a dozen steps back, and 2 ravines appeared on the ground. There was even a trace of white smoke rising. It was imaginable how much strength Ning Hongtian used in this punch. Ning Qi's HP dropped by a large amount. He lost more than 10,000 HP. "Why didn't you dodge?" Ning Hongtian snorted. Ning Qi grinned and said, "I will return you 3 punches today. No matter what, this body is the result of your indulgence. After these 3 punches, you and I are only enemies, not father and son. Unfilial son." Ning Hongtian was enraged. He rushed forward and punched Ning Qi again. Second punch. Ning Qi rubbed his chest and smiled. He has a defensive fighting weapon. Ning Hongtian's face darkened. A mere peak Douling can withstand a full blow from a 1-star king of fighting. He has some skills. Bai Hao sneered in his heart. Emperor suppressing fist. Ning Hongtian let out an angry roar. His eyes were red. This punch was 30% stronger than a full blow from him. Boom! Ning Qi flew backward and then did a somersault in the air and landed steadily on the ground. He immediately swallowed the upper grade earth level rejuvenation pill in his mouth, and his HP was instantly restored to full. Okay, I will return you 3 punches. Ning Hongtian again. Ning Qi laughed. You are just an arrow at the end of its flight. Who are you trying to scare? Ning Hongtian snorted. Today, I will kill you with my own hands, you unfilial and disloyal unfilial son. Your ability to distort black and white is not bad, but your cultivation is not good enough. Ning Qi sneered. The next moment, he moved his feet and appeared in front of Ning Hongtian, 18 dragon, subduing palms. Roar. A dragon roar exploded. Chapter 178. Ning Hongtian, Emperor Suppressing Fist. A golden light suddenly burst out from Ning Hongtian's fist. However, this golden light instantly disintegrated when it came into contact with the silver dragon. Ning Hongtian was shocked. The 18 subduing dragon palms hit his chest violently. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. A 1-star king of Do was injured by a palm strike from a peak Doling. Ning Qi did not give Ning Hongtian a chance to catch his breath. He directly used the method of exchanging injury for injury. He did not defend himself at all and just attacked Ning Hongtian crazily. Boom! 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 In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Ning Hongtian's shirt had been smashed and his whole body was covered with wounds. Ning Qi used 7 out of 10 moves to hit his face. Ning Hongtian, who was originally elegant, had completely lost his original appearance. His face was swollen like a pig's head. How could this kid be so strong? Impossible. How can I, the champion marquis, be defeated by this unfilial son? Ning Hongtian let out an unwilling roar and fainted in shame and anger. Third Master Ning, take him down. I will deal with him later, Ning Qi said. Third Master Ning nodded and carried Ning Hongtian to one side. Pa! Pa! How exciting! Bai Hao clapped his hands and stood up from the dragon throne. He smiled at Ning Qi and said, What a good play of father and son fighting each other. Not bad. It's a pity that you can beat him today, but you can't escape from me. How about this? He stretched out a leg and straddled the dragon throne. Then he pointed at his crotch. If you crawl past me, bark like a dog twice, and hand over that woman, and accentuate me, I'll spare your dog life today. How about it? How dare you? F*CKU. Zhao, who finally couldn't help but roar at Bai Hao. A peak Do Huang beside Bai Hao immediately attacked. With a palm strike, Zhao Hu, who was over 100 feet away, was sent flying and smashed heavily on the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Zhao Hu. Ning Qi's expression tightened. Zhang Long hurried over to investigate, then nodded to Ning Qi, who breathed a sigh of relief. Looking coldly at Bai Hao, he said, Bullying bastard! Do you really have the guts to fight me one-on-one? You are the 13th prince of the White Tiger Empire, but your cultivation is only that of a 3-star Doling. What qualifications do you have to speak to your father? How dare you insult the emperor? Fang Shu and Fang Qin's expressions changed. Their auras surged, and they were about to kill Ning Qi. But Bai Hao reached out and stopped them. He stared at Ning Qi like a viper. I'm going to torture him to death myself. Even if Ninth Sister comes out today, she won't be able to save you. He let out an angry roar. White Tiger Slaughter. Top-grade Earth ranked martial skill. A milky white fighting spirit burst out of his body and turned into a murderous white tiger. The two merged with each other, as if Bai Hao had become a white tiger, pouncing toward Ning Qi. Variant Do Qi? Ning Qi sneered disdainfully. 18 dragons, subduing palms. Boom! Bai Hao was sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground. Blood oozed out of the corner of his mouth, and his face was bright red as he roared, Attack! Charge! Capture him alive! Yes, 13th Prince. The The 9-peak emperor and 36 king fighters that he had brought with him surrounded Ningqi in an instant. Because the 13th prince wanted to capture Ningqi alive, they did not dare to be too heavy-handed. This was exactly what Ningqi wanted. I have more than 100,000 HP. Capture me alive? I'll let you have a taste of my saber. The Dragon Slayer's saber appeared in an instant. With an invincible aura, Ningqi displayed the incomparably domineering 5 tigers, breaking the gate, saber technique, and crazily slashed at the guys who were attacking him. Ding ding ding. Several emperors' weapons broke after colliding with the Dragon Slayer saber. What kind of weapon is this? Could it be a heaven-ranked weapon? A trace of greed flashed in Bai Hao's eyes. Originally, he only wanted to take revenge and take back the beauty. He didn't expect that there would be such a pleasant surprise. Even the White Tiger Empire only had one lower heaven-ranked Dou weapon, which was personally controlled by his father. A Peak King fighter who had surrounded Ningqi was cut off by Ningqi's saber because he had underestimated Ningqi. Blood flowed on the ground, and a third of his more than 30,000 HP was instantly lost. Ningqi, on the other hand, had only suffered some minor injuries. Each time the 9-peak Dou Huangs wanted to join forces to capture Ningqi, Ningqi's dragon-slaying saber would hack at them from tricky angles, causing them to have no choice but to give up on their subsequent actions. After 10 minutes, the two sides were still in a deadlock. On the contrary, Bai Hao's side was at a greater disadvantage. Master Ning is so strong. Zhang Long supported Zhao, who, as he looked at the scene, in shock. All of you, stand down. Fang Qin and Fang Shu, you two go. Bai Hao said coldly. The emperor fighters and king fighters felt somewhat ashamed and left the battlefield. The next moment, Fang Qin and Fang Shu flashed and appeared behind Ningqi at a speed that Ningqi could not see. Ningqi's hands and feet were instantly restrained by the two of them. He could not move at all as he was pressed in front of Bai Hao. Aren't you very good at fighting? Keep fighting. Bai Hao sneered as he stepped forward and snatched the Dragon Slayer saber from Ningqi's hands. He greedily examined it. When he saw that there were 7 empty holes on the Dragon Slayer saber, he instantly thought of some kind of battle tool. Because it was incomplete, it could only display a normal power. This saber was likely to belong to this category of battle tools. It's already incomplete, but it's still indestructible. If these 7 holes are repaired, won't its power be able to overturn the mountains and seas? Bai Hao was ecstatic. He immediately began to refine it. But the moment his Dou Qi entered the Dragon Slayer saber, it was bounced back, causing him to almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha. 13th Prince, you want the saber? I guess it's impossible for you in this lifetime. Ningqi laughed. The Dragon Slayer's saber was bound to him. Other than him, even a Dou Di would not be able to refine it. Slap yourself. Bai Hao said coldly. Slap. Fang Qin and Fang Shu each slapped Ningqi, and Ningqi's face instantly swelled up. You two bitches, using your cultivation as a Dou Zong to bully the weak. If you give me a few more years, I'll definitely teach you a lesson today. Arrogant. You think you can reach the Dou Zong level in a few years? Fang Qin's lips curled into a mocking smile as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Let's make a bet if you don't believe me. Ningqi smiled. Fang Qin snorted and ignored Ningqi. Instead, she looked at Bai Hao and asked, 13th Prince, what should we do with him? Bring him back to my residence and deal with him. You guys go and find Xian Che and the others. Fang Shu, you go too. The girl beside him should also be a Dou Zong. Take her down when you see her. I want her alive. Bai Hao ordered. Yes. In an instant, the group of Dou Huangs and Dou Wangs scattered to various parts of the Dragon Slayer Marquis's residence and began searching. Ningqi was shocked. He immediately immersed his mind into the Dragon Slayer Mall and searched frantically to see if there was anything that could help him turn defeat into victory in this situation. Suddenly, A coquettish voice came from the entrance. Chapter 179. Snow Spirit Body. The unruly princess entered with Deng San and the others. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with joy. He had never thought that the unruly princess would be so pleasing to the eye. Ninth sister, you've been away for so long. Why haven't you returned yet? Bai Hao said with a fake smile. Ninth princess. Fong Qin bowed. Hee, even Saint Concubine, Cold Skies, Lotus Demons are here. Where is Feng Shu? Where is she? The unruly princess glanced at Ning Qi and sneered at Bai Hao. She had just finished speaking when she saw Feng Shu walk out with a group of people, other than Xian Che and the other 3 women. Zhuoshi, Xiao Yu and Zuoling were also among them. De Guzi seemed to have fainted. He was carried out by a king fighter. Bai Hao glanced at Xian Che and the others, and his eyes were suddenly attracted by little Yu and Zuoling. The 2 of them had a kind of enchanting quality, which made Bai Hao, who originally had no interest in this aspect, suddenly become interested. Ha ha ha, Ning Qi, I didn't think that your residence would have such exquisite beauties. I want these 2 babies too. Hearing this, Zhuoshi's face was full of fear. She grabbed the 2 women tightly. A fighter wanted to take the 2 women to Bai Hao. Stop! If you dare, I will impeach you in front of my father. The unruly princess walked over and personally protected Xiao Yu, and Zuoling. She then glanced at Bai Hao's men. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at the unruly princess. Ninth sister, what is the meaning of this? Bai Hao said with a cold laugh. The unruly princess said coldly, 13th brother, I haven't asked you yet. Why are you asking me? Ning Qi is an alchemist of our house. Why are you here to make trouble? Bai Hao said coldly, an alchemist? So what? Does this mean he can offend his superiors and speak rudely? Even my mother was insulted by him. Even Saint Concubine was insulted? The unruly princess was shocked. She looked at Ning Qi. How could this guy be so bold? But this was not the most important thing. As long as she could protect Ning Qi today, she would deal with the rest. 13th brother, tell me, what do I have to do to let him go? The unruly princess said. Laughing heartily, Bai Hao pointed at his crotch. Like I said, all he had to do was crawl over me, bark like a dog, and hand them over to me, and I'd spare his life. Unfortunately, he gave up that chance. Either he dies today, or I take him back to my mansion and give him a good beating. Ninth sister, I advise you to find another alchemist. How could Deng San and the others be a match for Feng Qin and Feng Shu? You want to fall out with me? Do you really think that no one in the imperial city can stop you? The unruly princess snapped. It seems that other than imperial father, even eldest brother has to give me some face when he sees me, right? Ha ha ha. Bai Hao deliberately revealed a thoughtful expression, and then laughed domineeringly. Then his expression turned cold. Take them away. Yes. Your Highness, don't be rash. Deng San persuaded in a low voice. In the current situation, they were not as skilled as the enemy. If they forcefully shed all pretenses of cordiality, they would be the ones to suffer. Deng San's task was to ensure the safety of the princess. In fact, he did not care about the safety of Ning Qi and the others. Young master, seeing the group of bad guys walking towards them, little Yu, and Zuoling, his faces were filled with fear. Young master, I can't accompany you in this life. We'll meet again in the next life. Xian Jing wore a determined look. She could easily imagine what would happen to her if she was captured by Bai Hao. After saying this, she was about to bite her tongue and commit suicide. No, Ning Qi let out a furious roar. Don't let her kill herself. Bai Hao snapped. At the crucial moment, a deafening roar of a dragon could be heard coming from the backyard of the dragon-slaying Marquis Manor, which pierced through the heavens. Lady Xue, Ning Qi's face was filled with joy. Xian Jing's face was filled with a hint of hope as she glanced in the direction of the backyard. A snow-white dragon that was only 20 feet long and had 2 pairs of deer antlers on its head. It was a small and exquisite snow dragon that soared into the sky, instantly flying above everyone's heads. Then, with a flash of light, a beautiful woman with white hair and blue eyes appeared beside Ningqi. Bai Hao was stunned. So beautiful, so beautiful. A rank 7 giant dragon? Fang Qin and Fang Shu immediately shielded Bai Hao as they looked at Xue Ling cautiously. Is this that woman? A trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of the unruly princess. She had never seen Xue Ling's true appearance, but she could guess the truth after a little thought. Ningqi couldn't be hiding a rank 7 dozong and a rank 7 giant dragon, right? Both of them must be one. So she's from the dragon tribe. Deng San and the rest had a look of realization. We're saved. The corner of Third Master Ning's mouth curled up as he heaved a sigh of relief. Xue Ling glanced at Ningqi, and he felt the force restraining him disappear. He regained his freedom and immediately stood up. He walked to Xue Ling's side and said, "Thank you, Lady Xue." Xue Ling nodded and looked at Bai Hao, scram. Bai Hao woke up from his reverie and looked greedily at Xue Ling. "Beauty, be my wife. My father is the ruler of the White Tiger Empire, and my mother is the daughter of the Fang family's 3rd elder. No matter what, this identity is worthy of you." Xue Ling's expression changed slightly, and everyone suddenly felt a chill around them. However, this chill was not directed at them, but at Bai Hao, who was behind Fang Qin and Fang Shu. "How dare you!" The 2 women snorted and simultaneously struck out with their palms in an attempt to disperse Xue Ling's magical power. "You are just a 1-star dozong. How can you resist the innate magical power of my snow dragon tribe? 10,000 miles icebound?" Xue Ling's face revealed a cold smile. Her hair moved without any wind, and her emerald eyes suddenly turned white. Fang Qin and Fang Shu's expressions changed slightly, and a layer of frost appeared on their bodies. This layer of frost spread from their arms to their entire bodies. The 2 of them maintained the posture of striking out with their palms and were frozen in place. Bai Hao's expression changed greatly when he saw this scene. How is this possible? Even a dozong can be frozen. What kind of magical power is this? Snow dragon? Why have I never heard of such a tribe among the 3 great dragon tribes? Prince, be careful. Bai Hao's loyal subordinates stood in front of Bai Hao and turned into ice pillars one after another. Finally, Bai Hao screamed in horror and turned to flee. However, he had just lifted his foot when he was immediately frozen, turning defeat into victory in an instant. Chapter 180. 1/1 head, young master. Little you. Answo Ling. A rush to Ningqi. Ning Hongtian slowly regained consciousness, but he couldn't understand what was happening. He looked at Bai Hao and the others in shock. How can this be? What happened to the 13th prince and the others? In his shock, Ning Hongtian's mind raced as he tried to think of a countermeasure. Did I scare you? It's fine. Ningqi comforted them and asked Madame Zhu to take them away. What happened next was not suitable for children. Afterwards, Ningqi walked to Zhao Hu's side and fed him a high-grade Earth Step rejuvenation pill. Only then did Zhao Hu's injuries stabilize. Because Zhao Hu wasn't digitized, the effect of the rejuvenation pill was slower. Seeing that Zhao Hu's breathing had stabilized, Ningqi relaxed and said, "Zhang Long, bring Zhao Hu to heal his injuries." Yes, Zhang Long nodded. Apart from Zhao Hu, Zhao Deguzi and the other servants were also injured. Ningqi fed each of them a rejuvenation pill. Then, Ningqi walked to Xian Jing and looked down at her. Xian Jing was embarrassed by Ningqi's gaze and lowered her head. "Why are you so stupid?" Ningqi said in a low voice. Xian Jing was about to say something, but Ningqi pressed his finger on her lips. Promise me, don't do such stupid things again. Yes. Xian Jing nodded. Young master, the 13th prince won't let this go. Why don't we? Xian Che glanced at Bai Hao with a murderous look. The unruly princess immediately said, No, he can't die here. Xian Che, how long have you been with Ning Qi? How can you be so daring? Why didn't I see it when we were in the princess residence? I'll take care of this. Don't worry. You guys can leave now. Ning Qi said. Yes, young master. After the 4 women left, there were only Ning Qi, 3rd Master Ning, Ning Hongtian, and the unruly princess and her companions left in this place. Princess, apart from Bai Hao, what about the others? Ning Qi looked at the unruly princess and asked seriously. The unruly princess understood what he meant. Feng Qin and Feng Shu can't die either. Okay, I understand. Ning Qi walked to Bai Hao. You, Deng Sen wanted to stop her, but the unruly princess stopped him. Don't worry, he knows what he's doing. Ning Qi came to Bai Hao's side and took the Dragon Slayer's saber from his hand. Looking at Bai Hao's resentful eyes, Ning Qi smiled and said, What? You really want to kill me? It's a pity that your skills are not as good as others. Damn it, I will definitely grind your bones to dust. Bai Hao thought angrily. At this moment, one of his Peak Do Huang subordinates discovered that Ning Qi was carrying the dragon-slaying saber and walking towards him. His heart was initially doubtful before he thought of a frightening possibility. He wants to kill me? How dare he? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Ning Qi brandished the dragon saber and chopped off his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Peak Do Huang. You have gained 200,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a gambling gift pack. Please open it within 24 hours. The experience is a little low. Ning Qi sighed and walked towards the second one. No. With another slash, the head fell to the ground. With a few swishes, the heads of the 9 Peak Do Huangs that Bai Hao had brought with him all fell to the ground. They were unwilling to believe that one day they would die in the hands of a Peak Do Ling. Such a humiliating way of dying. They would not be happy even if they became ghosts. Princess, should we stop him? Deng San's eyelids twitched as he asked. No need. 13th brother is too arrogant. It's good to teach him a lesson. Even if father knows about this, with Ning Qi's status as an alchemy grandmaster, nothing will happen. The unruly princess said coldly. After killing the Do Huangs, Ning Qi continued to kill the Do Kings. In a short while, he had killed all the people that Bai Hao had brought with him as if he was cutting vegetables. Finally, his eyes swept over the 8 sky, howling white tigers. Forget about the sky howling white tigers. Ning Qi smiled. You are dead. You are dead. Bai Hao roared in his heart. The unruly princess came forward and said with a smile, 13th brother, don't worry. You will be fine. After a while, the seal on your body will be automatically removed. When that time comes, go back to the capital and don't come out to cause trouble. And the 2 of you, help me tell the Saintess Cold Sky that Ning Qi is a grandmaster alchemist of the Princess Mansion, and not someone you can casually touch. Otherwise, my mother and I will go to my father to accuse you. Remember, you are members of the Fong clan, not members of the Imperial clan. The unruly princess said coldly. Feng Qin and Feng Shu were furious, but there was nothing they could do. After about an hour, the frost aura on their bodies weakened a little, and their bodies could finally move. Seeing Ning Qi in front of her, Feng Qin shouted and was about to kill Ning Qi directly. Try and touch me. Do you want to kill your prince? Ning Qi was not afraid at all. He calmly stood where he was. Feng Qin's palm stopped less than a centimeter in front of his forehead. Just a little bit more, and his head would have exploded. Obviously, Ning Qi's threat was very effective. Feng Qin, go back and report to the sacred concubine first. Fong Shu said. Humph. Fong Qin snorted and withdrew her palm. She looked at Ning Chi coldly. Don't fall into my hands one day. What, do you like me? That's not good. As my woman, you can't be so cold like you. Ning Chi laughed. You, shameless disciple, you're just talking. Fong Qin said coldly. Oh, so you want me to do it? Ning Chi laughed. Fong Qin's face was bright red with anger, but she was no match for Ning Chi when it came to talking. Bai Hao was finally able to move. Looking around at the corpses on the ground, he pointed at Ning Chi and said, You've got guts! You don't have guts? Ning Chi asked doubtfully. Ninth sister, let's see how long you can protect him. So many emperor fighters have died. Even father will come to punish you in person. Let's go. Bai Hao glanced at the ninth princess coldly, left a threatening sentence, and turned to leave. Compared to when he had arrived in an overbearing manner. When he left, aside from the 8 sky-howling white tigers that were pulling the carriage, all his subordinates were dead. But Bai Hao had no intention of collecting the corpses, which showed that his nature was extremely cold. Third Master Ning, string up these heads and hang them outside our mansion. Ning Chi said coldly. Yes. Third Master Ning nodded. Chapter 181. Human Head Lantern Little Gray chirped excitedly and jumped onto Ning Chi's shoulder, hugging him and madly kissing him. The unruly princess curled her lips. I only helped you because you are my alchemist. I'm going to find Sister Xue and ask her what kind of dragon she is. Her character was to do what she thought. She turned around and left after saying that. Deng San hurriedly said, Your Highness, Lady Xue has a bad temper. You'd better not disturb her. But the unruly princess acted as if she did not hear and disappeared. Master Ning, what happened today, Sai? Deng San did not know what to say. He cupped his hands and left to chase after the 9th princess. The other 3 emperor fighters were not directly related to the unruly princess, so they were not annoyed at offending Bai Hao. They smiled and greeted Ning Chi before leaving with Deng San. Your master has left. Why are you still here? I don't have any spiritual pills now. Ning Chi saw through the truth. Hearing this, Little Hui bared its teeth and turned into a ray of gray light. It left quickly and disappeared from Ning Chi's sight. Ning Chi smiled and looked at Ning Hongtian. Unfilial son, what are you doing? Do you know you have caused a great disaster? Ning Hongtian struggled to stand up and shouted at Ning Chi. What unfilial son? Do you think I am your son? You are so narrow-minded, unable to distinguish between good and evil, brainless and arrogant. The champion marquis residents will be defeated by you one day. Ning Chi said coldly. Ha! Ning Hongtian laughed. You finally showed your true colors. In the end, you still want to take over the champion marquis residence. What a joke. I, the Dragon Slayer Marquis, can buy 10 champion marquis residences with anything I have. I want your property. Who do you think you are? I told you to kneel in front of my mother and repent. There is no time like the present. Let's do it today. Ning Chi smiled coldly and walked towards Ning Hongtian. You want me to kneel in front of that bitch and repent? Dream on. Ning Hongtian's eyes flashed with shame and anger. Slap, slap. Unfortunately, he was not as skilled as Ning Chi. He was knocked out by Ning Chi in 2 moves and dragged directly to the temple hall. Ning Chi helps him get into a kneeling position, then lights a few sticks of incense for his mother's ashes. Mother, your son's promise has been fulfilled. Today, I specially brought this scumbag here to apologize to you and repent. I hope that you can rest in peace. Due to being intimidated by Bai Hao's aura, the various major forces did not dare to come close and watch. They all hid a few streets away and observed the movements of the dragon-slaying Marquis Manor. Isn't that the 13th prince? Someone cried out in alarm. Everyone looked over and saw Bai Hao's convoy driving out of the Dragon Slayer Marquis residence. Looks like the Dragon Slayer Marquis is done for. A smile appeared on Huangfu Zhengxiao's face. Long Jiutian heaved a sigh of relief. With Ning Qi's death, the Long family's blacklist became a joke. Your Majesty, something is wrong. Eunuch Lin Tian said softly. Yes, this emperor has also discovered that the brat's followers have all disappeared. Only those 2 Dozong maidservants are driving the carriage. Qin Zheng nodded. Everyone nodded in agreement. What was going on? He could only watch as Bai Hao and his entourage left the capital. He didn't see them again. Let's go and take a look, Qin Zheng said. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone followed Qin Zheng to the Dragon Slayer Marquis Manor. They suddenly saw Third Master Ning walk out with a string of human heads hanging on the 2 sides of the gate like lanterns. You guys, find someone to make a new gate. After hanging the heads, Third Master Ning said to the servants who were helping him. Yes, the servants replied excitedly. The stronger the Dragon Slayer Marquis Manor was, the more benefits they would receive. They originally thought that they were doomed, but they did not expect that they would win. What's going on? Those people are the brat's followers, Peak Do Wangs. Your Majesty, those Peak Do Wangs are also dead. Lin Tian reminded in a low voice. Huangfu Jingxiao and the others were stunned. How is this possible? Why are they the ones who died? How is this possible? Huangfu Jingxiao, who had always been confident, roared in a low voice at this moment. His heart was in turmoil. Those are 9 Peak Do Wangs and 36 Peak Do Wangs. How did they die here? How did the Dragon Slayer Marquis do it? An official murmured to himself in a daze. Long Jiutian, who was following by Huangfu Zhengxiao's side, revealed a trace of terror in his eyes, and he was extremely regretful in his heart. If he had known earlier, he would have admitted defeat to Ning Qi. Now, the 2 of them were like fire and water, and there was probably no room for discussion. Ning Qi even killed these experts, so why would he be afraid of the Long family? No, the Long clan must leave the Qin Tang Empire, or else we will be destroyed one day. Long Jiutian made a decision in his heart. Old man, is this grandson the reincarnation of the dragon god? Why is it that no matter who the enemy is, they are all defeated by him? Chao Dinglong was shocked. Your Majesty? Third Master Ning quickly bowed to Qin Zheng. You're welcome. What's the matter with these people? Qin Zheng stared at the necklace of skulls, a look of shock on his face. Moments ago, he hadn't been able to confirm his suspicions. But now that he was closer, he was certain that the skulls belonged to the guards Bai Hao had brought with him. Third Master Ning felt that he should not expose Xue Ling's identity, so he did not know how to answer. How dare you? Your Majesty is asking you a question, but you are still hesitating. Tell me the truth. Huangfu Zhengxiao shouted out coldly. What qualifications do you have to shout here? Ning Qi walked out and glanced at Huangfu Zhengxiao coldly. I am the Divine Marshal Duke, and you are just a Dragon Slayer Marquis. Why are you not qualified? Huangfu Zhengxiao naturally wouldn't let himself lose face in front of so many colleagues. All right, Divine Marshal Duke, stop talking. Qin Zheng glanced at Huangfu Zhengxiao, and then he gestured towards Ning Qi. Quickly tell me, how did you kill them? Ning Qi smiled and said, Your Majesty, it was the 9th princess. The 9th princess? Her guards don't seem to have such strength. A trace of suspicion flashed in Qin Zheng's eyes. Ning Qi insisted that it was Deng San who did it, and Qin Zheng could not do anything about it. The fewer people knew about the existence of Xue Ling, the better. After all, they were still being chased by the demonic Dragon King, and no one knew when they would reach the Qin Tang Empire. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that the fight between the 2 tigers will implicate us. I don't know how the Dragon Slayer Marquis offended the 13th prince of the White Tiger Empire, and now he has lost so many experts here. I'm afraid he will not let this matter go. For the sake of the Qin Tang Empire, I propose to abolish the title of the Dragon Slayer Marquis, demote him to a commoner, and banish him from the Qin Tang Empire. Chapter 182. Enhancing his subordinate's strength. Well, Duke Xinwu's words make sense. More than 70% of the officials agreed with Huangfu Zhengxiao's suggestion. Although Ning Qi was someone they couldn't afford to offend, it was nothing compared to the safety of the country. If the White Tiger Empire pursued the matter and sent troops to attack, everyone here would have their families destroyed. Qin Zheng seemed to have thought of this as well. He looked at Ning Qi and asked in a serious tone, "Dragon-slaying Marquis, let me ask you, will he come for revenge?" "I think so." Ning Qi didn't hide it. Then Qin Zheng pondered for a moment and revealed a troubled expression. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. He couldn't do anything to me, even with 2 grandmasters. It will be the same in the future. As for what Duke Xinwu said, it's completely groundless." Ning Qi said in a deep voice, "Good. I believe you. I'm very pleased that Dragon Slayer Marquis has won some face for the Qin Tang Empire." Lin Tian. "Yes. Record the Dragon Slayer Marquis's contribution. We'll discuss how to reward him when we return to the palace." "Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty." Ning Qi cupped his hands with a smile and then glanced at Huangfu Zhengxiao. Huangfu Zhengxiao's face was extremely pale. When he looked at Ning Qi, an imperceptible killing intent flashed in his eyes. After Qin Zheng left with everyone, Ning Qi and Ning San returned to the temple. At this time, the temple hall was empty. It was unknown when Ning Hongtian had woken up, but he had already escaped. You can escape for a while, but can you escape for your whole life? Ning Qi's lips curled into a mocking smile. Ning Hongtian limped back to the champion Marquis's mansion. Nan Gongyu was shocked. "Husband, what happened to you? Are you hurt?" "Humph, it's all because of that damn unfilial son," Ning Hongtian said angrily. Nan Gongyu's face turned pale. "Ning Qi, that bastard, beat you up like this?" Ning Hongtian looked ashamed. His cultivation method and martial skills are very special. It's like an indestructible body. But don't worry, my wife. This time, this unfilial son is in big trouble. I believe that after a while, even the gods can't save him. He recounted the events that had transpired. Nan Gongyu was shocked. Since Ning Hongtian did not see Snow's spirit attack, the 2 of them thought that Ning Qi had killed the 13th prince's guards with the help of the 9th princess. The 9th princess won't be by Ning Qi's side at all times. That unfilial son will die at the hands of the 13th prince one day, Ning Hongtian said in a low voice. "Very well." A hint of joy appeared on Nan Gongyu's face. Soon, Qin Zheng's reward came. 100,000 taels of gold, a 30-acre house near the imperial city, and the title of commander of the divine dragon guards of the Qin Tang Empire. The first 2 didn't shock everyone, but the latter caused Huangfu Zhengxiao and the others to have their imaginations run wild. The divine dragon guards were Qin Zheng's personal guards. Any random guard inside was an expert between a Douling and a Douwang. There were a total of 10 guards, and each guard had 300 guards and a commander. Above the 10 guards, there was the position of the first commander. Only an expert who was at least a 3-star Douhuang or above had the qualification to hold this position. Even the old champion Marquis did not have the qualifications. However, such an important position was given to Ning Qi. It was really shocking. Ning Qi didn't care about this. He was opening the gambling gift bag dropped by house men. Top-grade Mystic Dough weapon, Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Isn't this Guan Yu's weapon? Give it to Zhao Hu. Top-grade Mystic Dough weapon, Heavenly Halberd. Lu Bu's weapon. Give it to Zhang Long, low-grade Mystic Dough Qi Gathering Pill X10. 1 pill can give 8,000 experience points. Give it to Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and Aguzi to increase their cultivation. 1 Iron Dragon Cannon. Ning Qi was overjoyed when he saw the grand prize. The Iron Dragon Cannon's attack power was between a 1-star Do Huang and a Peak Do Huang, and it was sold for 5,000 dragon-slaying coins in the dragon-slaying mall. However, when he thought about it, this gift bag happened to be dropped by a Peak Do Huang, so it was not surprising that it dropped such a good item. Those Do Huang's gift bags were a bit worse. After opening the gift bag, Ning Qi found Zhonglong, Zhao Hu, and Deguzi. You guys can split these 10 low-grade Mystic Do Qi gathering pills. The extra one will be rock, paper, scissors. Ning Qi said. The 3 were overjoyed. At the same time, they had already experienced the meaning of rock, paper, scissors. So they immediately stood in position and shouted, Rock, scissors, paper. Zhonglong and Zhao Hu took out paper, while Deguzi took out scissors. Ha ha ha, young master, I won. Zhonglong and Zhao Hu brothers, I'm sorry. Deguzi took away his 4 low-grade Mystic Do Qi gathering pills. He was only a 1-star dosher now. 1 Qi gathering pill could raise him by 1 star. Zhonglong and Zhao Hu were already 3-star doling. With 3 Qi gathering pills, if they were lucky, they could raise another star. The 2 were a bit disappointed, but it was also a pleasant surprise. Ning Qi had given them many yellow top-grade spirit-raising pills. Also, this green dragon crescent blade and heavenly halberd. You too can use them. They are high-grade Xiando weapons. Thank you, Grandmaster Ning. The 2 were overjoyed. After receiving the Do weapons, they quickly knelt down and bowed. Deguzi looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Don't worry. How could I forget you who have been with me since the beginning? Ning Qi smiled. Deguzi embarrassedly scratched his head. This high-grade Xiando weapon, bronze tiger armor, is the standard armor of the White Tiger Empire. Its defense is extremely high. It will also increase your health by 500 points. It's yours. Thank you, young master. Although he didn't know what 500 HP was, Big Dog was still pleasantly surprised as he received this awe-inspiring battle armor. He impatiently put it on. The surface of the battle armor emitted a bronze light, and a descending tiger was engraved on it. On its shoulders, there were also 2 white tigers roaring towards the sky. All of a sudden, Big Dog's imposing manner became somewhat invincible. Originally, he had a low Xiando weapon. Coupled with this bronze tiger battle armor, it was estimated that any dosher below 3 stars would not be Deguzi's match if they were unarmed. Even if they had an ordinary Do weapon, they would not be able to break the defense of the bronze tiger battle armor. Zhonglong and Zhao Hu were extremely envious. If they had a choice, they would also choose a defensive Do weapon. After all, rare things are more valuable. Okay, there's nothing else. You 2 can leave. Waving his hand to dismiss them, Ning Qi personally went to find 3rd Master Ning. 3rd Master Ning was currently training in his room. However, it had been more than a year since he came to the dragon-slaying Marquis Mansion. His cultivation was still a 3-star Dowang. My talent is limited. If there are no accidents, I estimate that 3rd Master Ning will at most be a 7 or 8-star Dowang. Thinking about it, he was already over 40 years old. Once a person reached 80 years old and did not become a Do Huang, their life force would decrease. After that, it would be extremely difficult to increase one's cultivation. Is something the matter? Chapter 183. Tian Shao Town, 3rd Master Ning, can I trust you? Ning Qi seriously looked into Ning San's eyes. After a while, Ning San smiled slightly. What does young master think? 3rd Master Ning, take this Iron Dragon Cannon. If any enemies come, blast them into ashes. Ning Qi didn't answer Ning San's question. He directly took out the Iron Dragon Cannon from his space bag. It was about 2 times smaller than the Gray Dragon Cannon, only half the height of a person. The unique Iron Dragon Cannon of the 9 Prefectures' ancient country. Ning San was greatly shocked and walked forward to examine it closely with incomparable shock. "Oh, third Master Ning has also heard of it?" Ning Chi laughed. Ning San nodded, but there was still a trace of shock on his face. The Nine Prefectures Ancient Kingdom is one of the three great ancient kingdoms. It is the only kingdom of our human race that has a status similar to that of the dragon race. Although the existence of Do Di was part of the reason, the dragon race was actually more afraid of these dragon-slaughtering cannons. Under the barrage of 10,000 cannons, even a rank 10 dragon would not be able to withstand it. 100 years ago, the Nine Prefectures Ancient Country and the Infernal Dragon Clan, one of the three great dragon clans, started a war that shocked the world. At that time, no less than 7 Do Di fell. Just when everyone thought that the Nine Prefectures Ancient Kingdom was going to lose, a mysterious blacksmith created the dragon-slaying cannon. Tens of thousands of cannons were fired at the same time, and the Infernal Dragon race lost more than a dozen rank 9 giant dragons. Only then did they stop and sign a peace treaty before retreating. The war between humans and dragons that had lasted for decades ended. "Child, how did you get this iron dragon cannon?" "Its strength is at least equivalent to a 1-star Do Huang." This was already equivalent to the strength of the Ning family head. That was why Ning-san was so shocked. "You know more than I do. You don't have to worry about how I got it. I'll pass it to you to protect the safety of my dragon slayer, Marquis Mansion. I'll be going out again during this period of time. If the Shinmu Public House or the Long Clan tries anything funny, don't hold back." "Boom," Ning Chi said domineeringly. "Yes, this old servant will not disappoint you." Ning San nodded with a resolute expression. At the same time, he was overjoyed. He had no hope of breaking through to the Do Huang rank. But with the Iron Dragon cannon, he was equivalent to a fake Do Huang. It was a roundabout way to save the country. "Miss Shui, get ready. We can set off now." Ning Chi came to Snow Spirit's door and said. At this moment, the door opened, and the unruly princess walked out while holding Snow Spirit's arm. She asked Ning Chi, "Where are we going?" "Princess, why are you here?" "The two of you are—" Ning Chi was extremely surprised. How did the relationship between the two of them become so harmonious? What's so strange about me being here? The unruly princess said in dissatisfaction. Then she hugged Xue Ling's arm and said affectionately, "I have a good relationship with Sister Xue now. She promised to bring me to her place to play." Play, play, play. Think about it. You're a human princess. If you go to the Dragon Clan's territory, won't you be eaten by the Dragon Clan? Brainless. Ning Chi cursed in his heart, but on the surface he smiled and said, "Oh, that's good." "Can we go now?" Snow Spirit asked. Ning Chi nodded. "Where are you going?" "I'm going too." The unruly princess asked curiously. "You can't go." Snow Spirit said softly. All right." To Ning Chi's surprise, the unruly princess actually compromised. Ning Chi did not reveal any news of his departure this time. He left the capital city directly under Snow Spirit's lead. From the capital city of the Qin Tang Empire, one had to cross the Tianfeng Forest and cross 3 or 4 mountain ranges that stretched for thousands of miles before arriving at the Green Mist Sect's main gate, Green Mist Peak. Because of the Green Mist Sect, dozens of small towns were built at the foot of the mountain. Every year, a large number of young talents would come to join the Green Mist Sect. Those who failed to join the Green Mist Sect would stay in the small towns and wait for a miracle to happen. Over time, 3 large forces were formed. Each force had at least a few 1-star Do Huangs. They were not weaker than the top families of the Qin Tang Empire. Ning Chi and Snow Spirit came to the Tianshao town, which was the closest to the Green Mist Peak. Although it was called a small town, it was no different from a small city. Basically, there were no ordinary people here. Everyone was at least a 1-star Do who had condensed Do Chi. When they arrived, there was a group of talents between Do Shi and Do Shi. There were people from the Red Sun Empire, the Qin Empire, and some other small sections. It was very lively. Miss Xue, I suspect that Kuang Feng's corpse was taken away by 2 disciples of the Green Mist sect. I happen to have an agreement with one of them. This time, I will take this opportunity to get the corpse back. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Miss Xue should not take action, lest the news is leaked to the Demon Dragon King. Ning Qi whispered. Snow Spirit nodded. Don't worry, I understand. Seeing this, Ning Qi randomly found a passerby and asked, Brother, may I know how to get to the Green Mist Peak? This passerby was a 3-star dosher. Originally, he was a little impatient when Ning Qi stopped him. However, when he felt the explosive aura from Ning Qi, he immediately became more respectful. If you too want to go to the Green Mist Peak, there are only 2 ways. The first is to wait for the disciple recruitment ceremony in 3 days. At that time, an elder will come down the mountain and bring the disciple back to the sect for examination. The second is to hand over the name card and explain the reason. If the Green Mist sect wants to see you, there will be a disciple to lead the way. Other than this, those who enter the Green Mist Peak without permission will be killed. After saying this, he smiled and said, You too are also here to be a disciple. I see that you too are young, but your cultivation is already unfathomable. I am sure that you will be able to get what you want. I hope that you will take care of me. My name is Huang Xian. Good name. Your family must be a big merchant. Huang Xian was pleasantly surprised. Brother, you have guessed correctly. My family has been doing business for generations. If you come to the Yellow Turban firm in the future, you can get a 10% discount on all goods. Ning Qi smiled. Thank you very much. We still have important matters to attend to and will leave first. Take care. Huang Xian cupped his hands together. Are you going to prepare for the disciple recruitment ceremony or to hand over the name card? Xue Ling asked. Ning Qi said, Wait for the disciple recruitment ceremony. In these 3 days, I can refine some elixirs. Miss Xue, have you finished your spirit cultivation pills? Xue Ling blushed. In fact, she had finished it on the same day, but was too embarrassed to ask Ning Qi for it. Ning Qi smiled. Miss Xue is a natural beauty. The consumption of elixirs is indeed faster. I am not prepared enough. This time I will refine more. This boy's words are quite pleasant to hear. Xue Ling nodded with a faint expression. Shopkeeper, do you have elixirs to refine spirit cultivation pills? Ning Qi saw a shop called Great Pill Pavilion in the most prosperous area of Tianshao Town. He walked in and asked, How many do you want? Chapter 184. Kasayapa Temple. How many do you have here? Ning Qi asked. Well, I'll have to inform the storeroom to check. The waiter did not expect Ning Qi to ask such a question, and his face showed a hint of embarrassment. How about this? I'll take as many as you have here. Also, show me the other spirit herbs. What a big tone. A woman walked in with a group of subordinates. She glanced at Ning Qi disdainfully and said to the waiter, Give me 1,000 sets of spirit herbs for the spirit-enhancing pill. This young master has already. The waiter was stunned and did not know what to do. Oh, it's the young lady of Kasayapa Temple. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. Ho Dong, what are you waiting for? Didn't you hear what Miss Morongyu said? Hurry up and bring me 1,000 sets of spirit herbs. An old man with a smile on his face walked over and said. Ho Dong nodded and turned to leave. Morongyu smiled and nodded at the old man arrogantly. Elder Han Dong, you're the best here. Hong Dan Pavilion will promote you sooner or later. You're too kind. Han Dong smiled humbly. Ning Qi's face flashed with a trace of displeasure as he said in a deep voice, Is this how Hong Dan Pavilion does business? Can't you tell the order of arrival? Han Dong's expression changed slightly as he looked at Ning Qi and Ning Qi. Seeing that they looked unfamiliar, he knew that the two of them had probably just arrived at Tianshao Town. Immediately, he no longer had any misgivings in his heart. He smiled slightly and said, "Young master, our great pill pavilion may not have much else, but we have a lot of spirit grasses." Murong Yu said coldly, "Elder Han, ignore this country bumpkin. He just said he wanted to buy all the spirit herbs in Hongdan Pavilion. What a joke. Haha. I'm afraid it's impossible to buy all the spirit herbs in Hongdan Pavilion without a few million taels of gold." Han Dong smiled. "It's just a few million taels of gold. I'll buy all of them, including the 1,000 sets of spirit herbs that this young lady just asked for. How much is it?" Ning Chi smiled. "What?" Han Dong was shocked. Seeing that Ning Chi did not seem to be joking, he was a little shocked. Murong Yu's face instantly turned cold as she glared at Ning Chi. "If you dare to play tricks on me, I'll leave you with one hand and one leg today." The Douling followers behind her all took a step forward, and a huge pressure instantly rushed towards Ning Chi and Yi Zichen. Unfortunately, Ning Chi and Snow Spirit ignored him. Han Dong looked at Ning Chi suspiciously and said, "Young master, please don't joke around. Why don't you apologize to Miss Murong Yu? I'll be the middleman and we'll let this matter go." Ning Chi took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Han Dong. "Since you're the elder of this place, you should have a good eye. Take a look at these and tell me how much they're worth." Han Dong took the elixir and opened it. In the next second, his expression froze. He quickly poured out one of the elixirs and looked at it carefully. Then he raised his head in disbelief and looked at Ning Chi. "Sir, is this a yellow-level spirit cultivation elixir? At least you have a good eye. How much are these 10 yellow-level, top-grade spirit-raising pills worth?" Ning Chi sneered. "A yellow-tier spirit-raising pill is worth 20,000 gold taels. There's a total of 200,000 gold taels in here." Han Dong smiled bitterly. He knew that he had unintentionally offended someone he shouldn't have. He had to see if he could mend their relationship in the future. As the daughter of the master of Kasaipa Temple, one of the 3 major factions here, Murong Yu naturally knew what a yellow-level, top-grade spirit-raising pill represented. She was slightly shocked. She didn't expect Ning Chi to have such a valuable treasure, but this is only 200,000 gold taels. It's a mountain's difference from a few million gold taels. If you don't kneel and apologize today, I don't care where you come from. I'll make you regret coming to Tianshao Town." Murong Yu said coldly, "Is that so? What a big tone. Are these enough?" Ning Chi took out more than 10 bottles of elixirs. Han Dong's heart skipped a beat. He quickly opened the bottles and checked them one by one. Finally, he said in shock, "These are all yellow-level top-grade spirit-raising pills." "Enough to buy all the spiritual herbs here?" "Yes, it's enough." Han Dong's face revealed a hint of ecstasy as he quickly nodded. More than 160 yellow-level, top-grade spirit-raising pills. This was enough to nurture a 5th-rank demonic beast from a cub to an adult, which was equivalent to a king of fighters. The higher-ups would definitely reward him handsomely when they heard this news. "Then take out all the spiritual herbs. Give me all the spiritual herbs that Miss Murong asked for. Don't lie to me. Those who lie to me will never have a good ending." Ning Chi smiled. "Yes, I'll do it right away," Han Dong hurriedly replied. He then smiled apologetically at Murong Yu and left with the elixirs. Although he was a little humble in front of Murong Yu, the Hongdan court was not afraid of Kasaipa Temple. Therefore, he didn't have to give Murong Yu face when it came to benefits. "Miss Murong, do you want me to kneel and apologize?" Ning Chi looked at Murong Yu with a smile and asked, "Your skills are extraordinary. May I know which faction you're from?" The anger in Murong Yu's heart was enough to burn a mountain. Although she was arrogant, she was still shrewd. At this moment, she buried her anger deep in her heart and tried to find out Ning Chi's background. "You don't have the right to know." Ning Chi sneered rudely. "You, let's go." Morongyu glanced at Ning Chi coldly and turned to leave. Sir, the Hongdan court has no more spiritual herbs for sale today. Please return this stock of spiritual herb to me. I was just about to buy it. Do you think I don't have money? No, you've misunderstood. The spiritual herb of the Hongdan court has been bought by someone else. What? The staff of the Hongdan court retrieved all the spiritual herbs that were about to be sold. They did not count the ones that had been sold before and transported all the spiritual herbs to the storeroom. Sir, the spiritual herbs are more valuable. For safety's sake, why don't you send someone to the storeroom to retrieve them? Han Dong walked up to Ning Chi with a fawning smile. You just need to bring me there. Bring you there. Yes. Han Dong brought Ning Chi and Xue Ling to the storeroom of the Hongdan court with a puzzled expression. 2, 3-star king of fighters were standing guard outside. When they saw Han Dong, they moved away. After entering the storeroom, Ning Chi saw a small hill of spiritual herbs in front of him. Each type of spiritual herb had been categorized. The temperature in the storeroom was about 10 degrees lower than outside. Moreover, it was quite humid, making each spiritual herb look fresh and tender as if it had just been plucked. Sir, the spiritual herbs are here. What do you think? Chapter 185. The Green Mist Sect's Disciple Recruitment Ceremony. Ning Chi roughly estimated the price of the spirit herbs in this place. Just the pile of spirit herbs for the spirit-raising pill alone was estimated to be about 20,000 portions, which was worth about 1,600,000 gold taels. Adding in the rest of the spirit herbs, the price was about the same. With that thought, Ning Chi walked past the piles of spiritual herbs. The piles of spiritual herbs that he passed by disappeared in an instant. Han Dong was shocked. Space combat weapon. He was now even more certain that Ning Chi had an extraordinary background. After cleaning up the storeroom, Ning Chi asked Xue Ling, Miss Xue, are there any spiritual herbs here? Xue Ling's nose twitched and she shook her head. This lady can sense the existence of spiritual herbs? What kind of supernatural power is that? TSK. Han Dong was shocked again. He did not know if she was just pretending or she could really sense the spiritual herbs. All right, Elder Han. Now that we've settled the debt, we'll take our leave. Take care. I'll send you out. If you have more yellow-class spiritual cultivation pills, the Hongdan Pavilion will buy them all. Han Dong said with a smile after sending Ning Chi to the door. By them all? Ning Chi revealed an unfathomable smile and did not answer Han Dong. He turned around and left with Xue Ling. A pair of eyes followed them all the way. That lady's subordinate is following us. Should we kill him? Xue Ling asked softly without turning her head. Ning Chi smiled. Don't do it for now. Let's get down to business. After that, he found an inn and was told by the innkeeper that it was full. Ning Chi went to a few innkeepers and finally found a middle-grade room in a shabby inn. There's only one room. 100 taels of silver a day. 300 taels of silver for 3 days. The innkeeper glanced at the two of them and stated the price. Ning Chi did not bargain. He had already asked the innkeeper earlier. Since the disciple recruitment ceremony was about to begin, a group of people would swarm into the small towns. The innkeeper's resources were extremely tight. It was common for the price to be increased by dozens of times. After paying, Ning Chi brought Xue Ling into the room. Miss Xue, rest here for 3 days. I'll come back to look for you 3 days later. Xue Ling was puzzled. Where are you going? Ning Chi smiled. I have some private matters to attend to. All right, go ahead. Seeing that Ning Chi was unwilling to say more, Snow Spirit, who was incomparably proud in her heart, did not want to get to the bottom of things. Ning Chi left the room, turned a corner, and instantly disappeared without a trace. Snow Spirit frowned slightly. She opened her eyes and looked in the direction where Ning Chi had disappeared. He disappeared? Even I can't sense his aura. What kind of concealment technique is this? Low-level cultivation training field. Ning Qi bought it for 3 days. He immediately began to concoct pills. More than 2 months passed, and there were more than 20,000 yellow-grade spirit cultivation pills in his spatial bag. His alchemy mastery increased from 500,000 to 700,000. It won't be long before he becomes a stage 5 alchemist, which is also known as the king of elixirs in the dragon's continent. At that time, his alchemy speed would increase again. However, the power of the dragon swallowing hellfire doesn't seem to be able to keep up. If I have the time, I'll have to find a tribe like the Dragon of Waves to grind. Ning Qi thought to himself. The training field's time limit was up. With a flash of white light, Ning Qi appeared the corner of the inn's corridor. At this moment, Snow Spirit walked out of the room. She looked at Ning Qi deeply and said, "Let's go. It's almost time for the disciple acceptance ceremony." Ning Qi could tell that Xueling seemed to have discovered his little secret. He smiled, but did not explain as he followed Xueling and left the inn. At this moment, they saw that many young talents were heading toward the center of Tianshao Town. They followed the crowd and arrived at the center of Tianshao Town. There was a tall platform with a gloomy expression standing on it. He was a 1-star Dowang. They are indeed here for the disciple acceptance ceremony. Murong Yu stood closest to the high platform. She saw Ning Qi and Snow Spirit immediately. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. He has all the herbs in the Great Pill Pavilion. I just need to tell Elder Ding about this, and someone will take care of him. Murong Yu's lips curled into a demonic smile. At this moment, Ning Qi also saw Murong Yu. Seeing her smile, he knew that she was planning something and was preparing to take revenge. But with Snow Spirit around, Ning Qi was not worried at all. "I'm not afraid of you not coming. If you come, I'll kill you." Ning Qi sneered in his heart. Those below the dosher level can leave now. On the high platform, the Green Mist Sect's deacon elder, Zheng Bing, said coldly. Many dosher who wanted to try their luck left after hearing this. This group of people took up 70 to 80% of the place. After they left, there were only 200 to 300 people left. It did not look as crowded as before. Among the 200 to 300 people, there were 30 dosher and 3 doling. They were Ning Qi, Murongyu, and a young man in black with a cold expression. Snow Spirit purposely suppressed her cultivation to the dosher level so that she would not be so conspicuous. Zheng Bing's face became a little better. He glanced at Murongyu and nodded slightly. He then glanced at the young man in black, and finally his eyes stopped on Ning Qi. Peak of the Douling level. Zheng Bing was slightly shocked. He asked Ning Qi, "Where are you from? How old are you?" Ning Qi said in a clear voice, "I am from the Qintang Empire. I am 18 years old. 18 years old. Good. Not bad." Zheng Bing smiled. With Ning Qi's talent, he could be ranked in the top 10 in the Green Mist Sect. If he recommended Ning Qi to his master, he would definitely be rewarded. Thinking of this, the way he looked at Ning Qi became much gentler. Murongyu saw this and snorted in her heart. "I will let you be happy for now. You will know how miserable the consequences of offending me will be." Ning Qi suddenly felt a piercingly cold gaze stop on him, and when he raised his eyes to look, he saw that the black-clothed young man was looking at him with a gaze filled with battle intent. "Are you crazy? Let's see the attributes. Sky Sword Villa, he Sudong level, for Star Do Ling Martial Arts. Top Shin Class Heaven Sword Skill, Martial Arts. Top Shin Class 1000 returning Swords Health Points. 6200 Sky Sword Villa. I have never heard of it. It should not be from the Qintang Empire." Ning Qi thought. "Follow me. The official assessment will only begin when we reach the top of the mountain. This time, the Green Mist Sect will only accept 10 inner disciples. There are a lot of applicants, probably more than 10,000. Whether you can stand out or not depends on yourself," Zheng Bing said loudly. After that, he led the group to the top of the Green Mist Peak. Along the way, they met many checkpoints that were guarded by the inner disciples of the Green Mist sect. The higher they went, the higher the cultivation of the guards. Chapter 186. Seeing Lu Suifingning, Qi glanced at him. Oh, really? Then I'll congratulate you first. Perhaps Ning Qi's attitude made him feel a little strange. He Sudong frowned. Don't think that you have full confidence just because you have a high cultivation. Qinglan sect looks at talent when they accept disciples. I'm only 14 years old this year. You're 14 years old? I think you're 25 or 26 years old. Ning Qi became spirited and asked curiously. He Sudong's face flashed a trace of displeasure. That's because of my martial arts. Well, I'll take it as you're 14 years old. I have no time for you now. Let's talk about it when we get up the mountain. Ning Qi waved his hand impatiently. You. He Sudong's face turned cold. At this time, Jingbing happened to turn his head and look at him. He Sudong immediately suppressed his anger and prepared to teach Ning Qi a lesson during the assessment. Qinglan Peak was very big and each town had its own way up the mountain. So Ning Qi and the others met teams from other towns halfway up the mountain. Dozens of teams gathered together, and the momentum was incomparably great. Between each team, there was a subconscious, competitive mentality. They used their coldest eyes to demonstrate to each other. In a short period of time, He Sudong had already competed with no less than 10 people with his eyes. At the same time, Zhengbing was also secretly competing with other deacon elders. The talents of your Blossom Town this year are not good. Is there only one fighting spirit? Zhang Bing glanced at the team from Blossoming Flower Town and mocked the elder who was leading the team. The elder snorted and said, Your team is not so good. Zhang Bing smiled, looked carefully. Peak fighting spirit? How old is this guy? The elder was shocked when he saw Ning Qi, 18 years old. Ha ha ha. Zhang Bing laughed proudly. You just picked up a treasure by chance. Do you need to be so proud? After hearing the movement here, the other elders said discontentedly. Hee, don't say that the grapes are sour if you can't eat them. Zhang Bing sneered. Through the conversation of Zhang Bing and the others, many guys who thought they were talented looked at Ning Qi. They glanced up and down, and their eyes showed a fighting desire similar to He Sudong's. A hot-blooded teenager. Ning Qi sighed. Not long after everyone had passed the first few thousand steps, the scene before them suddenly opened up. Under the blue sky and white clouds, there was an incomparably huge memorial arch. It was supported by 8 huge pillars, and on top of them were 3 words. Green Mist Sect. Dragons of different shapes and sizes were carved on the 8 pillars, and in front of each dragon was a person slaying the dragon with a sword in hand. It was said that this was the sculpture of the Dragon Slayer Masters of the Green Mist Sect. Every time a new Dragon Slayer Master was born, his voice and appearance would be carved on the pillar for future generations to admire. At this time there were no less than 100 such images on the pillar, which meant that the Green Mist Sect had at least 100 dragon slayers and killed 100 dragons. At this point, some of the whispers in the group disappeared. Everyone solemnly followed the deacon elders into the Green Mist Sect, after which they came to an incomparably huge square. In the middle of the square, there was a 200 feet tall, majestic statue of a lady wearing a palace dress. Her face was extremely beautiful, and there was a long sword hanging on her waist. This was the founder of the Green Mist Sect, the former Do Zun Fairy Qinglan. However, after her, the Green Mist Sect did not have another Do Zun. The strongest was the previous sect leader of the Green Mist Sect, who is the current Grand Elder of the Green Mist Sect. However, he was merely a 3-star dozong. When they arrived, Zhang Bing and the other deacon elders stood in front of the crowd with their hands clasped, waiting respectfully. Not long after, a young man brought 2 people over and landed in front of Zhang Bing and the others. Junior Lu, you are in charge of the disciple recruitment ceremony this time around. We will hand them over to you. Zheng Bing and the others cupped their hands together and smiled. Lu Suifeng's expression was cold as he acknowledged and looked at everyone. Beside him stood a man and a woman. They were Huangfu Lingfeng and Zhantai Qingxian. I didn't expect Lu Suifeng to be in charge of the disciple recruitment ceremony this time around. He is the most talented person in this generation of the Green Mist sect. He reached the peak of Do Ling at the age of 16 and became a Do Wang at the age of 18. I'm afraid he is already a 2-star Do Wang now. Someone looked at Lu Suifeng with admiration and muttered to himself, if he joins the Green Mist sect, then we will be his juniors. Hee. If we tell others that I am Lu Suifeng's junior, no one will dare to not give me face. Lu Suifeng. He Sudong, will definitely defeat you. He Sudong looked at Lu Suifeng with a strong desire to fight. Brother Lu. Murong Yu's face revealed a trace of admiration, and she could not help but call out to Lu Suifeng. After Lu Suifeng saw her, a smile appeared on his face, and he nodded. A strange light flashed across Zhantai Qingxuan's eyes as she coldly glanced at Murongyu. Junior Lu, I found a good seedling this time around. He is from the Qin Tang Empire, just like Huangfu Jr. and Zhantai Jr. Zhengbing stepped forward and said happily, Oh, who is it? Lu Suifeng asked casually. That's him. Zhengbing pointed at Ning Qi. Lu Suifeng looked up and was slightly stunned. His face turned cold. It's you? How dare you come to my Green Mist sect? Why, Junior Lu knows him? Zhengbing had a bad feeling in his heart. The other deacon elders smiled gloatingly when they saw this. It's Ning Qi. Huangfu Lingfeng and Zhantai Qingxian were shocked at the same time. Huangfu Fei, that useless thing didn't kill you. Humph, but you won't be able to escape today. Huangfu Lingfeng felt a dull pain in his shoulder. It was cut by Ning Qi, and he had to use Huangfu Fei's ointment to recover. He knows Brother Lu? There seems to be a grudge between them. Murong Yu squinted her eyes at Ning Qi and felt a little happy. It seemed like Elder Ding did not even need to do anything. Brother Lu could defeat him with a single punch. Ning Qi took a step forward and laughed. Why wouldn't I dare to come to your Green Mist sect? I once said that one day I will come up and beat you up. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. This person is so arrogant. How dare a mere peak Doling speak so rudely? It seems like it will be difficult for him to leave here safely today. That's great. With one less competitor, my chances of entering the Green Mist sect will be higher. So he is not here to be a disciple. He Sudong thought in shock. How dare you use me? Jingbing stared at Ning Qi with a pale face. He clenched his fist, and purple Do Qi instantly overflowed. At this moment, Lu Suifeng stretched out his hand to stop Jingbing. Senior Zheng, let me handle this person. If that's the case, thank you, Junior. Chapter 187. Crushing Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng looked at Ning Qi and sneered. Your cultivation speed is really beyond my expectations. However, you're still lacking compared to me. We'll know after we fight. Ning Qi sneered. Come on then. Lu Suifeng smiled. In the next moment, he moved and appeared in front of Ning Qi. Rock swallowing the sun. Earth level inferior grade cultivation technique. Rock swallowing the sun. Huangfu Lingfeng had also used this move before, but it was incomplete. A black hole suddenly appeared between Lu Suifeng's palms, and a powerful suction force came from it, attacking Ning Qi. Junior brother Lu's rock swallowing the sun is indeed an Earth-level inferior grade martial technique. I feel my heart palpitate just by standing here. I don't think he can withstand one move from junior brother Lu. The deacon elders discussed in low voices. This B***starred is going to die today. Huangfu Lingfeng's face revealed a joyful smile. Zhantai Qingshuan's eyes flashed with a trace of mockery as he looked at Ning Qi with a trace of imperceptible pity. Just when everyone thought that Ning Qi would definitely be defeated, Ning Qi suddenly let out a roar. 18 subduing dragon palms. Roar. An earth-shattering dragon roar was heard. The extremely tyrannical and firm Yang palm technique carried an unstoppable aura as it attacked Lu Suifeng. For silver dragons accompanied Ning Qi. At this moment, Ning Qi looked like a deity descending to the mortal world. What kind of martial technique is this? It seems to be of a very high level, He Sudong exclaimed. So what? He's not Brother Lu's match. Murong Yu let out a sneer. Heterogeneous Do Qi. Although this person's talent isn't comparable to Lu Suifeng's, it's not that far off. It's a pity that he's going to die here today. What's there to pity? If he doesn't die, there will be one more person competing with us for the 10 spots. That's right. It's good that he's dead. From time to time, there would be laughter of schadenfreude coming from the apprenticeship team. Boom! Lu Suifeng heavily bombarded Ning Qi's chest, and Ning Qi's 18 subduing dragon palms also hit him. Both of them did not defend and directly attacked. But Ning Qi's hundreds of thousands of health wasn't just for show. Lu Suifeng's palm had dealt over 8,000 damage to him. However, this palm strike dealt over 11,000 damage to Lu Suifeng. Previously, Lu Suifeng was a 1-star king of Dowang with around 12,000 HP. Now that he was a 2-star king of Dowang, his HP had only increased by 3,000. 15,000 minus 11,000. Lu Suifeng was severely injured by Ning Qi in an instant. He flew backwards and landed heavily on the ground. He covered his chest with his hands in disbelief. He wanted to stand up, but his face turned red. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior Brother Lu, Junior Brother Lu, Big Brother Lu. Everyone cried out in alarm. Zhantai Qingshan hurriedly walked to Lu Suifeng's side and nervously checked his injuries. Huangfu Lingfeng stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. What's going on? How can this bastard be so strong? Even Senior Brother Lu isn't his match? Senior Brother Lu, are you okay? Zhantai Qingshan half knelt beside Lu Suifeng and asked worriedly. Lu Suifeng was ashamed and angry. He refused to believe that he was defeated by Ning Qi in one move. I'm fine. Go away. He shouted in a low voice and pushed Zhantai Qingshan away. He stood up shakily with disheveled hair and looked at Ning Qi with hatred. How could Big Brother Lu be defeated by him? Impossible. Big Brother Lu must not have used his full strength. Murong Yu muttered to himself. So strong. I must defeat him. He Sudong looked at Ning Qi's back with his blood boiling and said firmly. Ning Qi looked at Lu Suifeng with a mocking smile. When you stole my head, you said that I could go to Green Mist Sect to look for you any time. In the end, you are so weak. At that time, you never thought that you would end up like this, right? If I knew that you were so useless, I wouldn't have wasted my time coming here. I would have just treated it as a fart and let it go. Uft. Lu Suifeng was provoked by Ning Qi's words. His mind was damaged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood again. Then he was a little dispirited. His eyes that were covered by his hair suddenly turned red. Sky Demon Disintegration Skill. Lu Suifeng roared. Black gas immediately surrounded his body and his hair moved without any wind. He slowly raised his head. Everyone realized that his originally handsome face was distorted like a monster. Why did Junior Lu practice this kind of evil skill? Sky Demon Disintegration Skill? Could it be that he obtained it when he attacked the Sky Demon Cave? Zheng Bing and the others were shocked. At the same time, their faces became serious. Some people immediately turned around to report to the Do Huang elders. Green Mist Sect was an orthodox sect. Their disciples were not allowed to practice demonic skills. However, Lu Suifeng had broken the rules. Given his special identity, This matter would definitely cause a commotion. Ah ha ha ha, you forced me to do this. Die. Lu Suifeng's speed was twice as fast as before. The aura on his body had reached at least the state of a 5-star Doang. What an overbearing, demonic skill. Ning Qi glanced at Lu Suifeng's attributes. Green Mist Sect, Lu Suifeng possessed level. 5-star Doang lasts for 5 minutes, skill method. Middle Earth class Sky Demon skill martial skill. Low Earth class Rock swallows the sun health points. 35,000. Not only did Lu Suifeng's strength soar, his skill method had also changed. It seemed that he had been practicing 2 skill methods at the same time. Now that he was possessed, he had completely given up on the Northern Dark Heart technique. The most obvious thing was that his health points had increased by 20,000. Moreover, it was instantly restored to full. Ning Qi's expression became serious. When Lu Suifeng pounced in front of him, the Dragon Slayer saber immediately appeared in his hand. He directly slashed at Lu Suifeng's vital points. Ah! Lu Suifeng did not expect this. Ning Qi's sudden attack had chopped off his arm. So what if I have become a demon? Trash will always be trash. Ning Qi laughed coldly and crazily slashed at Lu Suifeng. My 5 tiger-breaking blade is not something to be trifled with. You should be proud to die under my blade. Pooh! Lu Suifeng let out a miserable howl. Another arm was chopped off by Ning Qi. From the moment he had become a demon, his confidence had soared, and now he was defeated again. It was only a blink of an eye. Ning Qi put away the Dragon Slayer saber and smashed his palm on Lu Suifeng's chest. The clothes on Lu Suifeng's back made a tearing sound. They were actually smashed into pieces by this huge force. A clear dent appeared on Lu Suifeng's chest. Black blood was vomited out from his mouth. Everyone looked at this scene, and their expressions were somewhat stagnant. Why aren't you guys stopping this villain? Don't tell me you want to watch senior brother Lu die in his hands. Huangfu Lingfeng anxiously shouted at Jinbing and the others. Junior brother cultivates a demonic skill. Naturally, the elders will deal with him. Let's take down this brat first. Chapter 188. Lu Suifeng's master, alright. Over 31-star Do Wang moved and immediately surrounded Ning Qi. Xue Ling frowned and was about to attack when Ning Qi laughed. So what if you have more people? Come at me together. Let me see how strong the Green Mist Sect is. Everyone attack. Be careful of his strange saber. Jinbing roared angrily. A group of elder deacons attacked Ning Qi. Do Qi overflowed, causing the group of people to take a dozen steps back. 18 dragons subduing palms. Boom! 8 elder deacons could not dodge in time and was hit by Ning Qi. At this time, the attacks of the other elders also landed on Ning Qi. Ning Qi's HP instantly dropped by a large amount. He took the time to stuff a high-grade Earth Step rejuvenation pill into his mouth. Then he was like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain. Amidst the besiegement of the others, he dashed around randomly. He was simply a human meat grinder. The elders who had fought with him were all severely injured by Ning Qi and were on the verge of death. Not long later, none of the elders could stand in front of Ning Qi. Those who were lucky were sitting on the ground. Those who were unlucky were on the verge of death. It's too scary. Where did this guy come from? How could he fight with dozens of 1-star Doang with his peak Do Ling body and win? Luckily, I didn't mock him. Even so, the Green Mist Sect has Do Huang and Do Zong. No matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than a Do Huang. Countless people looked at Ning Qi with fear in their eyes. How dare you? Who dares to create trouble in the Green Mist Sect? Following an angry roar, a Do Huang broke through the air and arrived. After he landed on the ground, he saw Lu Suifeng's miserable appearance and hurriedly went forward to seal a few of his acupuncture points. After which, he fed Lu Suifeng a D low-grade spring returning pill. It's Elder Ding. This guy can't be arrogant for long. The group of elder deacons relaxed. Master, avenge me! After Lu Suifeng consumed the pill, the twisted expression on his face gradually disappeared. He grabbed Ding Luo's arm tightly and said through gritted teeth, "That's great. Elder Ding is here. This guy is dead." Murongyu heaved a sigh of relief. Ding Luo was one of the 9 great Do Huang elders of the Green Mist sect. He was ranked 5th and was a 6-star Do Huang. He was the teacher of Lu Suifeng and had entered his tutelage when Lu Suifeng was 5 years old. Although he and Lu Suifeng were master and disciple, they were as close as father and son. "Don't worry, I will avenge you." Ding Luo gently patted Lu Suifeng's shoulder, then snorted coldly at Zhantai Qingxian and said, "Bring your senior brother down to treat his injuries." "Yes, master." Zhantai Qingxian quickly helped Lu Suifeng up and was about to leave. Ning Qi smiled. "Who allowed him to leave?" "He, ha 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 ha." Ding Luo chuckled at first, then looked up to the sky and laughed. It seemed that tears were about to come out of his eyes. After he stopped laughing, he looked at Ning Qi and said, "No matter where you come from, don't leave today. Your words do not count. A mere 6-star Do Huang cannot decide whether I stay or go. Let me ask you, did Lu Suifeng bring back a set of dragon bones?" Ning Qi sneered. "Dragon bones?" Ding Luo's eyes moved slightly. Seeing this, Ning Qi immediately said to Xueling, "Miss Xue, I am sure that the dragon bones are with them." "So you are spying on the dragon bones brought back by my disciple. How dare you to target my Green Mist sect?" Ding Luo was so angry that he laughed. After speaking, he suddenly punched at Ning Qi. A dark black Do Qi exploded from his arm and rotated. Finally, it turned into a huge fist and whizzed toward Ning Qi. Hiss! Is this the legendary 100 Steps Divine Fist? What a powerful aura! Once Elder Ding uses the 100 Steps Divine Fist, even if you are a Do Huang, you will have to carefully block it. This fist is incomparably overbearing and can easily break metal. Even the dragon scales of the dragon race cannot block it. Zheng Bing laughed loudly. However, before he finished laughing, he saw the girl beside Ning Qi, who had not moved, gently raise her hand, after which a terrifying scene happened. The fist that was formed from dark black Do Qi was frozen in midair by a layer of frost. This frost did not stop and flew toward the source of the fist. Its target was Ding Luo. What is going on? What kind of magic is this? Ding Luo was shocked. Before he could resist, his entire body was frozen. It would be great if I knew this divine ability as well, Ning Qi thought enviously. Lu Suifeng, Zhantai Qingxian, Huangfu Lingfeng, and the others who had not left were stunned when they saw this scene. Many people thought that they were seeing things and rubbed their eyes. In the end, they realized that they were not seeing things. The scene in front of them was really happening. She is stronger than that guy. Even a Do Huang is no match for her. Could it be a Do Zong? Everyone immediately thought of this possibility, and their faces turned pale. Do Zong! This was a legendary existence. Everyone looked at Xue Ling with fear in their eyes. Now that your master has knelt down, you should hand over the dragon bones. Ning Qi smiled at Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng looked at Ning Qi with eyes full of hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, "What dragon bones? I don't know." "You are still stubborn." Ning Qi's expression turned cold. He moved and appeared in front of Lu Suifeng. "Ning Qi, don't act recklessly. Give me some face." Zhantai Qingxian was afraid that Ning Qi would kill Lu Suifeng and quickly persuaded him. "Your face? What face do you have?" Ning Qi sneered. The corner of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. After which he laughed evilly and said to Lu Suifeng, "I will give you one last chance. Hand over the dragon bones. Otherwise, I will send you to heaven." "Ning Qi, do you know that you are bringing disaster to your family?" Huangfu Lingfeng opened his mouth and tried to use the Ning family to threaten Ning Qi. I hate it when people threaten me. Ning Qi smiled at Huangfu Lingfeng. Before Huangfu Lingfeng could react, Ning Qi threw a palm over. Huangfu Lingfeng's expression was startled as he hurriedly used his hand to block. However, even Lu Suifeng was unable to block Ning Qi's attack. He was merely a peak doling and was sent flying by Ning Qi's palm. He landed heavily on the ground and rolled over 10 meters away. The intense pain and injuries caused Huangfu Lingfeng to instantly faint. Junior Huangfu, Ning Qi, we are all from the Qintang Empire. Give me some face, Zhantai Qingxian said calmly. As long as he hands over the dragon bones, I will not kill him. I will spare his dog life. Ning Qi smiled. Dog life? I have been insulted by this guy. I have to rely on a woman to protect me. Lu Suifeng coughed up another mouthful of blood, and he spat it out. Chapter 189. Snow Dragon Pearl. Speak properly. Don't spit at the slightest disagreement. Ning Qi said with a disgusted look. Who are you people? Suddenly, a few Do Huangs flew over from the sky. Great Elder. Zhantai Qingxian raised his head and revealed a look of joy. The leader of these 3 Do Huangs was surprisingly a peak Do Huang who was only half a step away from becoming a Dozong. It was Green Mist Sect's Great Elder, Helian Qiutian. Elder Ding? When Helian Qiutian saw that Ding Luo was wrapped in frost and frozen on the spot, a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes, following which he frowned and looked at Ning Qi and Xueling. The two of you, what enmity does my Green Mist Sect have with you? Why are you causing trouble during the disciple recruitment ceremony of my Green Mist Sect? I have enmity with Lu Suifeng, but I don't have any enmity with your Green Mist School. However, Lu Suifeng stole one of my dragon bones. I want him to hand it over now, but he isn't willing to hand it over. Elder Helian, can you make the decision? Ning Qi laughed. Green Mist Sect, Great Elder. Helian Qiutian. Level, Peak Do Huang. Martial Arts, Mid-Earth Class Green Lotus Sword Spell. Martial Skill, Earth Rank Middle Grade 9, Swords Twin Lotus Flowers. Health Points, 260000 inch. This is not a reason for you to cause trouble in my Green Mist Sect. When Helian Qiutian saw that Ning Qi, a mere peak doling, actually dared to use such a tone to speak to him, his expression immediately turned cold. First Elder, if today's matter were to be spread out, wouldn't our Green Mist Sect be laughed at by others? Looks like these 2 people cannot leave. A 7-star Do Huang beside Helian Qiutian coldly laughed and said, Oh, then use a reason that you can accept. After he finished speaking, Ning Qi walked over to Xueling's side and said, Miss Xue, let them experience it. Xueling nodded slightly. In the next moment, an incomparably wild and violent aura poured out from her body. Everyone below the Doling realm was forced to kneel on the spot by this pressure. Dozong! Helian Qiutian exclaimed. At the same time, in the depths of the Green Mist School, an aura that was not weaker than Xueling's suddenly soared into the sky. Soon after, a green light flashed across the horizon. Not long later, a middle-aged man with a very refined appearance, wearing white clothes and holding a folding fan, appeared in front of Helian Qiutian. The elders of the Green Mist Sect, including Helian Qiutian, all half-kneeled and greeted. Greetings, Sect Master. It is really unexpected that I am actually able to see 2 Dozongs today. One of them is even the sect leader of the Green Mist Sect. I will have no regrets, even if I am unable to enter the Green Mist Sect this time around. The faces of the young geniuses in the apprenticeship group were flushed red. It wasn't because they were cold, but because they were excited. Oh, when Ning Qi saw that his opponent's attributes were all question marks, he knew that this was a Dozong who had surpassed a Do Huang. Miss, I'm Mu Xingchen, the sect leader of the Qinglan sect. May I know what brings you here? Mu Xingchen swept a glance at Lu Suifeng and the others. When he saw that the disciples of his sect were in a miserable state, but no one had died, he smiled at Xue Ling and spoke. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and a stream of dou qi instantly struck Ding Luo's body. The icy qi that was wrapping around Ding Luo and this stream of dou qi collided and dissipated. Ding Luo hurriedly took a few steps back and looked at Xue Ling in shock. In his heart, he rejoiced that the other party did not kill him right from the start. Otherwise, as a 6-star Do Huang, he would definitely die. At the same time, Ding Luo's courage was strengthened because of Mu Xingqian's arrival. He immediately spoke to Mu Xingqian. Sect leader, these two people view our Green Mist sect as nothing. Not only did they seriously injure my disciple, but they also wanted to snatch a set of dragon bones that Suifeng had given me. They should be executed. Mu Xingqian's expression changed as he coldly swept his gaze over Ding Luo. Do you have the right to speak here? Step down. Ding Luo frowned and wanted to argue. However, when he saw the murderous intent in Mu Xingqian's eyes, he immediately walked to one side and did not speak. Immediately, Mu Xingqian smiled at Xue Ling and said, I have not taught well. I have made a fool of myself. Xue Ling coldly snorted and opened her red lips slightly. Return the dragon bones to me, and I will let this matter rest. Oh, I heard from him that this was given to him by his disciple. So it is actually your dragon bones? Ding Luo, did your disciple commit a theft? Mu Xingqian coldly snorted and said, Reporting to sect leader, the dragon bones were definitely not stolen by us. We found it in a plague rat's cave in Sky Wind Forest. Zhantai Qingxian said in a low voice. Lu Suifeng gritted his teeth and said, Sect leader, what Qingxian Jr. said is definitely true. Yes, Suifeng had also told me where the dragon bones came from. They are wrongly accusing Suifeng. Ding Luo said, Look, is there any way to prove that they have taken something from you? If there is, I will definitely give you an explanation. Mu Xingqian smiled at Xue Ling. Don't be fooled by his amiable appearance. The meaning in his words was very obvious. No evidence. Then sorry, I won't buy it. Do you want evidence? All right. Xue Ling smiled and turned around. Suddenly, a bone-chilling aura was emitted from her body. Everyone felt their vision blur and saw that Xue Ling had turned into a small and exquisite snow dragon. His unique dragon might suppressed everyone present invisibly. Dragon race. Everyone's eyes nearly dropped to the ground. Mu Xingqian's expression instantly turned solemn as he cupped his hands together and said, So you are from the dragon race? The truth was self-evident. If the dragon bones were not from the dragon race, how could they be from the human race? Lu Suifeng and Zhantai Qingxuan's faces turned pale. How can this be? After revealing her true form, Xue Ling turned back into her human form and said coldly, Can this prove that the dragon bones are mine? Yes. Mu Xingqian revealed a bitter smile, after which his expression changed slightly as he reprimanded Ding Luo. Are you not going to return it to her? Yes. Ding Luo did not dare to be stubborn. Offending a rank 7 dragon and offending a Dozong were two completely different concepts. If Xue Ling had revealed her true form earlier, he would have already handed over the dragon bones with both hands. Not too long after, he flew over with a set of dragon bones, and Snow Spirit immediately sensed that familiar aura. As soon as Ding Luo landed, Snow Spirit immediately appeared before the dragon bones and stroked them with a sorrowful expression. Fierce wind, it is my stubbornness that has harmed you. I will definitely bring you back to the dragon graveyard and not let you die outside. After saying this, she flicked her finger and the dragon bones instantly turned into powder. This powder sparkled with a crystal clear light and was very beautiful. After which, under Xue Ling's control, the powder gathered towards the center and gradually formed a crystal clear pillar, which was kept by Xue Ling Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the Snow Dragon Ball mission. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining the mission reward. Snow Dragon Ball. Ningqi glanced at the space bag and saw a diamond-shaped ball lying quietly inside. Great! I have finally found one of the 7 Dragon Balls of the Dragon Slayer Saber. Chapter 190. The Power of Frost, let's go. Xue Ling said. Okay. Ningqi nodded and turned to leave with Xue Ling. The group of young talents in the apprenticeship procession retreated to the side and made a path for them. They watched the 2 of them leave. Mu Xingchen heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at Lu Suifeng and said to Ding Luo, "Do you know that your disciple is practicing demonic skills?" "Sect leader, please give him another chance." Ding Luo knelt down and begged. Lu Suifeng looked at the scene nervously because it was related to his life. 5 years in the back mountain. After uttering these words, Mu Xingchen tore through the air and left. Phew, as long as I can stay alive, I will make him pay 100-fold one day. Ningqi, just you wait. Lu Suifeng heaved a sigh of relief and swore in his heart. After leaving Qinglan Peak, Xue Ling suddenly said, "I want to return to my tribe and bring Kuang Feng's corpse back to the dragon graveyard before the demonic Dragon King catches up." "Ah, Lady Xue, you're leaving so soon?" A hint of reluctance appeared on Ning Qi's face. "I promised that little girl that I would bring her to my place to play, but it's not suitable for me to do so now, so I will come again next time." Xue Ling looked into the distance and said, "All right, all good things must come to an end. I look forward to Lady Xue's next visit. Oh, take these with you and eat them on the way." Ningqi said and took out hundreds of bottles of yellow-level spiritual cultivation pills and gave them to Xue Ling. Xue Ling nodded and kept them into her space-fighting tool. "I'm leaving." As soon as she finished her words, Ningqi felt a flash in front of him and Xue Ling disappeared. Ningqi was stunned for about 3 to 4 seconds and then shook his head. "Why do I feel so sad? Did I fall in love with this female dragon? No, she's a dragon and I am a human. If we get together, won't it be?" Ningqi immediately took out the Snow Dragon Pearl and the Dragon Slayer Saber in order to get rid of this thought. He tried to insert the Snow Dragon Pearl into the hole on the hilt and succeeded. The Snow Dragon Pearl seemed to have a mind of its own as it merged into the first hole. It was impossible to tell that it was embedded into the Dragon Slayer Saber. Ding! The Dragon Slayer Saber has obtained the Snow Dragon Pearl and awakened the power of Frost. Frost power? Could it be a technique similar to Xue Ling's? Let's give it a try. Ningqi raised the Dragon Slayer Saber and chopped at a nearby tree. Suddenly, a suction force came from the Dragon Slayer Saber and sucked away 30% of Ningqi's battle energy. Then, a white mist turned into a dragon and flew out of the Dragon Slayer Saber, bombarding the big tree. Ningqi only felt that the surrounding air instantly became extremely cold, and the big tree instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Even the nearby trees were affected and covered with a layer of frost. Not bad. In the future, we will have another way to deal with a siege. Ningqi happily put away the dragon saber. "I won't go back for now. Let's find some giant dragons to grind." Ningqi headed in the direction pointed by the dragon-seeking mouse. Not long after Ningqi left in the Kasaipa Palace, a spy ran to Murongwudi and said in a low voice, "The young man who emptied the Great Pill Pavilion has left Tianshao Town alone and is heading in the direction of the Snowfall Mountains." Murongwudi smiled and said, "Go, instruct the guys from the Dark Team to kill him and bring back the things." "Yes," the spy answered and left. If Murongwudi knew what happened in the Green Mist sect, or if Murongwu had sent the news back earlier, he would not have chosen to be Ningqi's enemy. Howl! A lower 4th rank demonic beast, the flaming ghost tiger, suddenly pounced from a small hill toward Ningqi's back. "I've been waiting for you." Ningqi's lips curled into a sinister smile. With a wave of his saber, the flaming ghost tiger froze in midair and fell to the ground with a bang, shattering into pieces. It would be great if I could control my strength freely like Xue Ling otherwise. Every time I use this move in the future, I will either die or be injured. The consumption of fighting energy is also quite large. I can only make 10 slashes at most. Looks like I need to refine some fighting energy recovery pills as a backup. Ning Qi had killed many demonic beasts along the way, but he did not find any with the blood of the Dragon Clan, so he did not earn a single Dragon Slayer coin. Suddenly, he felt the aura of a few king of fighters around him. In the forest, he saw a few blood bars appearing and disappearing. Ning Qi's lips curled into a disdainful smile and said in a clear voice, "Stop hiding, come out. You, hand over the spirit herbs and pills, and we will spare your life." 4 black-clothed, one-star king of Dowang surrounded Ning Qi. Even their faces were covered. Ning Qi took a look at their attributes and was surprised. Kasayapa Palace, Hattori Hanzo level, 1-star king of fighters martial arts, upper mystic level earth fire shield martial arts, lower mystic level 1,000 leaf slash health points. 11,000 the other three's names and martial arts were similar to his. You are from the Red Sun Empire, right? Ning Qi asked. Hattori Hanzo's exposed eyes flashed with surprise. Even in the Kasayapa Palace, there was no one but Moronguri who knew about their background. How could this person know about their background so easily? You, who are you? Hattori Hanzo snorted. Given his character, he would not speak so much. However, he had 4 king of fighters on his side, and the other party was only a peak spirit of fighting. Therefore, he wanted to know how Ning Qi knew about their background. This was related to a very important matter. Who am I? I am the Dragon Slayer Marquis of the Qintang Empire. The Red Sun Empire has seen a great nation. So why are you not kneeling and greeting me? Ning Qi said coldly. The Dragon Slayer Marquis of the Qintang Empire? Kill him. Hattori Hanzo's eyes were bloodshot. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of flame appeared on his body, and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above Ning Qi's head. Escape skill? It seems to be quite useful. The only thing your Red Sun Empire has that is a little bit better is these escape techniques. But in my opinion, they're not open and above board enough. Using them to ambush weaker opponents is indeed miraculous, but it's a pity. Ning Qi swung his blade, and about 30% of his fighting energy was drawn out. This was already the limit. The air suddenly became extremely cold, and an extremely destructive frost energy instantly wrapped around 4 people who appeared in different positions around Ning Qi. They were holding long blades in their hands, ready to cut Ning Qi into pieces. Dong 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 dong. Chapter 191. Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a 1-star king of Dou, obtaining 65,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gambling gift pack. Please open it within 24 hours. Ding. For people, only 1 gambling gift pack. His luck wasn't bad, but it wasn't bad either. Ning Qi opened the gambling gift pack on the spot. Originally, he didn't have much hope in his heart, but in the end, the gambling gift pack had 3 options. Upper grade, profound, rank cultivation technique, Earth Fire Shield. After training, you can use the Earth Fire Escape technique. The maximum distance is 3 feet. A top-grade enchantress from the Red Sun Empire. She is good at singing and dancing. Thank you for participating. This Earth Fire Shield is not bad. It can be used as a method for sneak attacks. It can also be used for escaping. However, the distance of 3 feet is too small. Ning Qi analyzed for a while and clicked to start the gambling. The needle spun quickly and finally stopped on the Earth Fire Shield. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Earth Fire Shield. Would you like to train now? Yes, train. In Ning Qi's attribute cultivation technique column, there was an additional Earth Fire Shield with 0 proficiency. There was a total of 3 levels, and each level could increase the distance of the escape technique by 10 feet. In other words, he had to train the earth fire shield to the 3rd level before he could reach the maximum distance of 3 feet. Ning Chi was currently at the 1st level. He tried to use the earth fire escape technique and felt his body heat up slightly. He left a ball of flame where he was and moved about 3 feet horizontally, as if he had appeared in an instant. Kasayapa Palace, I will settle the score with you when I have the chance in the future. Ning Chi glanced at the ice sculpture and turned to leave. A day later, a few more people from the Kasayapa Palace's dark team came and found the corpses on the ground. Their expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly reported the matter to Morongwudi. They are all dead? How is that possible? The corner of Morongwudi's eyes trembled slightly. Palace Master, we will report this matter to the 1,000-faced spiritual master. After all, for King of Do is not a small number. The people from the dark team whispered. It seemed that they were not Morongwudi's personal subordinates. There was an even more mysterious leader behind them. When Morongwudi heard the words 1,000-faced spiritual master, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He immediately said, "For Dowangs have died. I will personally report this matter to the spiritual master. There is no need to trouble you guys. You guys better go out and find traces of that guy. Don't act rashly and report back to me. I will personally take action." Yes, in the Snowfall mountain range, it snowed all day long. From time to time, there would be a terrifying snowstorm. As far as the eye could see, everything was covered in white. If Ning Chi did not have the Dragon Slayer's Do Chi to protect his body, it was likely that he would not be able to withstand the cold. However, such a place was only a short distance away. After crossing over, the weather would gradually return to normal. Phew, it's so cold. Xiao Jin, where is the dragon you mentioned? Ning Chi felt as if the hot air he exhaled had turned into ice shards that fell to the ground. Standing on Ning Chi's shoulder, Goldie pointed at a direction and chirped a few times. That was the peak of the Snowfall Mountains. It can't be a rank 6 giant dragon, right? Without Little Purple, it won't be easy to deal with it. At this moment, Little Purple's transformation progress was only 13%. There was still quite a long time before it could complete its transformation. With just him and Goldie, they would only become food when they encountered a rank 6 giant dragon. Gee. All right, I'll believe you this time. Let's go up and take a look. After climbing to the peak of the mountain with much difficulty, there was a cliff in front of them. There was no longer any path. However, Ning Chi heard voices coming from the bottom of the cliff. There seemed to be people talking. Ning Chi secretly leaned on the edge of the cliff and stretched his head out to take a look. It turned out that there was a piece of ice under the cliff. A total of 3 men and 2 women were standing on the ice, pointing at a huge ice cave not far away. These 5 people looked to be 3 to 4 years older than Ning Chi, but all of them were King of Fighters. Among them, 2 of the beautiful women were 4-star King of Fighters. 2 of the men were 5-star King of Fighters, and the strongest one was a 6-star King of Fighters. 9-state Empire Divine Dragon Mansion. Duan Juantian level. 6-star King of Fighters Cultivation Method. Earth Middle Grade. 9 Meridians Burning Heaven Martial Skill. Earth Middle Grade. Bright Void Finger Health Points. 42500, the other 4 people, were also from the Divine Dragon Mansion, and all of them had the surname Duan. It seemed like they were from the same clan. 9-state Empire? Isn't that the empire that produced the dragon-slaying cannons? Ning Chi was secretly shocked. There must be something here that deeply attracted this group of people to come here. Who is it? Duan Juntian shouted coldly and pointed a finger in the direction where Ning Chi was. A stream of Do Chi shot out from the tip of his finger and turned into a sharp sword that struck the cliff. With a bang, the upper half of the cliff was split into 2 by the Do Chi and fell to the ice ground. Following that, Duan Juntian and the others immediately surrounded the place. Ning Chi crawled out of the cliff in a sorry state and said with a smile, "Hello. How dare you eavesdrop on us? Kill him." Duan Ruhue said coldly as she looked at Ning Chi. "Speak. Who are you? What did you hear? If you don't speak, you can die." Duan Juntian said coldly, "Big brother, why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him. Those who appear here are either disciples of the Green Mist sect or disciples of the 100 Herb sect. These two second-rate sects are nothing in the eyes of the divine Dragon Mansion." Duan Juntian looked at Ning Chi disdainfully and said, "Second brother, you can't say that. Don't we just happen to be lacking a scout? Just him." Duan Junhong smiled and looked at Ning Chi with a gaze that made one's hair stand on end. This isn't too good. If he didn't hear anything, let him go." The other girl, Duan Lingmei, who had not spoken, said softly. Ning Chi saw that this group of people treated him like a piece of pork on a chopping board. After glancing at the ice cave not far away, he had a plan in his heart. His face revealed a terrified expression. "Don't kill me. I'm a disciple of the Green Mist sect. If you kill me, my master Ding Luo will not let you off. He is a 6-star Do Huang." "Cuckoo, 6-star Do Huang. In that case, get your master to come to our 9 regions empire to look for us. Remember, we are people from the Divine Dragon Mansion. If your master dares to come, we will definitely not be afraid to fight." Duan Jundi laughed coldly. "What third brother said makes sense. Let's let him test the depths of the Ice Demon Cave for us first. Sister Lingmei, don't be soft-hearted at this moment. If we don't obtain something that can increase our strength in the Ice Demon Cave this time, we'll really end up at the bottom in the Marquis residence." Duan Juntian said, "What a strong Marquis mansion. Such a young Do Huang is going to end up at the bottom. In that case, won't all the experts of the younger generation be Do Huangs?" Ning Chi was quietly shocked in his heart. If one were to count it this way, it was likely that the White Tiger Empire was a couple of levels weaker than the 9 Regions Empire. "This all right. This young master, I will temporarily inconvenience you." Chapter 192. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, the fear on Ning Chi's face deepened. "Don't use me as cannon fodder. I didn't hear anything. Let me go." "Hee, you want to leave? In your dreams." Duan Jundi laughed coldly. "I'll give you 2 choices. 1, I'll kill you. 2, enter that ice demon lair and scout for us. Choose." Duan Juntian said coldly. "Do I have a choice?" Ning Chi revealed a bitter smile and said, "At the very least, everyone should tell me what this ice fiend lair is and what's inside it. It's not a good thing to know too much." Duan Juntian said coldly. It was obvious he had no intention of revealing more information to Ning Chi. Eventually, under their pressure, Ning Chi slowly walked into the Ice Devil Cave while Duan Juntian and the others followed behind him. The Ice Demon lair wasn't as dark as Ning Chi had imagined. It was surrounded by crystal-clear ice cubes, and the sunlight outside was faintly refracted, emitting a faint glow. After walking for about 100 zhang, the area in front of them suddenly became clear. It was a huge cave, and above them was a thin layer of ice. Occasionally, they could see the black shadows of birds flying past. "Everyone, there's nothing inside." Ning Chi turned around and said, "Impossible." It was clearly said that the Ice Demon Lair contains the legacy of the ancient Ice Dragon. How could this be? Could it be that the inheritance has already been taken by someone else? Duan Juntian frowned slightly as a hint of unwillingness flashed across his face. They looked around, and indeed they did not see any traps. In the end, Duan Jundi punched the ice wall, creating a large hole about 3 feet wide. He said angrily, "Then wouldn't we have come all the way here for nothing?" With that, he suddenly looked at Ning Chi. The corners of his mouth curled into a hideous smile, and he strode toward Ning Chi. Duan Juntian and Duan Junhong did not have time to entertain him. Duan Ruhui also looked away coldly. Duan Juandi's temper was like this. If he was not given an outlet to vent, he would feel uncomfortable all over. They were already used to it. Because Duan Lingmei was quite a distance away, by the time he realized Duan Juandi's intentions, it was already too late to stop him. A trace of pity appeared on his face. Die! Duan Jun punched towards Ning Qi. Ah! Soon after, everyone heard a miserable howl. Initially, they thought it was Ning Qi who had let out the howl. However, Duan Juntian was the first to notice something was wrong. This voice seemed to belong to his second brother. Thinking of this, he immediately turned his head to look. Duan Juandi was half kneeling on the ground, his right hand tightly gripping his left arm. Fresh blood flowed freely. His entire left arm had been chopped off, and the red blood was especially eye-catching on the icy ground. At the same time, Ning Qi carried a big saber that exuded a strange aura and sneered at them. Are you going to attack together? Or do you want to fight me together? Kill him. Damn it, my hand. Duan Juandi let out an angry roar. Don't tell me you are also a Do Wang? No, your aura is that of a peak Doling. Humph, I didn't expect you to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. You probably came here for the ancient ice dragon's inheritance, right? Duan Juntian said coldly. He exchanged glances with Duan Junhong and Duan Ruhui before surrounding Ning Qi. Big brother, his saber is strange. It was an accident that second brother was injured by him. Duan Junhong said as he looked coldly at the Dragon Slayer saber in Ning Qi's hand. It should be an earth rank or above Do weapon. Even if we can obtain the ancient ice dragon's inheritance, this trip is not in vain. Duan Ruhui looked at the Dragon Slayer's saber greedily. They still did not take Ning Qi seriously. I'll give you one more chance. Throw the saber over and chop off one of your arms, and I'll let you leave. Duan Juntian sneered at Ning Qi. Do you think everyone has to listen to you all the time? Throw the saber over to you? What a joke. This Dragon Slayer saber is a Do weapon that surpasses heaven rank. Come and take it yourself if you can. Ning Qi laughed maniacally. Surpasses heaven rank? Impossible. This kid is trying to buy time. Let's go. Although he did not believe it verbally, Duan Juntian made a prompt decision and pointed at Ning Qi. Apart from him, Duan Junhong and Duan Ruhui also knew the Void Finger. They did not plan to fight Ning Qi in close combat. They wanted to kill Ning Qi and snatch the saber. 5 tigers breaking the gate saber. 30% of their spirit energy was instantly sucked out. Due to the environment, the snow dragon pearl on the Dragon Slayer saber shone brightly. A powerful frost energy erupted and swept toward everyone. How's this possible? My bright void finger condensed from Do Qi was frozen? What kind of power is this? Their void fingers flew through the air and were frozen into ice cubes by the power of frost. They fell to the ground and made clanking sounds. Dodge it! Duan Juntian shouted as he rolled on the ground. Everyone managed to dodge Ning Qi's attack. A hint of disappointment flashed across Ning Qi's face as he did not manage to kill them. Suddenly, from the ice walls in all directions, a white mist flew out. Finally, this mist condensed into the shape of a giant dragon, but it was a miniature one. It flew towards Ning Qi, and its target was very clear. It was the snow dragon pearl on the Dragon Slayer saber. Duan Juntian and the others stared blankly at the snow dragon pearl. The snow dragon pearl shone brighter and brighter. Even if this saber isn't a heaven-grade battle weapon, it's definitely a supreme-grade, earth-grade battle weapon. I can't believe it's able to attract the heaven and earth phenomenon. These mist dragons are probably the souls of the dragons that died here over the past tens of thousands of years. Duan Juntian thought. A hint of greed could be seen in Duan Juntian's eyes. What's going on? Ning Qi looked at the snow dragon pearl curiously. Suddenly, The system notification sounded. Since the Snow Dragon Pearl has absorbed thousands of weakened ice dragon souls, the Frost Energy's power has increased by 30%. What? Ningqi's face was filled with joy. He thought the Snow Dragon Pearl's effect on the Dragon Slayer saber was only a one-time effect. He did not expect it to increase in power. If he could find more dragon souls of the same attribute for the Snow Dragon Pearl in the future, its power would increase to a terrifying level. Apart from that, the Dragon Slayer saber's power would probably be able to split the sea and mountains if it gathered 7 dragon souls. Soon, all the dragon souls were absorbed. Roar! Suddenly, everyone heard a terrifying dragon's roar coming from the ice beneath their feet. Subsequently, the ice began to shake. Oh no, this place is collapsing. Retreat! Boom! The icy ground shattered, and only then did everyone realize that there was another world beneath the icy ground. It was an enormous and bottomless hole. Chapter 193. Ice Dragon Underground Palace. The commotion was huge. All the experts who were training in the Snowfall Mountain Range noticed it and rushed over. One of them was Ningqi's old acquaintance, the 100-head Devil King, Qiu Wanli. He had used a secret skill to escape from the White Tiger Empire, causing his cultivation base to drop to a 9-star Dowang. Therefore, he did not dare to return to the Blood Slaughter sect, lest his old enemies in the sect took the opportunity to attack him. Therefore, Qiu Wanli had been wandering outside, waiting for an opportunity to recover his cultivation base. This is not an ordinary landslide. It's heading towards the Ice Demon Cave. However, I've been to that place more than 100 times. It's just an ordinary ice cave. Could it be that the secret hidden under the Ice Demon Cave has been discovered? Qiu Wanli flew even faster when he thought of this. He arrived almost immediately. There are traces of a battle, and the aura of a Dowang. However, it seems like it's buried in there. Qiu Wanli made a decision after checking it out. He would dig this place up to see what was going on. More and more people arrived at this moment. Qiu Wanli laughed coldly in his heart. He did not stop them from digging with him. Ah, my leg! Duan Juandi screamed in pain. There was a piece of ice weighing 7 to 8 tons on his left leg. In the distance, Ningqi crawled out from a pile of crushed ice. This time, he had lost nearly half of his health after being smashed by a chunk of ice from a height of tens of meters. He fished out an earth-high-grade spring return pill and popped it into his mouth, then looked at Duan Juandi with a sneer. Duan Juntian shook his head. He walked to Duan Juanhong's side and smashed the ice fragments into pieces with a punch. Second brother, are you all right? Hurry up and give me some healing medicine. Where's my hand? Help me find it. I want to reattach it. Damn it. Duan Juandi roared angrily. Don't worry, second brother. We'll help you find it, Duan Junhong said. What are you looking for? Did you guys forget about me? After his HP recovered to its peak, Ningqi dusted off the ice shards on his body before walking towards Duan Juntian and the others. Young master, we don't know where we are now. Why don't we become friends and find a way out together? Duan Lingmei came forward and advised. At this moment, it's indeed not suitable to fight with this kid. We should first stabilize him. Duan Juntian said, Sister Lingmei is right. Since there's no enmity between us, why don't we talk about it after we leave this place? Duan Jun was enraged. What did he mean by there was no deep hatred? One of his arms was broken. Wasn't this a deep-seated hatred? Just when he was about to flare up, he saw Duan Junhong find his arm and throw it into his arms. Duan Junhong then signaled with his eyes and said in a low voice, Bear with it first, it's very painful. I'll help you connect it. It was a pun. Seeing this, Duan Juandi snorted and didn't say anything else. After that, Duan Junhong took out a bottle of ointment. Not long after, Duan Juandi's arm was reattached. However, he couldn't move it for a period of time. He would need to recuperate for a few months before he could fully recover. All right, seeing that you're so beautiful, I'll spare their lives for now. Ningqi could tell that Duan Juntian seemed to like Duan Lingmei. Therefore, he pretended to be a frivolous young master and spoke frivolously. As expected, Duan Juntian could not help but clench his fists tightly. As for the word lives, it was temporarily filtered out by them. They only swore in their hearts that as long as they left this place, not only would they kill Ningqi, but they would also kill the Green Mist sect behind him and his master, Ding Luo. Oh, thank you, young master. Duan Lingmei's face flushed slightly as she said softly, What's this place? I heard a dragon's roar earlier. Could it be that the ancient ice dragon is still alive? Duan Ruhui looked around and noticed that the place they were in was similar to the entrance of a huge underground palace. The ground was emitting a faint purple light. If it was not for the purple light, they would not be able to see each other in this pitch-black place. I'm afraid this is the true appearance of the Ice Devil Lair. It just so happens that it opened today, Duan Juntian said. I'm afraid it's not a coincidence. Duan Junhong secretly glanced at Ningqi. After his treasured saber absorbed so many dragon souls, they fell here. How could it be such a coincidence? All of this might have happened because of the saber. Duan Junhong's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness when he thought of this. Then he smiled and said to Ningqi, There's no way out now. Why don't we see what's in this underground palace together? What? Do you want me to be the first to explore? Ningqi looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Of course not. If you're afraid, you can wait outside. He smiled at Duan Juntian and said, Big brother, shall we go in? Duan Juntian responded and took the lead to walk into the underground palace. Duan Junhong followed, closely behind him, followed by Duan Juandi. When he walked past Ningqi, he deliberately glared at him. Then it was Duan Ruhui's turn. Duan Lingmei said to Ningqi, Young master, shall we go in together? All right, I'll go with you. Among so many people, I think you're the kindest. I wonder if you're married yet? Do you have anyone you like? What do you think about me? Ningqi smiled. At this moment, Duan Juntian, who was walking in front, could not help but tremble. One could imagine how angry he was. The more Duan Juntian was like this, the happier Ningqi was. The underground palace was well connected. When they arrived at the first fork, they did not know how to proceed. Why don't we go our separate ways? Duan Ruhui suggested. No way. If we encounter any danger, there's no one to look after us. Duan Juntian shook his head and rejected. Let's go in pairs. That way, we can save a lot of time and look after each other. Duan Junhong suggested. I agree. Duan Ruhui nodded. However, it was difficult to form a team. It seemed like apart from Duan Lingmei, no one was willing to go alone with Ningqi. After all, Ningqi had displayed extraordinary combat strength. They had long regarded him as an equal or even slightly stronger than them. Previously, their relationship with Ningqi was like a life-and-death situation. Only Duan Lingmei had tried to persuade them. Miss Lingmei, it seems like we'll have to go in pairs. Don't worry, Duan Juntian. I'll take good care of her. Ningqi smiled. Duan Juntian clenched his fists tightly and forced a smile on his face. Thank you. Sir, which path are you going to take? Duan Junhong asked with a smile. Ningqi randomly pointed at a path. Then, let's go with the other two paths. Duan Junhong nodded. He and Duan Juandi walked in the other path. Ningqi smiled and said to Duan Lingmei, Miss Lingmei, let's go. Chapter 194. Ancient Ice Dragon, Heritage Duan Juntian stood in the same spot and watched as Ningqi disappeared into the tunnel. He and Duan Ruhui did not plan to enter the path they had chosen earlier. Soon after, Duan Juntian and Duan Juntian returned the way they came. They went in. Duan Junhong asked softly, And, third brother, why did you send a signal for us to follow behind him? Duan Juntian asked with a nod. Don't tell me you've forgotten that the reason why the ruins opened might have something to do with this child's blade. After it absorbed so many dragon souls, a dragon's roar came from this place, and then the land of ice began to collapse. Therefore, I suspect that he has always known about this place. This matter is not a coincidence. His goal is very clear. He came for the ancient ice dragon's inheritance. Duan Junhong explained. You mean to say that this kid might know how to get to the underground palace? Duan Juntian said with a frown. 70 to 80% sure. Duan Junhong said. 70 to 80%. That's enough. Let's go. We'll follow behind them. If we're careful, we won't be discovered by him. As for Lung Mei, she's too innocent. She won't blame us for not explaining things to her in detail. Duan Juntian said. After that, the group walked into the passage Ning Qi had chosen. Young master, I saw you casually pointing at me just now, but the confidence on your face can't be hidden from me. Why is that? Duan Lingmei asked curiously as he looked around. Because I have a sixth sense. I feel that this is the right path. Ning Qi laughed. Gee. When Xiao Jin saw that Ning Qi had taken all the credit away, he immediately cried out in dissatisfaction. When Duan Lingmei heard Xiao Jin's cry, she quickly turned her head and said in surprise, Dragon-seeking mouse. This is a rank 6 demonic beast, the dragon-seeking mouse? Miss Duan is indeed a city person. You can tell its origin at a glance. I, a farmer, am really inferior. Ning Qi laughed. No wonder young master is so confident. It looks like there might be some ancient ice dragon ruins at the end of this path. Duan Lingmei's face revealed a trace of happiness. As for the strange things that Ning Qi said, she was somewhat used to it. The two did not walk very far. After passing through several forks, they finally appeared in a palace filled with purple crystals. A gentle purple light gently caressed their faces. In front of them, a giant dragon carved out of crystal was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at them. Duan Lingmei was shocked at first, but she heaved a sigh of relief when she realized that it wasn't a real dragon. Young master, this is a statue of an ancient ice dragon. At the same time, he took out a piece of cloth and handed it to Ning Qi. Ning Qi opened it and saw a huge dragon drawn on the cloth. It looked very similar to the crystal dragon in front of him. Ding! Host has successfully discovered the corpse of the ancient ice dragon. Please place the snow dragon pearl on it. There is a certain chance of obtaining the inheritance of the ancient ice dragon, increasing the power of the dragon saber, unlocking the skill. Ice dragon roar. Damn, isn't this statue made of crystal? It was actually a dragon corpse. Not only did it not decay after its death, but it even turned into a statue like this. This ancient ice dragon's level must be quite high. Ning Qi was ecstatic when he received the system notification. Under Duan Lingmei's puzzled gaze, he walked up to the dragon corpse and placed the snow dragon pearl on its feet. Young master, Duan Lingmei had just spoken when he saw a bone-piercing chill suddenly erupt from the crystal dragon's body. Then a faint blue light rose and quickly merged with the snow dragon pearl. The inheritance of the ancient ice dragon. A loud shout came from behind. Ning Qi looked up and saw Duan Juntian and the others rushing in. When they saw this, they immediately roared and attacked Ning Qi. Kill him. We can't let him obtain the inheritance. The change happened too quickly. Before Duan Lingmei could react, Ning Qi was already fighting with Duan Juntian and the others. At the same time, Qiu Wanli and the hundreds of people dug a big hole in the collapsed snow mountain outside. Qiu Wanli was the first to jump in. When he saw the underground palace that was emitting a faint purple light, a hint of joy appeared on his face. He quickly rushed into the underground palace. At the entrance of the cave, the others looked at each other hesitantly. Legend has it that there's an ice demon cave here. The collapsed place is in the same position as the Ice Demon Cave. There might be treasures here. Even if we can't get it, we can still go and take a look. If we're lucky and get something, it'll be worth it. That's right. Let's go before the Green Mist sect realizes what's going on. Otherwise, we won't even have a share of the soup. Everyone cheered each other on. In the end, someone bravely jumped into the cave. With someone taking the lead, the people behind were emboldened and entered the cave one after another. When they saw the underground palace, their faces lit up with ecstasy, and they swarmed into the underground palace. Go back and report to Morongwudi. This matter is more important than catching that brat. Ask him to send more people here. The one who just entered the cave is Chio Wanli from the Blood Slaughter sect. We're no match for him. It's best if Morongwudi comes here, personally. Go. The leader of the Dark Team said to his subordinate at the entrance of the cave. Yes, the subordinate quickly left. Sir, should we go down first? Yes, let's go down and take a look first. However, don't make a move unless it's absolutely necessary. If Chio Wanli discovers our true identities, it'll be a hindrance to the important matter in the future. Hi. 18. Subduing dragon palms. A dragon's roar rang in the air, causing Duan Juntian and the others to be slightly stunned. Ning Qi seized this opportunity to send Duan Juntian flying with a palm strike. Duan Juntian landed heavily on the ground. He felt his internal organs were severely impacted. He felt a sweetness in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Second brother, you really deserve to die. Duan Juntian looked at Ning Qi with killing intent. Hee, why don't you come and kill me then? Cut the crap. Ning Qi laughed. He's buying time. His battle weapon is accepting the ancient ice dragon's inheritance. Big brother, restrain him. I'll go and refine the battle weapon first. Duan Junhong said decisively when he finally noticed the powerful saber lying under the feet of the crystal dragon sculpture. Although Duan Juntian was unwilling to let Duan Junhong refine the battle weapon, with how difficult it was to deal with Ning Qi, coupled with Duan Ru Hui's injuries. Only he and Duan Ru Hui could delay Ning Qi for a while. All right, third brother, finish him quickly, Duan Juntian shouted. Ru Hui, let's take him down. Duan Ru Hui shouted at Duan Lungmei. Lungmei, what are you waiting for? If we obtain the ancient ice dragon's inheritance, we'll be able to show off our skills during the Marquis Mansion's grand competition. Aye. Chapter 195. Chio Wanli Duan Junhong had already arrived in front of the Dragon Slayer saber. A hint of greed could be seen in his eyes as he reached out to grab it. However, as soon as his fingers touched the hilt of the Dragon Slayer saber, a huge force slammed into his body. Duan Junhong cried out in pain as he was sent flying backward. Third brother. Duan Juntian began to panic. Ha ha ha. Go for wool and come home shorn. I'm talking about all of you. Ning Qi laughed maniacally as he suddenly transformed into a ball of flames. When he reappeared, he was already next to Duan Juntian. He did not need the Dragon Slayer's saber for the time being. He still had the 18 dragon subduing palms that were extremely powerful and pure yang. His palm landed on Duan Juntian's chest before he could react. Duan Juntian's health bar was instantly reduced by half. Apart from Duan Ruhui and Duan Lingmei, the 3 Duan brothers were all injured. Duan Junhong had lost his ability to fight. Ning Qi looked at Duan Ruhui. Duan Ruhui was shocked. What? What are you trying to do? Don't worry. I don't like to hit women. Ning Qi smiled before he said to Duan Lingmei, Miss Lingmei, you're so kind. You shouldn't be with these people who go back on their words. Young master, we're on different sides. You shouldn't blame them, Duan Lingmei said in a low voice. He did not want things to turn out this way. Ning Qi was about to speak when he noticed someone else had entered. Moreover, this person's aura was extremely powerful and strangely familiar. Ha ha ha. There's a secret here. When Qiu Wanli saw the crystal dragon sculpture, he laughed out loud. Then his eyes swept across the crowd. When he saw Ning Qi, he was clearly startled. "It's you," the two of them said in unison. "Oh no, this is a 9-star Dowang. He actually knows this guy." Duan Juntian held his chest as he thought about how to escape unscathed. However, the next scene made Duan Juntian and Duan Ruhui heave a sigh of relief. Qiu Wanli's face revealed a sinister smile. Then his laughter became louder as though he had gone mad. "Ha ha ha! Ning Qi, I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Today, I'll return the humiliation I gave you 10,000 times, 100,000 times. Are you ready to tremble before me? Ha ha ha! Qiu Wanli, weren't you imprisoned in the White Tiger Empire's prison? You were released so soon?" Ning Qi asked curiously. Anger surfaced on Qiu Wanli's face the moment he heard the word prison. He was a dignified elder of the Bloody Slaughter sect, a peak Dowang. Yet he had actually been imprisoned because of such a small matter. Finally, he had to pay a great price in order to escape. Everything was caused by this fellow in front of him. Thinking of that, Qiu Wanli's gaze was like that of a venomous snake. He coldly stared at Ning Qi and said, "I will capture you and bring you back to the Blood Slaughter sect. I will make you suffer all kinds of torture before you die. I hope you won't beg me for mercy at that time. Who doesn't know how to talk big? I'm standing right here. Come and catch me if you can." Ning Qi laughed. Qiu Wanli observed his surroundings. 5 Dowangs and 3 of them are injured. Don't tell me this was done by him? At this moment, he realized that Ning Qi's current cultivation base was already at the peak of the Douling realm. A trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. The last time he saw Ning Qi, he was still at the peak of the Didosher. It had only been a year since they last met, but Ning Qi had risen by 10 levels. This kind of training speed was too terrifying. Fortunately, he met Ning Qi today. Otherwise, even he would have difficulty suppressing Ning Qi after a period of time. Qiu Wanli was naturally suspicious. Seeing Ning Qi's confidence, the strange phenomenon of the crystal dragon sculpture behind him, and the injuries of Duan Juntian and the rest, he did not act rashly. "Senior, this person is already at his wit's end. We are the disciples of the divine dragon marquis mansion of the 9 prefectures empire. If you help us kill this person, the elders in our family will definitely repay you," Duan Juntian suddenly said. "The divine dragon marquis mansion of the 9 prefectures empire." Shock flashed in Qiu Wanli's eyes. The way he looked at Duan Juntian and the rest was instantly different. "Is what you said true?" Qiu Wanli asked in a deep voice. "Not a single word is false." As soon as Duan Ruhui finished speaking, she took out a waste token and channeled a wave of battle energy into it. A dragon's roar sounded, and a lifelike giant dragon flew out of the waste token. It was completely golden. It really is the waste token of the divine dragon marquis mansion. All right, I'll make friends with you guys today. A hint of joy flashed in Qiu Wanli's eyes. Compared to the 9 prefectures empire, the Blood Slaughter sect was nothing. If he could make friends with the disciples of the divine dragon marquis mansion, it would be of great help to his cultivation in the future. After all, the 9 prefectures empire was rich in cultivation resources. However, outsiders could not buy resources even if they had money. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly charged at Ning Qi. Ning Qi had a look of regret on his face. If it was not for Duan Juntian, he could have made use of Qiu Wanli's suspicious character to delay the time until the inheritance was completed. At that time, with the Dragon Slayer saber in his hand, he would not have to fear Qiu Wanli at all. Blood Rage Sky, a supreme profound rank martial skill. A pale red fog instantly surged out of Qiu Wanli's body and swept toward Ning Qi. This move was the top killing move of the Blood Slaughter sect. This fog was actually formed by the condensation of battle energy. It was incomparably sharp and could kill upon contact. 18 dragons subduing palms. A dragon's roar sounded. An extremely firm and yang palm technique was unleashed. It was as if a sun had appeared in the dark clouds, parting the clouds and revealing the blue sky. The blood fog and the silver dragon collided. With a bang, the blood fog scattered in all directions. It was completely no match for the silver dragon. I must force out all his spatial Do weapons, martial skills, and cultivation methods. This person was not even comparable to a servant in the past, but now he has grown so quickly that even the geniuses of the blood slaughter sect are no match for him. It is very likely that he has obtained the inheritance of a Do Zun or even a Do Sheng. A greedy look flashed across Qiu Wanli's eyes. Although he was no match for Ning Qi in terms of martial skills, his cultivation was much higher than Ning Qi's. It was enough to make up for this. After being hit by Ning Qi's palm, he also countered with a punch. The two of them instantly separated. Hee, your cultivation has regressed. Ning Qi stretched out his hand and patted the wrinkles on his clothes as he mocked. Qiu Wanli's punch had taken away more than 6,000 of his health points. To him, who had more than 100,000 health points, this was no longer considered a threat. After all, he still had enough high-grade, Earth-rank spring recovery pills in his storage bag. If they continued fighting, Ning Qi would definitely be able to exhaust Qiu Wanli to death if he did not choose to escape. Arrogant. Qiu Wanli's face was green as he shouted and continued to charge toward Ning Qi. The two of them exchanged blows. Duan Juntian clearly saw Ning Qi being hit by his opponent a few times, but it was as if nothing had happened. The more he watched, the more frightened he became. Duan Ruhui's expression was not any better. Chapter 196. Meeting of the Winds and Clouds. Duan Juntian glanced at the Dragon Slayer saber as a hint of greed flashed across his eyes. He shook his head and said, "No, since I've unintentionally opened this place today, I can't return empty-handed. If I can get my hands on this battle weapon, I'll be able to stand out in the Marquis's mansion within a few days. I'll be able to fight for the Forbidden Area to comprehend the true martial concept left behind by the heavens equal Dodi. At that time, the most important life and death threshold between a Do Huang and a Do Zong would be nothing to me. If a Do Huang wanted to break through to the Do Zong class, the first step was to train to the peak. However, this did not mean that there was a high chance of success. This was because after this, he would face the greatest threshold in his life, the hidden gate of life and death. This profound gate had a total of 3 gates of life and 6 gates of death, a total of 9 gates. Only by breaking through these 9 gates would one be able to fly freely in the vast sky and leap freely in the vast ocean. Their lifespan would also increase to at least 300 years. Otherwise, the maximum lifespan of a Do Huang would only be a mere 200 years. Duan Ruhui nodded and took the opportunity to bring Duan Junhong and Duan Juandi to a safe place. At this moment, another large group of people rushed in. Look, the ancient ice dragon's inheritance. The power of that saber is extraordinary. It looks like it's accepting the inheritance. Although they had also seen Qiu Wanli, Duan Juntian, and the others, greed drove them crazy. Some of them were already charging toward the Dragon Slayer saber. Just as Duan Ruhui was about to make a move, Duan Juntian reached out and stopped her. A sneer appeared on his face as he said, "Let them go." Sure enough, as soon as their hands touched the Dragon Slayer saber, they let out a miserable howl, as if they were hit by a cannonball and were sent flying. Even so, the latecomers were still enjoying it. They only calmed down after more than 100 people had fallen. This kid is too hard to deal with. After being hit by so many of my moves, he can actually still move. The longer they fought, the more shocked Qiu Wanli was. He had always had the upper hand in his fight with Ning Qi, but every time he was hit by Ning Qi, the pain seeped into his bones. As for his own attacks, it was as if they didn't have any effect. After he had managed to injure Ning Qi with great difficulty, in the blink of an eye, Ning Qi would once again charge forward, full of vigor and vitality. No one dared to approach the two of them. After all, a battle like this could easily affect the innocent. System: how much longer until the Ice Dragon inheritance? Ding, the Dragon Slayer Saber is accepting the ancient Ice Dragon's inheritance. Current progress: 37%. The sound of the system notification rang out. It still needs so much time. Ning Qi frowned and continued to attack Qiu Wanli. At this moment, the others were no longer as crazy as before. They had calmed down and formed their own camps. They stood together with the people they knew and looked at the others warily. Who is that person? He is actually able to fight evenly with a 9-star Dowang with his peak Dowling cultivation. Hiss! It was the sound of a sharp intake of breath. Could it be Lu Suifeng from the Green Mist sect? Cuckoo! Lu Suifeng is already a 2-star Dowang. However, this person is likely stronger than Lu Suifeng. I've never seen anyone who can jump ranks to fight. That's because you're ignorant and inexperienced. Every single one of the talents on the ranking list of young masters in the 9 States Empire can fight above their rank. Someone sneered in disdain. That's the 9 Prefectures Empire. This place is thousands of miles away from the 9 Prefectures Empire. Why would the talents of the 9 Prefectures Empire come to this remote place? Duan Juntian and the others felt a little ashamed when they heard this. Although they were not experts on the ranking list of young masters, they were still disciples of the divine Dragon Marquis Mansion. It was really embarrassing and infuriating for them to be so embarrassed by a Peak Do Ling. After hearing what they said, I just remembered that if this person advances to a Dowang, wouldn't he be qualified to be listed on the ranking list of young masters? Duan Ruhui said softly. Duan Juntian's eyes were filled with jealousy, but he concealed it well. The 2 girls did not see it. He said coldly, then we'll have to wait until he advances to a Dowang. I'm afraid he'll die today. At this moment, another group of people appeared at the entrance of the underground palace. This group of people were the experts from the Kasayapa Palace's secret team. In front of them stood a 9 feet tall man. He was the master of the Kasayapa Palace, Morongwudi. An underground palace has indeed appeared. A greedy smile appeared on Morongwudi's face. Palace Master, I've already ordered someone to report this to the 1,000 Faces Spiritual Master. Someone has already entered this place. Let's go in quickly and snatch the item so that we can present it to the Spiritual Master. One of the experts from the secret team said coldly. Morongwudi glanced at him coldly. Ino, you don't have to tell me this. I know what to do. Your escape technique is outstanding. Why don't you go ahead and scout? There's no need. I've already planted a tracking goo on them. Ino smiled faintly. A bug the size of a mosquito suddenly flew out of the underground palace and directly flew into Ino's mouth. Ino moved his throat and swallowed it. He then closed his eyes. After a while, a confident smile appeared on his face. I already know where they are. Let's go. Not long after, they arrived at the depths of the underground palace. Oh, there are quite a lot of Dowangs. Morongwudi sighed. Then his eyes were attracted by the crystal dragon sculpture and the dragon slayer saber. Palace Master, it's that guy. Ino's eyes suddenly froze. He looked coldly at Ning Qi, who was entangled with Qiu Wanli. Haha, it's great that we can settle both matters at the same time. Morongwudi was still conflicted on how to explain the deaths of Hattori Hanzo and the other 3 to Spiritual Master 1,000 Faces. After all, the culprit had not been caught. Now was the time for him to sleep. Not only had he discovered the underground palace of the Ice Demon Lair, but he had also found Ning Qi. Thinking of this, Morongwudi glanced at the crowd and said in a clear voice, Everyone, the palace of Kasepa will take over this place. Those who are not involved, please leave immediately. His voice spread throughout the entire palace under the influence of his dochi. Only then did the crowd realize the existence of Morongwudi and the others. The palace of Kasayapa. That's Morongwudi. I heard that he was already a 6-star Do Huang 10 years ago. Looks like we won't get anything today. The palace of Kasayapa's style has always been so arbitrary and overbearing. Especially the secret team from the palace of Kasayapa. I've seen them attack before. They kill people without leaving a trace. It's terrifying. Palace Master Morong, we will take our leave first. The few Do Ling who were closest to Morongwudi cupped their hands at him and left the palace, returning the way they came. With someone taking the lead, no matter how unwilling they were, they still chose to leave this place under the pressure of Morongwudi's I God. At this moment, Morongwudi looked at Duan Juntian, a 6-star Do Wang. Haha, why aren't you leaving? How dare you? Duan Ru Hui shouted and looked coldly at Morongwudi. Haha, is the palace of Kasayapa really that impressive? A mere 6-star Do Huang dares to be so arrogant? Duan Juntian smiled. His tone was full of mockery. Oh, may I know where you came from? You don't even know the palace of Kasayapa? Chapter 197. Ice Dragon Roar, 9 States Empire, Divine Dragon Marquis Estate. Duan Juntian said coldly. Boom! The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect that these people who had been quietly staying at the side and seemed to be injured were actually the disciples of the Divine Dragon Mansion of the 9 Regions Empire. Morongwudi's expression changed as he looked at Duan Juntian suspiciously. Why are the people of the Divine Dragon Marquis Estate of the 9 States Empire here? The world is so big. I can go anywhere. Are you going to care about this? Duan Juntian mocked. Palace Master, we can't offend the 9 States Empire. Ino said in a low voice beside him. The people who were about to leave stopped in their tracks when they saw this. They were looking forward to seeing how the Palace Master of Kasayapa Palace, Morongwudi, would treat the Divine Dragon Marquis Estate of the 9 States Empire. Would he retreat or would he not give face to the Divine Dragon Marquis Estate? Morongwudi smirked and said to Duan Juntin, although I've always admired the 9 States Empire, the Ice Demon Lair is still within the territory of the Kasayapa Palace. Therefore, I won't give up on the things here. It doesn't matter. If you can take it, take it. Duan Juntian's reaction was out of Morongwudi's expectation. At this moment, Ning Chi shouted, Chiu Wanli, eat my dog-beating palm technique. Chiu Wanli was furious. Ning Chi had been mocking him all the time and almost caused him to suffer internal injuries. After dodging the palm, he immediately distanced himself from Ning Chi and looked at Morongwudi with a gloomy expression. Damn it, if it wasn't for him, I would have ended the battle quickly. Now that Morongwudi from the Kasayapa Palace is here, things are going to be difficult. Chiu Wanli thought to himself. Chiu Wanli, what a familiar name. I think I've heard it somewhere before. Why can't I remember? Everyone had a thoughtful expression on their faces. Only Morongwudi recognized him instantly. He laughed out loud. I didn't expect the 100 Heads Demon King to be here. It seems like the Blood Slaughter sect is more well-informed than the Kasayapa Palace. Ah, it's the 100 Heads Demon King, Chiu Wanli. That's an elder of the Blood Slaughter sect. Although his cultivation isn't as high as Morongwudi's, I'm afraid Morongwudi is slightly inferior in terms of status. Everyone was shocked. In a short period of time, several important figures had appeared in this narrow underground palace. Your Kasayapa Palace is merely a gathering of a bunch of rabble. How dare you compare yourself to my Bloodkill sect? Chiu Wanli did not give Morongwudi any face and scolded him coldly. Morongwudi felt a little embarrassed after being rebuffed by Duan Juntian and Chiu Wanli. He scoffed and said, The outside world calls you the 100 Heads Demon King, but you're nothing in my eyes. Ha ha ha, you dare to touch me? Morongwudi could not refute Chiu Wanli's words. Forget about the Cassiopeia Hall. Even the Green Mist sect would not dare to easily touch Chiu Wanli. This was because the people of the Blood Slaughter sect were all lunatics. Their sect leader, the Blood Slaughter demon ancestor, was even more of a crazy demon. A dignified one, Star Do Zong had personally destroyed that sect over a dozen times because a Do Ling-level disciple of his sect had been killed by a small sect. He only stopped when he was certain that there were no more living things within a radius of 10,000 miles that had anything to do with that small sect. Who would dare to offend such a crazy sect? Therefore, Morong Wudi snorted and immediately pointed his finger at Ning Qi. Go, take this man down. Eno and the other experts from the Dark Team immediately rushed toward Ning Qi. Ning Qi glanced at their attributes, and a cold smile appeared on his face. I didn't go looking for you, but you still dare to come looking for me. Cassiopeia Palace, I'll remember this. Chiu Wanli looked at this scene gloatingly. However, most of his attention was focused on the crystal dragon sculpture and the dragon slayer saber. Who is this guy? Why does Morong Wudi from the Cassiopeia Palace want to capture him? I've never heard of him. He shouldn't be an expert from around here. However, he was already fighting with Chiu Wanli before we came in. The opening of this underground palace must have something to do with him. That's possible. Everyone secretly speculated about Ning Qi's background. Ding. Inheritance progress 100%. The Dragon Slayer Saber has obtained the special divine skill, Ice Dragon Roar. Divine skill. Ning Qi was ecstatic when he heard that. With a thought, the Dragon Slayer Saber automatically flew into his hand. Ning Qi felt a cold aura from the saber hilt into his body. This scene shocked Morong Wudi and the others. Duan Juantian's expression was extremely ugly. Chiu Wanli shouted and wanted to snatch the Dragon Slayer saber from Ning Qi's hand. The others all had greedy expressions on their faces. For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on Ning Qi. Eno and the others also came before Ning Qi. A cold smile appeared on Ning Qi's face. Suddenly he shouted, Ice Dragon Roar! With a swing of the saber, an ice dragon that looked extremely similar to the crystal dragon statue broke out of the saber and roared as it attacked Eno and the others. This frost dragon was very lifelike. As soon as its huge body appeared, it put a lot of pressure on everyone. Its speed was also very fast. It appeared in front of Eno in an instant. Sensing the bone-piercing chill, Eno wanted to escape, but it was too late. The ice dragon's roar pierced through his body. He maintained his attacking posture and turned into an ice sculpture. His companions also suffered a fatal blow in the next second and turned into ice sculptures one after another. More than 10 King of Fighters from the Dark Team were completely annihilated in just one blow. Everyone gasped. This cold breath was really cold. Because of Ning Qi's attack, the surrounding temperature had dropped by at least 10 degrees. How dare you! Morong Wudi roared furiously. The first thing he thought of was how to explain this to the thousand-faced spiritual master. Chiu Wanli's figure that was charging toward Ning Qi was forcefully turned back. He barely dodged the terrifying saber and stared at Ning Qi with lingering fear. At the same time, the fire of greed in his heart burned even more fiercely. A peak Do Ling had used this Do weapon that had received the inheritance of the ice dragon to kill over 10 Do Wangs in one strike. The strength of that ice dragon caused even him to feel shocked. If he were to obtain this blade, he could basically ignore all the Do Huangs. What a powerful Do weapon! I must get it. Duan Juntian stared at the Dragon Slayer saber and muttered to himself. But the situation is not good now. I'm afraid that the reputation of the Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion is not enough to make that 6-star Do Huang give us this Do weapon. Duan Ruhui said softly, Lang Mei, we must work together at a time like this. Let go of your pitiful kindness. Chapter 198. Killing Chiu Wanli Duan Lingmei hesitated for a moment before nodding. If it's just to snatch this dough weapon and not to harm his life, I'll make a move. All right, we'll wait here for the right time. Duan Juntian nodded. Murong Wudi instantly appeared in front of Ning Qi in his rage. As a 6-star Do Huang, his strength was many times stronger than Ning Qi's. The moment he attacked, he blasted Ning Qi with a Do Qi that was more than 10 times stronger than Qiu Wanli's. If it was before, Ning Qi would definitely choose to escape. This was because Murong Wudi's attack could easily take away 100,000 of his health points in 2 or 3 moves. However, now that he had the Dragon Slayer saber in his hand, he felt a little more confident after seeing the power of the saber. He immediately slashed at Murong Wudi. Boom! Murong Wudi took a few steps back and looked at Ning Qi in shock. His palm was trembling slightly and covered with a layer of frost. Under the effect of his Do Qi, the frost was disappearing. Ning Qi pointed his saber at Murong Wudi and laughed maniacally. Old man, your subordinates are trash. I didn't expect you to be trash as well. You're the palace master of Kasaipa Palace. I'm dying of laughter. Murong Wudi was so angry that he laughed. All right, I wanted to capture you alive, but it looks like I can't let you live today. With that, a long spear appeared in his hand. From its aura, it was a Do weapon that surpassed the profound rank. It's an Earth rank Do weapon. The onlookers could not help but exclaim. Murong Wudi's face revealed a sinister smile as he roared, "Total annihilation!" Suddenly, thousands of spear shadows appeared in front of him like a rain of swords. They attacked Ning Qi from all directions, intending to blast Ning Qi into pieces. Ice dragons roar. Ning Qi was not afraid. He roared and slashed with his saber. The incomparably ferocious ancient ice dragon appeared again. After colliding with the spear shadows, it only paused for a moment before it tore them into pieces like a hot knife through butter. It then charged at Murong Wudi, who was behind the spear shadows. Murong Wudi's expression changed drastically as a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. How is this possible? The next moment, his phantom spear was frozen into an icicle. Murong Wudi quickly let go and retreated, but the ancient ice dragon did not choose to let him go. Instead, it chased after him with great intelligence. Haha, it's still a cruise missile. Not bad. Let's see where you can run to. Ning Qi burst into laughter. Murong Wudi fled left and right in the underground palace, and the others also made way for him. Wherever he went, there would be no one left, for fear of being implicated. In the end, Murong Wudi had no other choice. With a loud roar, he turned around and took the attack head-on. Because of his cultivation, he did not end up like Ino. However, he was also blasted into the stone wall and was in an extremely sorry state. His hair and eyebrows were covered in white frost. When everyone saw this scene, they were terrified and looked at Ning Qi with lingering fear. This blade is definitely a divine weapon. Otherwise, how would a 6-star Do Huang end up in such a miserable state in front of a peak Do Ling? Looks like we won't have a chance today. It's good enough that there's a good show to watch. The palace of Kasaipa has always been so arrogant, but now they've lost all face. Haha. Hearing the people's mocking murmurs, Murong Wudi was extremely furious. He immediately said to Qiu Wanli, 100-head Demon King, kill him with me. I don't want that blade anymore. Oh, you don't want it? Qiu Wanli's face revealed a trace of joy, and his eyes showed that he was tempted. In that case, let's attack together. Ning Qi laughed. His words instantly triggered Qiu Wanli's already burning anger. He let out a deafening roar and attacked Ning Qi together with Murong Wudi. Ice Dragon Roar. Ning Qi used the same trick again. At the same time, he threw a handful of upper earth-level rejuvenation pills into his mouth. He did not count how many of them there were. He was prepared for the upcoming bitter battle. In less than 10 seconds, he was hit by Murong Wudi a few times. His health was instantly depleted, and he immediately swallowed a rejuvenation pill. Morongwudi and Chiao Wanli did not have it easy either. They were battered by the ancient ice dragon, especially Chiao Wanli. After seeing what happened to Ino and the others, he did not dare to fight the ancient ice dragon head-on. However, Ning Qi seemed to only target him. Even if he was hit by Morongwudi, he would still attack him. Chiao Wanli was extremely furious and could only let out angry roars to vent his anger. Ning Qi took the opportunity to reveal an opening in his back and was hit by Morongwudi in the back. Morongwudi's face revealed a happy smile, but Ning Qi directly slashed at Chiao Wanli, who was dodging to his limit and could not change his direction for the time being. The spiritual energy in his body was quickly absorbed into the Dragon Slayer saber, and in an instant half of it was gone. At this moment, he truly unleashed the strongest power of the ice dragon roar. The ancient ice dragon, which seemed to be a physical entity, directly swallowed Chiao Wanli into its stomach. However, it was not a physical entity after all, and Chiao Wanli still fell out of its stomach. He was a human-shaped ice sculpture without any vitality. The expression on his face was still the moment before he died. There was a trace of fear, anger, regret, and unwillingness. He actually killed the 100-head Devil King, Chiao Wanli. Even if he manages to escape today, he'll have to face the blood slaughter sect's endless pursuit. While everyone was shocked, a gloating smile could be seen on their faces. Ning Qi acted as if he did not hear them. After killing Chiao Wanli, he immediately pounced on Morongwudi. Morongwudi's heart gradually turned cold from Ning Qi's fighting style. Suddenly, he found an opportunity and sent Ning Qi flying with a move. Then he turned around and flew out of the underground palace. Today's matter won't end here. Morongwudi's voice came from the tunnel. Ning Qi swallowed the last Earth-rank Prominent Spring recovery pill and sneered as he looked in the direction Morongwudi escaped. Then he glanced at the crowd and sneered as he walked toward Duan Juntian and the others. Duan Juntian did not expect the outcome of the battle to be like this. In his opinion, Ning Qi would definitely be defeated by the two of them. However, he did not expect Ning Qi to kill one and send the other fleeing in just a blink of an eye. What are you doing? Don't act recklessly. If we die here, the Divine Dragon Marquis estate won't let you go. Duan Ru, Hui said as a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Duan Juntian's face twitched slightly. Unexpectedly, Ning Qi completely ignored the two of them. Instead, he smiled at Duan Lingmei and said, "Miss Lingmei, I'm leaving this place. We'll meet again someday." A hint of panic flashed across Duan Lingmei's face as she nodded. "Take care, young master." "Hee, I hope you'll listen to my advice. Duan Juntian is not a good person. He's a hypocrite." "Ha ha ha!" Ning Qi laughed as he walked out of the underground palace's tunnel. Chapter 199. Duan Juntian's expression was extremely ugly. He angrily punched the ground. "I will definitely take revenge." At this moment, Duan Junhong and Duan Jundi slowly regained consciousness. They were still unaware of what had happened. Duan Ruhue briefly explained what had happened. Both of their faces instantly turned green. "Damn it, we didn't manage to get our hands on such a divine weapon. He has that saber with him. We're no match for him. However, if we report this news to the elders in the clan, we should be able to obtain quite a reward." Duan Junhong suggested. "That's the only way," Duan Ruhue sighed. Morongwudi returned to Tianshao town in a sorry state. When he arrived at Kasaipa Palace, he saw a slender lady standing in his room. Morongwudi was shocked and hurriedly said, "Thousand-faced spiritual master, why have you come personally? I'm afraid it won't be good if the Green Mist sect finds out." The lady, who was the thousand-faced spiritual master that Morongwudi had mentioned, turned her head slightly. Her face was ordinary and looked like an ordinary farmer's girl. I realized that 14 of the blood soul bottles in my hands have shattered. If I didn't come personally, wouldn't the subordinates that I gave you be completely annihilated? Tell me, what happened? Morong Woody's expression was a little ugly as he said in a low voice, an underground palace appeared in the ice demon cave. There's an ancient ice dragon's inheritance inside. The moment I received the news, I hurried over with the dark team. Who did you meet? Why are all the members of the dark team dead? The thousand-faced spiritual master snorted coldly. It's a peak Do Ling. Morong Woody felt that he had lost face by saying this. However, he did not dare to lie in front of the thousand-faced spiritual master. After that, he recounted everything in detail and said unwillingly, if it wasn't for that Do weapon, I would have killed that brat with a single palm strike. A peak Do Ling who received the ancient ice dragon's inheritance's Do weapon. According to what I know, that ancient ice dragon should have been a rank 8 giant dragon, which is equivalent to a Do Zun. That Do weapon is probably above the middle heaven rank. The thousand-faced spiritual master muttered to himself. The next moment, before Morong Woody could react, she had already disappeared from the room. This kind of elusive escape technique was many times stronger than Hattori Hanzo's half-baked earth fire escape technique. Morong Woody heaved a sigh of relief. The 100-head demon king, Chiu Wanli, was killed with one strike. The one who killed him was a peak Do Ling who possessed a Tian-class Do weapon that had obtained the inheritance of the ancient ice dragon. News like this spread like wildfire, and before long, it reached the ears of the Blood Slaughter Sect. Blood Slaughter Sect. Sect leader main hall. Since the Bloody Slaughter demon ancestor was in closed-door training all year round, there were a total of 3 Peak Do Huang elders in charge of the Bloody Slaughter Sect. One was in charge of the Assassin Hall, one was in charge of the sect's treasury, and one was in charge of the spies hidden in various places. Below them, there were over 20 Do Huang-level elders from various stars. They were in charge of making decisions, judging, and managing small matters. Every one of these 3 first elders was an old monster who was over 200 years old. They were experts who had entered the first test of the life and death chamber, and it was rare for them to gather together. However, when the Blood Slaughter Sect received the news that Chiu Wanli had been killed, the expressions of the 3 of them became extremely ugly. They all came to the sect leader main hall at the same time. 3 first elders, the news of Chiu Wanli's death has already spread like wildfire. Some people say that it was because the old ancestor had gone berserk, causing our Blood Slaughter Sect to decline. That is why such a thing has happened. If we do not handle this matter properly and spread the name of our Blood Slaughter Sect, I'm afraid that those people will increasingly look down on us. Our business will also become increasingly bleak. A 9-star Do Huang respectfully spoke to the 3. Other than him, there were over 10 other Do Huang from various stars. As long as they were still in the Blood Slaughter Sect, they had all come to the sect leader main hall. After the 3 first elders communicated in a low voice, one of them coldly snorted and said, Jian Wuxue, investigate this person's identity and execute his entire clan. Yes. In addition, bring back his Do weapon. Do not let it be snatched away by others. The inheritance of the ancient ice dragon might be of some help to us in breaking through the life and death profound threshold. This subordinate understands. I will definitely bring back his head along with the Do weapon. Since even Chiu Wanli is no match for him, and even the palace leader of the Kasaipa Palace, Morong Woody, was forced back by him, there is no need to send any assassins below the Dowang level. You will personally make a trip to handle this matter. After the 3 first elders made their decision, the 9-star Do Huang, Jian Wuxue, led the 5 6-star Do Huang and flew out of the Blood Slaughter Sect, heading in the direction of the falling snow mountain range. Purple lightning birds transformation progress, 76%. Ding! Congratulations! Raging Flame Horse has completed its transformation. Ning Chi was roasting a wild animal by the side of a large river that was over 1,000 feet wide and had no end in sight. He had just eaten halfway when the system transmitted good news. He immediately released the little white horse. The moment the little white horse appeared, it let out a happy neigh and ran a few laps around the area at an extremely fast speed. Finally, it arrived in front of Ning Chi and used its tongue to lick his cheek. At this time, the little white horse was already a rank 5 low-class demonic beast. The flames on its body were even more dazzling. When Ning Chi placed his palm on it, it felt warm, but when he placed a tree branch on it, it immediately burned to ashes. It was obvious that the flames on its body were no longer ordinary flames. They were heavenly flames. Haha, I didn't think that you would become a Dowang earlier than me. Ning Chi smiled as he patted its head. He casually grabbed a spirit-raising pill and fed it to the horse. As the little white horse chewed, it looked at Ning Chi with a fawning expression. At this time, Little Gold climbed up Ning Chi's leg and onto his shoulder. It squeaked a few times, and Ning Chi casually tossed it a spirit-raising pill. Little Gold hugged it and began to crazily chew on it. You're so small. How can you be so disappointing? You ate so many spirit-raising pills, but I don't see how strong you are. Ning Chi said. Little Gold squeaked a few times as it rolled its eyes. Clearly, it was somewhat unhappy. You're still unhappy? Ning Chi angrily stretched out his hand and flicked its little head. Brother, did you see a group of bandits running past here? They captured my sister. Suddenly, a figure stumbled towards Ning Chi. His body was covered in wounds, and it was obvious that he had been through a huge battle. This person's cultivation was not high. He seemed to be a 3-star dosher. Ning Chi glanced at his attributes. Blue Cloud Sect, Yang Jiwen level, 3-star Do, Sure cultivation method, middle yellow class Chi condensation method, martial technique, middle yellow class Crazy Demon Fist, health points. 330. This amount of health points was so weak that Ning Chi could kill him with one finger.